could pack our bags tomorrow, leave all of our sorrows, see where all this road goes, maybe San Diego, oh. Maybe San Diego, oh. Roll down all our windows, just see where the wind blows, one leg out the window, sit like a flamenco, oh. Sit like a flamenco, oh. You can run and you can hide, you can look and try to find. Take a breath, open your mind, take it one ride at a time. Take it one ride at a time. We got lost an hour ago. Where did all our time go? Where we are, no one knows. Maybe San Francisco. Oh, maybe San Francisco. Oh, we could roll down all our windows, just see where the wind blows. One leg out the window, sit like a flamenco. Oh, sit like a flamenco. Oh. You can run and you can hide, you can look and try to find. Take a breath, open your mind, take it one day at a time. You can run and you can hide, you can look and try to find. Take a breath, it'll all be fine. Take it one ride at a time. Take it one ride at a time. You can run and you can hide, you can look and try to find. Take a breath, it'll all be fine. Take it one ride at a time.
Pressing all the goddamn buttons. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to some cheeky Nomad Sky. Oh dear me, I had some strange noises. Is the sound all right? Can anyone confirm we actually have sound and that sound is okay? I'm not sure what happened there. I put the headphones on, and I had this almighty, like, I don't know even how to describe it, to be honest. It was, I actually thought, Christ, if the speakers weren't already knackered, that's not going to do them any good at all. It was like this almighty crackling, like really, really loud. You're right, practically all I do. Good morning, morning Frips, morning Big K, morning Guns, morning all I do. How are we all doing? How are we all doing? I have no idea what we were up to yesterday. It all got a bit mad near the end. I think I'll tell you what we were doing. We were doing the quest for cadmium, weren't we? So what we'll do is we'll pop that in there for now. An exosuit fragment. Should we just see what that... Can I sell those exosuit fragments? These things? Or do I have to install it to see what it is? Yeah, I'm not sure what to do with that. Navigation data. So that's going to be in that one up there, isn't it? So pop that away. Let's just check inventory. Let's see. Because we're going to have to start doing a little bit of a cleanup, aren't we, each day? I'll leave... Well, yeah, we'll leave that in there for a bit. So that's all the clusters. So that's like the big chunk of chlorine we've got, isn't it? That's about 50 million worth. Let's go and do the frost work. Let's do the settlement. Let's go to the farms. Let's see where we got to yesterday. Let's see what's see what the scores on the doors are. Because I suppose we're moving on to organic farms, really, aren't we? I mean, yesterday I didn't expect to set up a ferrite farm, but we did, so that's going to be really nice for building. And we've done a little bit of the electromagnetic shenanigans now as well, haven't we? So that was nice to learn how that all works. And sort of tinkering with... yeah, I learned quite a lot actually yesterday. It's not how it was described in chat actually. Extending bases for infinite distance. It's not how people think it is. It's a little bit more complicated. Using the, you know what we were talking about, the walls and things to extend base buildability zones. I mean, technically you can go almost infinite, but it's you're playing with fire doing so. But there is a way to increase it in increments of like 55 units, pretty much indefinitely. Okay, so settlement. I've already forgot what we were doing. Good morning, Mr. Bad Habits. How are you, mate? How's things, bro? How is the world according to Mr. B? All good, I hope. So settlement first. How are you doing, Big K? How's the world according to you, mate? Any changes happening in your life now, Big K? Or... I hope it's all going okay, fella. Coffee is good, boys. The coffee's good. The coffee's hot, but the coffee is good. Yeah, so I think we set up the farm yesterday, didn't we? Or at least I hope so, anyway. I don't know if we can actually do anything with the farm. I assume it's not like a harvestable thing. It's just a pure... Oh, well, we've got the Minotaur over here as well now, haven't we? Where would the farm be? I don't really know my settlement at all. It's because you don't have any control over it. I think a nice change to this, like in many future iterations or other games, would be to have like a little overlay almost, so you can have a little bit of control over what's going where, and because they could turn this into, what was that game we played? Medieval? No, was it Medieval Dynasty? Where you actually build. You don't build the actual structures, or do you? In Medieval Dynasty, was it modular? If you built like a barn, did you build a barn? Or did you build the barn out of sort of sections? I think you built it out of sections, didn't you? Yeah, you did. Yeah, you did. Yeah, because I remember building like the tavern. Yeah, that was quite a fun game actually. Oh wow, check this out. That's mad. Well, it's not a farm, so I'm not actually sure what this is, to be honest. Wait, am I getting a stutter today? Has there been a patch to the game? I swear to God, if this game started getting a stutter, then this game's on borrowed time, man, I tell you. Okay, that is weird. That is weird. I thought maybe it's this. I have no idea what these rogue citizens are building. It's like build a farm, or we'll just build a warehouse, put a load of tyres in it, mate. I don't think they're environmentally friendly in this place. I think there's something going on. There's something off with the game. I can tell there's something off with the game. I don't know if there's been a patch or not. You're right, Paul. How you doing, mate? You sold some of your exosuit fragments today, Manticore. If I remember right, I went to the scrap guy on the Outlaw station. Yeah, these ones here. So you think I can get nanites for those? So this is just like having an S-class, but the only difference is you just don't know what it is that right, Manticore? So presumably go up to a station, go to the exosuit vendor, and yeah, that would make sense, wouldn't it? And then get nanites instead. I might hang on to them then. Yeah. When you warp to your settlement, do you see its name as what you set it, or did you see it as the old name? What do you mean? As in where? If you're looking at the teleportation module, then you see the name of the settlement as you named it. So if I go in there, I'm not sure, will it let me come back? Yeah, you'll see it as Grumbodia. But when you first change it, it doesn't necessarily show up like that. I think you have to do a teleport or two before it kind of remembers it, or even try turning it on and off again. But yeah, you can set it and then it will show up. You're still in Pennsylvania for now, are you? Oh, right, okay, so no moves yet, Big K. Yeah, no, not so well this on Big K. You thought Medieval Dynasty had prefab buildings where you just build the ghost. Oh, maybe. Oh, you're right. Maybe it did. It's actually a hybrid of what I'm on about, isn't it? Yeah, so you placed the barn down, but then you had to actually build it, didn't you? Yeah, you're right, I think. Well, was there any free building, though? I'm sure I remember a little bit of free building. I'm sure we made a tavern. And we had to put the steps in or something. That's why I suddenly thought, oh, there must have been free placement, because it took us ages to figure like how to get the steps in. Yeah, you got me really wondering about that, yeah. It was a good game, though. I think they added quite a lot to it, didn't they? Oh, you get stutters every... Yeah, I never get stutters. I have 0 stutters in this game. I'm not sure whether it's just... It might be where I'm sitting. My back's playing up. So it might actually be... I'm not going to judge anything too yet. It might be the Wi-Fi for my dongle. It might be coming through at a bit of a weird angle, so... it happened the other day, didn't it? You remember, I booted up the game, right? I don't know if you were here, Mr. Bad Habits, and none of the in-game settings were affecting anything. So I got a screen tearing. I was like, that's really weird. And it never had screen tearing. So dropped into the options. We literally on stream changed a few things, and like nothing was changing, dude. So you couldn't cap the frame rate. You couldn't put VSync on. I couldn't change the. I just couldn't change anything, dude. Well, actually, that's incorrect. I could change it in the menu, but it didn't take any effect in game. Now, obviously, some settings only take effect when you reboot, but settings such as you know, the VSync and things that we were fiddling about with, we should have seen a fairly instantaneous difference. And I think sometimes the game boots up, and for some reason it just doesn't take a snapshot of what your personal settings are. But yeah, it's not sluggish or anything. It's just, I don't know what it is. It could be me. It literally could be me. And like I said, the way I'm sitting, and you're just getting a bit of a off signal with the elite control of that. There's been a couple of 3 things already that I've noticed. Let's go and check the settlement archive. I don't think there's been a patch, has there? There hasn't been another update. I know there's an experimental update that went live a day or so ago. You're still has some weird generator name. Yeah, you'll have to. You can change the name. Yeah, in here. Look. So I think if you go to this name here, if you go to settlement status and just click the pen icon up here, you can just give it a jiggle of a wiggle. And then, but like I said, it did take a while for mine to change. Whether it was due to, you know, having to teleport back here or turning it on and off again at the end of the stream, who knows? Can't really remember. Ooh, +1 population growth. Adds the professional... Oh, dude. Oh, look at this. We've got our first Grumbodian pub at the settlement. Things don't get any better than this, boys. So many ways to get nanites. You know what I did for most of my nanites? I did the pirate missions. There was loads of pirate missions, like 300, 400. I think one was even close to 500 nanites just to go and kill a pirate. But yeah, I mean, I've got a load of what is it? The slime and things I can convert to nanites. I'll tell you the one thing we haven't done anything with is frigates, by the way. Good morning, Cobra. Good morning. Good morning. Let me get some coffee down, you guys. Good morning, Shades. Good morning. Good morning. I hope all is well. You lag so bad when playing No Man's Sky at times that I feel like not playing it. Yeah, I refuse to play games that don't perform well. Now, I don't mind a game that doesn't perform well because I've got underpowered hardware. But that's not the game's fault. You know, I can live with that, you know. So some games I just have to, you know... I've had all sorts of PCs and things over the years. You know, Guild Wars was a really good example. I absolutely loved Guild Wars 2. But I had a laptop at the time. Yeah, Guild Wars played fantastically. Guild Wars 2, no chance, mate. Was it Lions Pride or whatever it's called, the big town there? As soon as I got to that point in the game, yeah, that was it for me, mate. I just couldn't play. Not the game's fault. I just didn't have the hardware to throw at it, you know. No matter what I did, it was just laggy as hell in there. Frame rate was bad. Lag was insane. It was just awful, mate. No update yesterday today. So it's I might if it persists, I'll turn it on and off like we did last time. That's it, Lions Arch. No, I always say Lions Pride, don't I? Pride of Lions. I must have it stuck in my head somewhere. Pioneer Huhai has fled another settlement, citing the tyranny of its overseer. They claim to be a brewery technician. The security drones have verified their story. You can come, mate. You can definitely come. You wouldn't have thought adding a brewery technician would have resulted in more maintenance, would you? But maybe it's because they all get pissed up and rampage through the streets, you know, putting like inappropriate graffiti and turning over all the litter cans. So maybe we have to pay for a cleanup operation every Friday, well, Saturday morning. What else have we got here? View settlement status. Up to, oh wow, that's really nice. Up to 39 citizens and 33% happiness, all in the green. And close to 250,000 credits bonus per day. This is coming on alright, man. This place is coming on alright. So we'll come back here later. For now, let's... Hang on, let me go back to my... Where should we... Oh, is he stuck? We want to go... Where should we go first? Let's go to... Let's go to the Indian farm first. Let's go and have a look at that. Yeah, is that from when you hand them into Helios, is it, Yeti? Yeah. Or whoever it is it Helios and like a... You've got Tree Head Man and sort of like Squiggly Head Lady, haven't you? Up at the anomaly. Yeah, still not working, guys. So it's still not bringing me to the teleport. Now, that is going to piss me off, quite frankly. That is not good. That should be bringing me through to the teleport, shouldn't it? There really is no reason for it to be doing what it's doing there. How much? So how much have we got? 11,000. So that's 11.7 million credits, and storage was maxed out. So we would have been making even more. Let me just check. That is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. So yeah, so they're all connected. We're not losing any. So let's go to our... We want to go to Lambale, don't we? And get... Well, hopefully we'll have a load of ferrite dust over here. Well, no, technically rusted metal, but... Where's this going to drop us? Is this going to drop us at a teleport or back at the base computer? Well, it's not even dropping me at the base computer, is it? Yeah, look, why is it doing this, guys? Why is every teleport not putting me on the teleport? That only started happening like yesterday. It's not putting me at a base computer. It's not. It's just completely broken, man. Settlement, yeah, the settlement will always put you at the monolith, but a teleport should send you to teleport, according to chat yesterday. I couldn't remember, but chat were adamant that if you've got a teleporter and you go to the teleporter, it should be putting you outside the teleport, which I'm going to be honest, makes total sense, doesn't it? So why is it not working? So 2,750, which is all we would have been able to store, so let's pop those in there. Now that I want to start smelting down. Did I put a roof on this? I don't think we did we? Not yet. So if I pour half, so pick that up, halve it, pop it in there, get that refining. same with that one. Pick that up, pop that in there, start that refining. So that's like a lot. So if we can just get some more silos up here and about 3 or 4 back at the other one, and I think it's what, 50. I think a silo is like 10 metal plates. What would they be under? 10 metal plates, isn't it? Yeah, and a metal plate is like 50, is it, or something? Yeah, 50. So it's 500 per silo. So this build alone will be chucking that out. How'd you pick up half? So I'm not sure if I can do it here. So you can pick up, and then you can press X to just keep splitting it. Or you can go up and down in 10s, I think is the best you can do, mate. So I can go all the way down to 10, then halve it. Go up to 10 or, I don't know, 80, 90, yeah. And you could go to 200, then click X, halve it. Is that alright? It's a good trick, actually, yeah. The other one that I do like, although it gets a bit weird, because obviously you can move that, and then you can use, obviously, left and right to switch where you want to put it, which is great as long as it's not too big. And obviously, when you're at base with a lot of exocraft, that list can get, and you've got the starcraft, you've got your storages, you've got your... This list can get pretty big, so sometimes it's easy just to click and drag, but you can quickly move things. It's quite handy for moving things quickly to your exosuit hard, or cargo. So, all right. I think what we'll do is we'll leave all of that then. So this is all functioning, isn't it? So if we go, how long is it going to take for that to smelt down? How long have I actually got? We've got about a quarter of an hour, so I think we've got the cadmium, haven't we, for that main quest. So let's just head back home. Back to Grum Base 1. So this, I think, is going to put me back at the base computer, whereas before it used to put me at the teleport. Good morning, Alison. I'm sorry to hear about yesterday, Alison. That sounds rough, mate. It's a bit worrying when a doctor gives you some medication that affects your other medication to the point where you're actually being physically sick, innit, mate? I don't envy your position right now. So it sounds like you're in a lot of pain as well. I didn't realise how bad it was, Alison. So, but basically, you didn't really get a resolution yesterday, did you, Alison? It was more let's manage the pain rather than anything. Oh, I had some more rusted metal in there. Now the uranium, actually uranium, I've already got a load in the starship, haven't I, in the cargo hold? Oh, no, I haven't. We must have been fiddling yesterday. That can go into high capacity then. So that should be in the starship. What? Did I not just literally move that? Strange. Starship. So let me just put all of that in there. Okay, all right. I don't know what happened then. So we want to pop that in. Sorry, suit high capacity. That can go in there. What I was thinking is, what we could start doing, where we have the... Yeah, all of this. So I'm just going to pop that in the exosuit, because what I could do... Obviously, we're going to be refining indium at times, aren't we? So I've still got this magic one here. So I'm thinking of putting all of that in there. And then building, what is it? A number 1. The number 1 module at both bases. Because then I can access the ferrite from either one for building, can't I? So I think what we'll do is we'll just pop number 1 container as our kind of farmed resources, but not organic farmed. And that should do us all right. So we need to construct this thing called a mine dock. So we need to harvest, what was that? Harvest a living pearl from armored deep water clams. Do you reckon there's any deep water clams here? It's quite a watery planet, isn't it? So the doctors have rung. You've had a severe reaction to the new medication, but it won't be out of your body until tomorrow. Jesus. How are you feeling, Alison? I bet that was really scary, wasn't it, mate? Like, so I don't take tablets. I just don't take them. I'm just lucky I don't need to. I take a multivitamin. But that time with the first time I did the, what was it, the pregabalin. And I essentially overdosed on it. You know, my own stupid fault. You know, hadn't realised they'd given me a different dosage when I left the hospital. So of course I was used to taking like 2 tablets. So of course I took. I think the packet said something like I need to take. I don't know. I can't remember. I think in the hospital it was 1 tablet of the pregabalin and some other stuff. And then when I left, it said something like take 2 tablets. So I not only doubled the amount because that's what it said, but I hadn't read the dosage. So I took something like about 5 times the dose of what I should have had in the hospital. And yeah, I was like, oh mate, I was off my rocker. But I was happy because it was pregabalin and it was quite a nice feeling. And I definitely wasn't in any pain. But unfortunately, I was terrified at the same time. That's why I went to A&E. I was like, oh my God. You know, is my heart going to explode, you know? It was like it's really scary, isn't it? Knowing that something's in your system. It's a bit, I mean, you know, a really silly level. It's like being drunk, isn't it? You know, when you've had one too many, and you suddenly, you know, you've been really happy, you're getting happier and happier, but then you reach that point. You know, I remember when I was, you know, I mean, obviously you learn to gauge it, don't you? But you know, the first few times you start drinking, and the room starts spinning. And you just can't make it stop, and you just know there's nothing you can do. You know, it's got to run its course, isn't it? There's no like, you know, taking your finger out of the candle flame because it's burning hot, right? You know, it's done now. It is. It's really scary with medications and things. You don't get that porting problem you have, Grum. I land right in front of my teleporter and bounce. Yeah, that's what you were saying yesterday. But it's clearly something my end that's. Not working, and like I said, I was fairly confident when you were all talking about it yesterday, Shades, that I seem to remember myself when I used to teleport. I used to
a very warm welcome to Gold Sub Dick.
You alright, Dick? How you doing, bro? Yeah, I'm sure I remember coming to the teleporter. So I don't know whether it's because those teleporters, I don't know, Elegon was saying about having them in a building and all the rest of it, wasn't he? Whereas mine was the exact inverse of that, as we discovered. So I really don't understand why it's being a complete dick. Unless the floors, maybe it's something to do with the floors that we're using. But it's an alloy floor, so it should bloody well count as a floor, shouldn't it? I mean, I'm sorry, but if a floor doesn't count as a floor and it's called a floor, then it ain't my problem, really, is it? So yeah, there's a few things that are really starting to piss me off, quite frankly. The texture issue and that are amongst the 2 big ones right now. How are you doing, Dick? How's things, bro? I'm not seeing any big bodies of water. Should we just go and have a little look down there? Because that might be bigger than it looks, right? See if we can find ourselves a little cheeky clam. I think we got clams from an area before, didn't we? I'm sure we did. On this planet. Or actually, it might have been the crystal sulfide that I'm thinking about. So it needs to be about 10 meters deep, does it? Turn the portal around 180 degrees. I believe you can walk in either side, but kicks you out of the front. Turn the portal 180. Doesn't make sense though, does it? You can walk in either side, but kicks you out of the front. But that's the point, that the front is the front, dude. Because the back of the teleporter, you can't even get through it. It's got like a giant... I can't show you. Yeah, the back of the teleporter's got like a giant battery thing as part of the primary asset. So there's only one way in and out of a teleporter. I mean, yeah, you're right. I presume you can do it, but you'd be round square pigeonholing it. The teleporters are definitely the right way around. 100%. But yeah, I was about to say, what I'm worried about is that we removed... It all started happening when I removed a teleporter. And ever since then, all my teleporters don't work. And the thing is, the teleporter used to be on... I wonder if it is. I wonder if it's the edge. I wonder if it's the... You know, because we have put it near an edge, haven't we? So it's like you say, Dick. I don't think it's a case of it. I don't think it's a case of it being the wrong way round, but it could be because it's too close to an edge. Might be what's doing it. It's easily tested, because what we can do is we can move a teleporter, say, to the middle area, can't we? Oh, I just only thought I should be tested. I should just. I'm looking for clams, but I can do this, can't I? A submerged relic. There's a clam. Nice. Am I going to buy the sub? Yeah, but only when I decide to do an underwater base. So we'll have a proper. I quite fancy the underwater base. I think it'd be quite good fun. I hope so. Anyway, it might be terrible, mate. But what are you playing at the minute, Dick? Are you up to anything, bruh? You've been playing. I mean, you were playing a fair old chunk of New World at one point, weren't you? Anything exciting going on out there? Kind of quite quiet. I noticed. It's quite sad actually. I noticed yesterday and the day before, and a couple of peeps last week. Little group of us that have been streaming. You know, I don't know these people. I'd just like to point out, but I probably need to tell the story a bit better, really. But a few people that I know through our own community. What I'd call, you know, I don't like the tag hashtag small streamer. In fact, I despise it, and I think anyone who uses it is just missing the point. But small streamers, but don't brand yourself that out on Twitter and things. But yeah, these smaller viewership streams. There's been quite a few of them, just literally over like literally about a week. People that are, you know, in those overlapping Venn diagram-esque communities. You know, there's that one person that goes to stream A that also pops into stream B and C. And you know, over time you sort of see some familiar names and things, and you know, you might see something on Twitter, you think, oh, that's so-and-so from, you know, that channel. And yeah, there's been quite a few of them closing doors, mate. It's, you know... Yeah, no, not because of any one thing. You know, it's not like they've all got together and gone, "Rah, it's time to quit Twitch." You know, personal circumstances, job changes. It's been quite weird. It's been like really. I know. I mean, this is a really bad time of the year for folks that do this as a source of revenue, because obviously, you know, people start getting out and about. It's like my brothers, isn't it? I was saying, like, they just don't play computer games. You know, as the nice weather starts coming in. They've got much better things to be doing. You know, they're out in the garden, pottering about, doing a bit of home renovation. I was going to get that frostwork. Don't need to. I see frostwork. Oh, we must get that because it's glass. I've got thousands of the damn things. Yeah, you know, viewership always drops off around this time and heading into the summer and things. And I think that hits people that play the viewing numberish, you know, the viewing number game. You know, you got 50 people one day, you're suddenly down to 25 during the summer. You know, I think mentally it hurts people, but it's yeah, it's kind of been sad to see so many people. It's just like a little bubble popped, you know, of people that I've known or known of over the last few years. It's kind of weird to see it. I think there's going to be some big changes with Twitch. I've been saying it for about, what, 18 months now, haven't I? Definitely some. There's going to be some fundamental changes. They want to, you know, they now have reached that kind of critical mass really here on Twitch. Discoverability for a lot of folks is zero, and Twitch just don't need that. They just don't need that bottom tier anymore. It just doesn't bring in anything. They want to nurture that top end of Twitch. That's where the money is. And it's reached saturation point. You know, it's very hard to get into any category now. Whether it be, you know, just chatting, whatever it is, you know, being really good at a computer game. It doesn't matter how good you are. People just ain't going to come and watch you, man. And I'm talking about skillful people, talented people. Not just, you know, the trash tier like we are, just jibber-jabbering all day. Twitch just doesn't need to worry about the little folks. That, you know, they've reached critical mass. There's no competition out there whatsoever. So I think what we'll see is we'll see Twitch embrace that. Twitch now will be starting to look at, okay, we've got this nailed. How do we now monetize the shit out of this platform? And the big content creators are going to be all behind it. They won't in public. They'll put on a little fake face for Twitter. But, you know, those massive exclusivity contracts, playing ball with advertising revenue, projects. You know, Twitch just doesn't need the bottom end trash tier streamers like myself. It's, and I mean that in the nicest possible way, but you know, we're an afterthought. We play no role in what Twitch is. We are more a drain on their services than anything else. Let's be honest about it. So yeah, I think there's some massive changes coming. Really big changes. It's no one spoke out early enough. That's the problem. The big streamers that could have initiated change by saying no, this is not good enough, never did, because there was too much money flowing their way. So, you know, we've essentially created the platform ourselves. You know, you can't really blame anyone. But yeah, I think we will see massive changes, and I think this little flurry of, you know, I'm not going to say friends, but certainly people that I know of and have held in high regard, slowly leaving the platform and saying it just, you know, it's just not worth it, man. You know, it's quite. I think it's a portent of things to come, unfortunately. It's going to be interesting times, though. Interesting times to see where Twitch does end up. Is it because they're elevated? Well, it's never happened before, Buck. All my builds are elevated, you see. That's what I'm saying. It was only an issue after I removed that one teleporter, mate. As soon as I moved that one teleporter, that's it. Everything went to shit. Lost. Are you still playing Lost Ark? Oh, nice one. How you get on with it, man? Are you? Have you got any alts, or have you stuck with the one character? I'm just going to drink my coffee, guys. It's handy for the underwater exploration because it resets your oxygen and can scan. Yeah, I've used it. Yeah, I've used the Nautilon before, Swazza. In fact, one of the reasons I didn't use the Nautilon extensively, so I only used it for a brief period just to see what it was like, Swazza. And last time I played it, I did say, okay, that is going on the back burner until next update. Because I really, really wanted to be in the Nautilon in first person mode, dude. I thought that would be so cool. You know, actually being in that kind of claustrophobic domed little submersible, and I thought I really like the underwater stuff, so I'll leave that. So we only sort of, you know, played about with it a little bit, you know. That cape looks like it should be a real detriment to swimming. Now I've got a jetpack, bro. What's that cover? They all seem to be doing them right. What's that? Sorry, the raids. I saw something about changes to Twitch, changing revenue splits, and removing exclusivity. There's been a bit of a, yeah, there's been a bit of a hoo-ha, I think. A bit of reading between the lines. I mean, the thing is, obviously, from Twitch's point of view, advertising revenue is the future. Anyone that thinks that it's not about advertising revenue, you don't know what you're talking about. You might as well leave the conversation there. Things like subs and stuff. Again, too many people are delusional about how that works, and I can't really get into it here because obviously I'd get in trouble. Not from Twitch, but from the people that diddle the system. I'd be a hunted man. But yeah, it's advertising revenue. It's all about targeted advertising revenue, and it's so much easier for a big streamer. Advertising revenue is horrendously important. You know, let's say you've got, even if you're lucky enough to have 50 viewers, right? And that's a lot of viewers on Twitch these days. You've got 50 viewers and you're pulling an ad out. The income you get from that, it ain't paying the bills, man. But if you've got a stream with, say, 50,000 viewers or 20,000 viewers, and you're running ads even just once or twice an hour, and you know, you're streaming for X amount of hours a day, that's a lot of revenue, man. And especially with the exclusivity deals they get, you know, clicks through. So you can start to understand why you're going to start seeing these big streamers putting on a bit of a face on the front of it. You know, they'll talk the talk on Twitter. Oh, rah. In the background, you know, the wheels of dealing are being done, and they'll say, okay, yeah, we don't mind a global drop in sub commissions because we're going to like triple our income anyway through advertising revenue. So it is. It's going to be a real shit pit coming up in the next few months, I think. Whether or not they go down, you know, at the minute people are saying, you know, who don't know what's going on, are putting 2 and 2 together and coming up with 4, but that's good. That's what it sounds like, but it's not so simple. It might actually be 2 + 2 = 4, but I can assure you, it's not going to be that. You're not being given the 2 and the 2. It's more like a 5 and a 5 = 50,000. There are so many other elements to revenue income that they're not going to tell you about, and none of it applies to small streamers. It's you can't exist on a raindrop, but you can exist on a puddle. You know, it's a classic example of the big getting bigger and the smaller being really just pushed out completely, and it is going to happen. It will happen. And unfortunately, there's very little anyone can do about it, unfortunately. But it's like I said, that's the problem. You know, you have to accept the fact that it's not really an issue. You don't. See, all this sounds like really doom and gloom, doesn't it? It's like, man, that's really bad for small streamers, isn't it? You know, like for people that are trying to make a living out of this. The thing is, it's your fucking choice, dude. You don't have to go on Twitch and sit on your ass play video games all day. You could go out and get a fucking, you know, proper fucking job, mate. And when I say proper job, I do mean, you know, this is kind of like, this is a bit like, you know, if you're doing it as money, you know, if you imagine you're bringing in £1 million a year playing computer games on Twitch, right, or sitting there in a hot tub, yeah, you can't tell me that isn't pretty much a lot of people's dream come true, innit? And the simple fact of the matter is, in the real world, you can't have the job that you want. You know, so someone might want to be an astronaut or join the army or whatever it is, and on medical grounds you can't. You know, Twitch doesn't owe you anything. But that's the problem. This is where it all gets murky, you see. All the small streamers will be, and I don't like the word small streamer, but they'll be like, oh, it's not sustainable, you know, I can't make a living out of this. Well, you were never expected to make a living out of it, mate. I'm sorry, but you know, you stream like what, like 10 hours a fucking week, and you're expecting to bring in fucking hundreds of thousands of pounds. It don't work like that, mate. But it's the expectation of entitlement, isn't it? It's like, well, I stream, therefore I should make a living. No, that is not how it fucking works, bro. It does not work like that on Twitch. It doesn't work like that anywhere else. It's so it is. I kind of sit on both sides of the fence with this, really. Avert your eyes or advert your eyes. Yeah, no, they'll probably come up with, you know, I mean, things like, what is it? What was that thing that Twitch had? Nitro, is it? You know, so you can go ad-free for a month. I mean, look, even Netflix. Like, was it Netflix? Someone said Netflix are going adverts as well. I'm sure someone said that a couple of days back. They were looking into a subscription model with adverts and paying a premium not to have them. And advertising revenue is targeted advertising is insanely lucrative. You right, Beelzebub. You're right, Swazzo. You're right, Eliania. How are you, my friend? I will spend my 58p wisely, damn it. What's that? Well, hang on a minute. Have you made a profit? I often would advocate for what Twitch would be like if there was a small fee to stream. I said the same thing. I said exactly the same thing, Swazzo. I would have had no issues with a license to stream. You know, I see, because I'm doing it for other reasons, I guess, ultimately. It's personal choice. It really is personal choice. This isn't your job, and your employer is diddling you. But that's the way a lot of streamers see it. This isn't a job that you went out and had an interview for. You just literally started streaming. Twitch don't owe you fuck all, mate. Oh, but they wouldn't be there without us. Well, yeah, they would, because at some point people like watching stuff on Twitch, mate. You know, just because you disappeared, you know, it's a bit arrogant to think that Twitch wouldn't exist without you, right? I mean, Jesus Christ, get off your high horse, man. It is. It's a really difficult conversation for me to have because, you know, I want to, you know, I like the idea of people being able to, you know, that are actually interesting people and got something to say and, you know, are skillful. You know, it's great to see live musicians and artists and things like that on Twitch. You know, it's a wonderfully diverse platform these days. I love watching a really skilled first-person shooter. I love it. I think that's amazing. It's something I can never do. I'm never going to be that good in first-person shooters. It just doesn't matter, man. You know, even if you did give me all the fancy hardware and sit me down for a week and memorize all the maps, I'm still never going to be as good as, you know, a really good first-person shooter at, you know, professional level. It just doesn't matter. My brain ain't like that, you know? Like, not everyone can be a professional footballer, you know? My brain ain't wired to have that kind of instant reflexes. That cognitive ability to preempt what somebody else is going to do in a virtual world. That is a magic that eludes me, you know? And I do love that, and I love the thought of someone who is so good being able to make money out of it. But, you know, without being funny, there are a lot of streamers that just sit there and just fucking stream, and they sit on the fence about things. They don't fucking talk about anything. Their fucking stream quality is shit. They put in, like, what, 5 fucking hours a week, if that. And then somehow they're expecting to make a living out of it off their communities. Are you fucking batshit crazy? Is that just me? Or that's not just me, right? That's fucking mad. That's a sense of entitlement that is impossible for me to comprehend. But yeah, but things are going to change. You know, I think that's the point of it. Well, good morning, Mr. Tloya. How are you? How's the family? Wishing you a wonderful stream. And I've given, sorry, oh, exclamation mark. That looks weird at my end. It looks like I end given. Given you'll ask how we're doing, we're slowly. I always ask, did I slow? We're slowly regaining our energy, but a little miss needs to take. Oh no, is she poorly? And they say it's real bad. So we're fighting every 8 hours to get up to attack them. Hang on, what is this? What have you got, Lawyer? Is this like, this isn't, yeah, this is just like a bit of a nasty flu lurgy you've all come down with, isn't it, Lawyer? Morning, Emmy, how are you? Scottish lass was in yesterday, mate, how are you? There is no profit sharing a model for advertisers. I'm not sure what you mean. There's no profit sharing model for advertisers. Don't know what you mean, mate. You're right, Exothermic, how are you, bro? How's things? But yeah, I used to say that years back, Swazza. I used to preempt it with a like, please don't hate me for it. If there was a price of entry, you know what I mean? Can you imagine? Oh man, can you imagine if that happened now, Swazza? Can you imagine the fucking uproar? Oh, dude. Crazy, mate. Crazy. Right, okay. Let's have a little ganders around here. Now, we are supposed to be crafting some metal plating to make a soul engine, which I think we'll do back at base. I thought I'd come and have a little nose around here. But yeah, I think we're going to see I think Twitch is about to go through a massive change. Like a really big change. I've been saying, like I said, probably for about 18 months, haven't I, that it's been way too quiet, man. And we saw some really weird things popping up, didn't we? Like really weird things. So stuff that I couldn't even begin to comprehend. It was like, remember when Ninja left for Mixer? You know, literally the post. It doesn't matter whether you like him or liked his content. You know, I'm not interested. Ninja kind of was the poster child for Twitch. You know, he was young. He had a vibrancy to him. He was a highly brandable product, and I'd like to think a pretty fun guy as well most of the time. And he brought something to a game that just exploded on the scene. You know, he was there, man. He was riding the high wave, and you know, I used to watch him. I used to love watching him. And when he left for Mixer, man, that was weird. Do you remember what happened when they started advertising on his channel? So he's left Twitch, yeah, but they kept his channel active, advertising other streamers on Twitch. I say, I don't, dude, what? That's mad. What the hell, bro? That didn't happen by accident. That did not happen by accident, man. That was somewhere at Twitch saying, you know, we need to start thinking about what Mixer means to us. And we started seeing for the first time big exclusivity contracts being handed out to Twitch content creators. In order to essentially not move across to Mixer, because Mixer was pouring money into it, weren't they? And that's what happened. Twitch fought fire with fire. And within a matter of months, Mixer was dead. Mixer had a big blow up. There was a huge issue, potentially damaging to Microsoft themselves. You know, all sorts of allegations. I'll call them allegations because I honestly don't know the outcome of them. you know, really, really bad misconduct by people in the power sort of hierarchy of Mixer. And Microsoft just, literally, over a weekend, they just literally went, fuck it. There was no discussion, there was no damage control, there was no, well, you know, let's sack these people, let's do an investigation, you know, keep it quiet. You know, water under a bridge, people will forget in time. Microsoft literally went, pull the plug. And over a single weekend, Mixer was gone. That was it. That Twitch were handed the keys to the Golden Kingdom at that point. That was it, game over. There's nothing else out there that can even look at competing with Twitch right now. It's impossible. You just can't set that kind of infrastructure up. Mad, absolutely crazy to think where it's all going. But it's, you know, like I said, I think it's exciting times. You know, I've seen, I was there for Justin TV. I saw Justin TV pop up. Loved it. Loved watching live music. Loved watching Americans play video games early because they used to get them on Tuesday. We used to get them on Friday. And then Twitch, you know, became the the consolidated gaming branch, exclusive gaming branch. And now look at Twitch; it's gone full circle. We're back to what Justin TV used to be like. It's almost got its own soft porn channel running here. You know, it's got arts and crafts, which is incredible. Well, yeah, it's going to be mad to see what it's like. I'd love to see what Twitch is in 10 years' time. I think it'd be fascinating. Yeah, it is. I'm really passionate about it, Swazza, about the social side of it and the understanding and the sense that the weird attitude that some people have around Twitch as well. It's been a hell of a month of sicknesses. Started with the regular flu. Yeah, I remember the basic influenza going through all of us. Yeah, then the nasal cavity inflammation for you. Then the red pox. Oh, I don't know about this. I don't think so. The red pox for the eldest. A herpes infection in all the kids. And now the eldest has the bladder infection needing antibiotics. The kids and hygiene is a thing, but most of it, they just bring home everything from school. Oh, Jesus, Taloy, that sounds brutal, man. Jesus. You and your partner really need to reach. I was going to say, we need to chip and get you a holiday, mate. That sounds absolutely terrible, Taloya. I hope everyone's like making good recovery, bro. That's all. I didn't realise how. I thought you just had the flu, dude. And I know the flu's bad, mate. But, you know, I just thought you were coming out of it. I didn't realise you had all this going on, mate. Obi-Wan Ninja. Isn't he on one of these massive American chat show things at the minute as well? He's doing his e-learning online seminars as well, isn't he? How to become a streamer. He's doing all sorts, man. He's really big on branding. I know his product line, his merch line is phenomenally lucrative. Really cool, man. I saw Tim the Tatman. You see Tim the Tatman and Ninja out on their wonderful ship. They do make me laugh. Tim the Tatman and Ninja literally on a yacht drinking beers, mate. Oh man, absolutely incredible. You can't, but look, I don't. You know, if you don't like Tim, you don't like Ninja or whatever it is, you gotta admire it, though, ain't you? That's mad to think that, you know, the money that those guys have made on a platform like Twitch. I mean, you've got to celebrate that, ain't you? What an amazing world we live in. Incredible. Saw quite a lot of their... they posted it all up on, was it TikTok and little YouTube shorts, didn't they? I love it when I see Tim and Ninja together. I think... I always thought there was something really magic when they play Fortnite. Alongside one another. I always enjoyed those. I think they're just solid lads, isn't they? Like proper solid lads. And Tim's a really nice guy. I mean, he really is. Salt of the earth trooper, isn't he? If you sum it all up in the last 4 weeks, I've been a real mess, but hey, I'm here. Tired and okay. I enjoy watching the stream and hearing you talk about little things. The little ones are in bed for their morning nap. The oldest is next to me playing on the laptop. Mickey. Oh, is that Mickey Mouse? Mickey Mouse and the Illusionary Castle? Or... Oh mate, you see, like, I won't ask her because I don't want to pry because obviously personal stuff. But isn't it mad to think that little ones are sitting there playing laptops, that's sitting next to daddy? It's the technological marvel of the world we live in. Right, okay, let's see if we can make this. What are we actually making then? It's a soul engine, isn't it? So we've got the cadmium downstairs, and we need 3 metal plates. So I'm going to have to go and get that rusted metal, aren't I? What am I going to do with things like living pearls? I don't think I have a box for that kind of... I don't have a box for kind of like the... Oh, I do actually. I think I was putting it on there. Or was I? That's interesting. The Minotaur's here, rendered in, but it's also rendered in at my settlement. See what I'll do? I'll pop that in. You can't, yeah, you can't split here, can you? That's the problem. You know, like I was showing Mr. Bad Habits earlier. I can't click that and halve it before I move it across. You can only move the whole stack across, which is a bit of a, that's a bit of a poo-poo, to be honest. Viscous fluids, that's going to look. Is that the slime up there? Is that the Zarbox? No, that's not the Zarbox, is it? The Zarbox is over there. Viscous fluids and... Yeah, oh my god! Look how much rusted metal we've got. I said yesterday, didn't I, at the very end of the stream? Oh wow, that's mad. That is mad. I've been saving it throughout the entire playthrough. Always thinking, there's always something you can use this stuff for, right? What else do we wanted some cadmium. Let me just take that out and pop that there. Because that is it on a 2-to-1 ratio? That's like 15 plus thousand or 15-ish thousand. Let's make this. Yeah, isn't it? Metal plates. Sorry. Oh, well, I need the ferrite, don't I? So let's go back to our. Yeah, I don't know if you're still in chat. Let me show you, mate. Look, so if you look at the teleport, look, there is only one way in and out, really, dude. See what I mean? It's got like this huge... Oh, yeah, well, I thought it was a battery, to be honest, but it's clearly not. But yeah. I'm sure I can jump through it, but it's very clearly designed to be this way around, isn't it? We want to go to... Where do we want to go? Lambale, isn't it? You'll have watching the Tim Ninja Nick and Clake's is laying together a lot of laughs. Playing together, yes. I was going to say, I missed the laying together flame. You had to hook up the PlayStation 3 controller via some shady controller program to register on Windows. The things you do for your kids, right, mate? All the dodgy downloads. Yeah, that's what I thought I'd do. So I actually got rid of a load of things like gravitino balls and things, but then I thought what I'll do is I'll pop them in one of the vehicles, and I can't remember one of the vehicles. It might be the Roma. It's got like the Hades cores and things like that in it. Right, so this is going to have my first proper batch of ferrite dust. Look at that. Oh, hang on, that's the bat phone, boys. I need to get this, guys. Sorry. I will be straight back. Right, I'm back. Save the living pools. Yeah, I refined mine into gold or sold them. I needed them for the underwater. Oh, I didn't know you could. I didn't actually think about refining living pearls, did? You had to uninstall Arc. Arc runs at about 150 gig without mods, did it these days? God, that's a piece of shit game. Ugh. So many things I hated about Arc, man. But also possibly one of the greatest games. It's a classic example of one of the best ever games with the people you play with, but actually a terrible fucking game. I should have seen the light on that one. It goes to show, give me a little exotic island with dinosaurs and mate, I'll make a game out of it. I'll love it. But damn, did they never sort out all the issues with it, man. One of the most pointless actual games in the history of gaming is Ark. But get on a multiplayer server, and then you're having some fun, man. It's almost like an empty sandbox of content, to be honest. But you stick a few decent peeps together, you can have some bloody good fun with it. I'll tell you what, Ark 2 better knocking out of the park, man. I've got really high hopes for Ark 2. Really high hopes. Right, so we probably want to put the silos down here, don't we? Now, these I can connect pretty much anywhere, can't I? It's only these that have the limit with... I mean, it would be nice to get 6 running, wouldn't it? But do I need to? I don't think I need to. I think we'll leave it at 3. So let me pop down another couple of these supply depots. Now, there is a right and a wrong way with these, isn't there? As we discovered yesterday, so let's be a bit careful. It's something to do with the triangular piece, isn't it? That's it. That's the triangular knobbly bit. So I need I need 40 metal plates. That's a lot of metal plates. Is there any way to make more metal plates? Can you only make one at a time, like this? Is there a way to, like, jump in tens or something? I don't think there is there? Well, they only stack in tens as well. The rhythm of that machinery is making a great tune. They're really loud as well, aren't they? Really, in all earnest, thank you for providing a moment of bend. I just hope everyone's well. So, I didn't realise how bad you'd had it, mate. I mean, obviously, you know, it's never nice to hear that someone's got the flu. I think people underestimate the power of the flu of causing great pain and long-lasting symptoms. I mean, it is. Yeah. I think the problem is the flu gets undersold, doesn't it, lawyer? I've known folks over the years that have had the flu. Oh, I've got the flu, mate. Oh, I got the flu. Yeah, you've got a cold, mate, and you know it. So it does, doesn't it? It's, oh, he's got the flu. Well, he was down at the pub after 2 days, but you know, back down the pub on the lash, mate. You know, he had it for 2 days. But yeah, real flu is horrible, isn't it, mate? Like proper nasty. Well, it's a killer, isn't it? I mean, real flu has been... It does. It kills a lot of people every year, man. Now, I'm going to assume it won't matter about rotating these here, because I presume they are mirror imaged on the other side, so... But yeah, I didn't realise how poorly you'd all been, Saloy. And of course, the problem is you never get a chance to breathe, do you? You know, you've been poorly yourself, but, you know, you've got a whole family of little ones to be looking after, mate. It's 300 gig. Well, yeah, it doesn't matter what it is with DLCs, does it? One person's DLCs could be 160 gigs, someone's could be 500, couldn't it? Yeah, that's what I mean. You can only compare the base install, can't you? Let's have a look at the supply pipe. So, I'm assuming we've got a connector at the back there, haven't we? So, I should be able to just do that. And that. Ah, that could be tricky, couldn't it? That could be very tricky. Come over here. Let's get one in from the side. To there, and from there to there. And we'll note that should give us 6,000 6,750 storage, isn't it? If it's working. It is 6,750. And I've already got another 1,000 just from this morning. Holy balls, man. So that's another 2,000 ferrite dust. Damn, this place is on fire, man. See what I will do. Let's go and grab... Where was that? I can never remember where this is. There it is. Oh, I need gold. I need a little bit of gold. Let me go and get a little bit of gold from home. You've had proper flu once in your life. I collapsed on my living room floor and was so weak I couldn't get up and lay there for 3 hours until your flatmate found me. Yeah, it is. I think that's the problem. I think that, to be honest, you know, a bit of a tangent of a conversation here. I think that a lot of that was what happened with COVID. You know, a lot of us were being told, oh, it's just like a mild flu. And of course, when you say mild flu, you think of something almost insignificant. It might be different in different parts of the world, but when we say the flu over here, we even joke about having the man flu. It's a thing in the UK. Very few people that have actually got the flu have got the flu. It's one of those things you ring into work for, you know, when you've been out on the lash all weekend. Oh, I've got the flu, mate, I can't come in. And it's just a cold. You know, there's a few sniffles, aches, pains, and all the rest of it, but full-blown influenza is pretty freaking nasty, right? If you've ever had it, you know, you know how bad it is. But it's one of those things. Oh, I got the flu, mate. Yeah, I got the flu. It's not like no one wants to say, oh, I've got a cold. I've got a cold, mate. Yeah, I got a summer cold. No, I've got the flu. Got the man flu, mate. Got the flu. So yeah, I think that had a big part to play in the sort of misinformation when COVID was hitting. Because you start comparing something to the flu in the UK, and people kind of brush it off. Oh, it's just like a cold, then, innit? You're not really thinking about proper flu symptoms, which can be absolutely horrendous. But yeah, it's goes to show, though, doesn't it? It's a strange world. Had proper flu 3 times. I think the only time that I remember having what I'd call having the flu, I do remember. They always used to say, like, you get a lot of aches and pains and things like that. And the one time I'd had the flu, I'd also had, I can't remember if it was before or after, but bronchitis. And it wasn't so much aches and pains. I felt like my whole body was bruised. Does that make any sense? And weirdly enough, I had something very similar with COVID, where... but that was localized only on my back. Like, my back went hyper. If someone, let's say you'd been punched really violently all over your back, you know when you've got those super sensitive sort of bruises where it goes extremely tender. It was like that with COVID. When I had the flu, it was like that over my whole body, though. When I say I couldn't move, it wasn't because, you know, I was tired, lethargic, or anything like that. I couldn't move because it was too painful. And I do vividly remember that. And I was awfully on the up and down. My body temperature's always been quite high. I have a very sort of quick, fast metabolism. And I generate a lot of body heat, even just sitting there not doing a lot, really. And I remember the spikes and the sweats and things. And I've got to admit, I was very similar with COVID. You know, the sweats on and off. But yeah, I had bronchitis though, man. It was fucking awful. Absolutely horrible. It's racking cough, mate. And it was that. I think it was that over everything else. It was so draining. I was so tired because I just couldn't sleep. Probably had a real workout on my stomach muscles, to be fair. Is it your Richard today? Is it your birthday today, Richard? Oh, no way, Dick. Is it for real? I didn't see it in a Discord today, mate. Is it your birthday, bro? It's flu. If I recall, it's flu transitioning to pneumonia. Yeah, I didn't. I've had pneumonia, but yeah, when I had flu, it was actually. I don't know if I had bronchitis to start. I think I did. I think I had this racking cough, and then ended up with like full-blown flu-like symptoms. I've had pneumonia, bronchitis, and pleurisy, and I can assure you, like pleurisy is one of the worst things I've ever had. Yeah, most fake claiming flu just have a cold. Yeah, it just makes it gets you an extra couple of days off work, Dick. You think you had flu way back when I was 9 and never since? Yeah, I was quite young. Yeah, I was quite young when I had it. Not that young, teens, like late teens. It's like meeting fake in the street and saying, "I've got a migraine." Yeah, that's the other one. Yeah, I've got a really bad migraine, mate. Yeah, a mild headache. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, you would, right, especially. I mean, I used to have a little bit of photosensitivity still. So you wouldn't even be out in the day. You become like a vampire. I did when I had migraines. My migraines, I was so photosensitive at times that if I had a really bad one, and luckily I grew out. I mean, there's all stuff when I was young. I think a lot of my stuff was growing pains. I sort of like just elongated over like almost the course of one summer. I grew so rapidly. It was like I remember going back to school after one summer holiday, and people just almost didn't even recognise me. My hair was quite short at the start of the summer holiday. My hair was halfway down my back at the end of the summer holiday. It was crazy, dude. You know, I remember a couple of years around there, man. Oh, Jesus Christ, man. I was playing rugby as well. Jeez, my knees fucking shot completely. Yeah, that was it. Yeah. To be honest, it wasn't when I had it. You know, I don't remember it as well as having COVID, which was recently. Obviously, it's flu wasn't that dissimilar in the way the symptoms manifested it for me. But I never had, you know, although I had the cough and things, and I'm sure, like you said, Dick, you know, some people get pneumonia, bronchitis, well, whatever it's going to be around that, you know, ongoing issues or additional complications. I think. We're going back there. It was the breathing that's what scared me with COVID more than anything. It still does to this day. It's that's something you can't quite. You can understand if you're a bit out of breath when you've got a lot of muck on your lungs. You know, you've got all that phlegm and mucus, and your body's trying to bring it out. You know, you can sort of get your head around that, can't you? But with COVID, I didn't have like a gurgly cough. It was just a cough. It was an irritation, like I suppose, of the throat. So you cough a lot, but you're not coughing anything up, and yet your breathing is fucked. That's scary, man. That is. It's like you suddenly age like 30 years overnight in terms of breathing, and that is not nice, man. Very scary. Imagine if you're already an asthmatic or someone like that, and then you start getting those additional complications. I tell you what, scary as hell, man. You wouldn't wish it on anyone, would you? Right, let's. I'm just gonna pop this in. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna pop it in there. Actually, I might want to be careful here, don't I? Because I don't want to mess with that pipe. I don't think it will mess with the pipe, but. No, I can actually get rid of that save beacon there. Right, so that cleans up the piping a little, doesn't it? We've now got a lot of this. Yeah, up to 6. So, you know, we can make about, you know, let's just say 15. I know it's not, but 15,000 ferrite dust a day. That's a chunk of cheddar, you know, compared to what we had yesterday, isn't it? Big chunk of cheddar, man. So building, not a problem. I'm really chuffed with that, guys. Honestly, I'm really, really chuffed with that. So that's all worked out rather lovely. Right, I'm just gonna drink some coffee, guys. So you get them? Do you get them really bad? Do you still? Do you? You'd have a halo leaving you partially blinding for symptoms like yours. The tiniest amount of light gives extreme headache, nausea, and vomiting. Yeah, I've always said, mate. Although I feel comfortable talking about migraines because I did used to suffer from them. To be honest, mate. Having spoken to some of you through Twitch, and I think I've known like a couple of people that I genuinely believe have suffered from genuine migraines over the years. I was very lucky, mate. I was very, very lucky, mate. All I used to take was these things called Migraleave, and I can't remember exactly what it was. If I started feeling like one was coming on, and there were very, very definite, specific telltale signs of that. I used to take the yellow pill, I think it was. And if it continues to progress into a full, you know, slight photosensitivity, and it was, I mean, it was photosensitivity. I mean, I even had this, like, we used to draw the curtains, and my dad used to put up like a blanket over the bay as well, so there was even less light came into the room. But it's not like you sat there reading or playing the computer. It was literally head under the duvet, feeling like you're dying. That's the only way I can describe it. You can't do anything. Well, at least I couldn't. I couldn't do anything. But, you know, it was, like I said, mine were fairly short. You know, they didn't last long. I think it was these, wasn't it? Yeah, they didn't last a huge amount of time. You know, I can honestly say if it was more than a few days, it was extremely rare. Really, probably just a day to 2 days where I couldn't function. And then just feeling shit for a day or two afterwards, really. So, yeah. And I just grew out. There was, you know, I didn't do anything. I didn't change anything. You know, just one day I thought, oh, shit, I've not had a migraine for fucking ages, bruh. And I've never had one since. You know, just, again, I think my body just, you know, hormones and just really accelerated growth. There was a lot of stress at the time as well with family issues and things. So I'm sure it all probably contributed a little bit. But yeah, it was all done and dusted pretty quickly. A few years with them on and off, and I didn't even get them that often either, to be honest. Still, you know, so some people get migraines on a monthly basis. So some people even on a weekly basis, don't they, mate? You imagine that? Can you imagine that? That'd just be awful, dude. It's the only time I've ever vomited from anything other than too much booze, really, Dick. I do it over one time, mate. I drank so freaking much, right? I was sitting on a toilet at the house at the time, right? And it was one of those like little tiny like toilets. So you've got like the toilet, and then just in front of it to the left was one of those like really small sinks, like the mini sinks. Dude, it was coming out of my mouth at the same time it was coming out of my arse, dude. That has got to be one of the worst hangovers I've ever had. I think the only one that actually competes with that was New Year's morning. And, dude, I honestly thought my kidneys were ruptured. I had isolated pain in my kidneys, like, honestly, like I'd been kidney punched. It was shocking, bro. It was fucking scary. And I remember having a piss, mate. Holy shit. Oh, dude, it stung. Oh, mate. It was like almost like... it was brown, but you know what the reason it was brown? I think it had a bit of blood in it, dude. I don't think it was brown because it was dark yellow. I think my kidneys have fucked themselves, mate. That's how much booze we'd had that New Year's Eve, man. Oh, Jesus Christ. That was a definite never again, mate. I was back out on the lash in 2 days, mate. There was nothing stopping that party train back then, I tell you. And you've had the halo thing. Is that with the eyes, is it? Is that where you get that kind of or almost like chromatic aberration halo effect? Yeah, I didn't get that. So for some fakes it can be food related, and others it's like others like you at the age of 53. I still haven't figured out what your triggers really still. I mean, do you just get them like? Is it like sometimes you can go a month without them, and then you just suddenly get a spate, or I mean, you know, how often do you get them, dude? Yeah, you see what I mean here, Richard Law? There's really no reason why I should be falling through, because the thing is, it looks like it teleports me over here somewhere. It looks like I start around here. So it's not like it's putting me directly underneath the teleporter, is it? I don't get it. I really don't get what's going on there, man. But it is very, very annoying. Anybody think of anything we could... What happens if you put 2 teleporters at a base? Has anyone ever done that? If you put 2 teleport devices... So if I put a second teleportation device here, does it rename it something so you can go through 2 teleports? One at one end of the base and one at the other end of the base? Or does it not work like that? It's going to be a bit of a problem. It's a really low G planet, so every time I go to jump, it doings me around a lot more than I'm expecting. I think that looks really nice. Well, yeah, I'm not saying as in architecturally, but it's clean, isn't it? It's clean, it's functional. We've got a nice little platform back down. I kind of like that. She works. And she's a really, really good source of rusted metal, obviously. For out of the builds. I suppose I do need to pop a roof on it. I think what I might do, though, I might pop a little stairwell here. But that's going to ruin my window, innit? Although what I could do, I could knock that out. Pop a... Is that the right way? What I'll do is I think I'll... I don't think I'll put the floor in. I think I'll go straight for the stairs. So is it gonna be a knob? Put that up there. Now the only downside of that is it's gonna look a bit strange up top, isn't it? Let me have a little play. We want to do that soon. I suppose we could always bring it out like a lip. Oh, like a lip, couldn't I? Cannot build invalid position. Oh, hang on. You know what we haven't done? We haven't looked at any... oh, no, because actually I do like the idea of... I was going to say, I was going to do a fancy roof, but actually I kind of like the idea of having an expandable area. So I think I'll leave it. Was there a glass one? Wasn't there a glass, an alloy? Needs to get some glass. So I could do... We could always do the top across here as windows, couldn't we? I could knock that out. I can get a little bit of glass. Rebuild the floor. Maybe the port is just slightly into the plan of support. If it is, it'd be a hell of a coincidence he's doing it at 2 of them, though, wouldn't it, Richard? That's what I mean, dude. You're right, Wensex. You had one last month, like I had when I was a kid. It can't even be that, because look what happens here. Richard, look. See? I'm at the base computer, yeah? And yet my teleport is on the bloody ground up here, mate. You know what I mean? It just don't add up, does it? It's like... I don't know, it's almost like some weird settings changed or something. I don't know. It's bloody annoying, though. It completely ruins the whole immersion thing of having teleport units and stations. We could, I suppose what we could do is I could strip it out and I could put it inside just to see if that fixes anything. Maybe it's a whole mishmash, like you're saying, Richard. Maybe it's because it's on a floor, like Buck said, on a suspended floor. Maybe it's slightly glitched out. Maybe it's because there's no area to the reverse of it. You know, maybe it's just like not any one thing, but, you know, 2 of 5 potential issues is what's causing it. Could be that, couldn't it? You know, I mean, we're just kind of pissing in the wind, really. One day there wasn't a problem, and now there is. And the only real thing we've changed is deleting a teleport. You know, it all started happening the second I deleted a teleport. So... let's go back to Lambale. Sorry, Wednesday. You had one last month, like I had just when I was a kid. The pain was unreal. So much so I screamed. My mum was considering calling an ambulance. Fucking hell, dude. I then puked as I knew I was coming. I then passed out until the morning. Jesus. Was that the first time you've had one since you were a kid, Wentex? Or... So that's something that always bothered me. You know that day when I thought, you know, I consciously thought, holy shit, I haven't had a migraine for ages. You know what that did? That caused me quite a lot of anxiety. I started thinking, oh no, I'm going to get one now because I'm thinking about it. And you know, because of the way the universe works, the wibbly wobbly grumhead, I'm thinking, oh, I haven't had one for ages. That means the next one's going to be like, you know, really, really bad. I was like proper stressed, Wentex. I was not happy, mate, you know. But yeah, I've had bad headaches since, especially with COVID. Fucking hell. I would have loved to have said that was migraine-like, but it wasn't. But it was on a whole equally horrible pain. Very strange. That was a strange head. I never had a headache like that before or since. I really don't know how to describe that. I think with a migraine, you've got a whole multitude of things My COVID headache was this thing behind my eyeball. I just have no way to describe it. I've never had anything like it. You know, you start to think, oh, maybe it's like a pressure, and it was pressing on my eyeball, but it wasn't like that. It really wasn't. It was just fucking pain. It was horrible. Really horrible. First one you've had since 5th. Oh wow. Do you reckon anything? I get severe headaches enough to wipe me out for a few days. Oh right. Was it all tied in with the back pain and things? You think when sex? You know what I mean? Just like your old body, just like having a complete stress out. No, it's nowhere near it, Richard. Yeah, it's not even close to where the original teleport was. Yeah. Because it's doing it at 2 different bases. See, this one we did move. And I have moved one at the other base, but it's not putting me... Or is it? Oh, actually, Richard, I think you might have hit the nail on the head. I think you're right, dude. Oh God, I can't remember where I had this. I think you might be right, mate. You might be right, bro. You might actually be fucking spot on the money there, bro. But it wouldn't explain why I'm not going through a teleport at home base though. There's always something that doesn't add up with these ideas. But yeah, that's an interesting observation. That I can't remember if I had the teleport over here originally, or in the middle here. You might be onto something there, bro. You might actually have nailed it. I wonder if shall I try uploading the base computer, uploading the base, and seeing if that makes any difference. Maybe if you change your teleport, it's essential to upload the base again. Otherwise, your teleporters will freak out. Let me grab the window. So I need 2 glass. Let's grab that. Oh, what the hell? Huh? Oh? Where did that just go then? Because it's gone somewhere. Where's that glass window gone? Because it's used the glass. Oh, you absolute asshole. What the hell, dude? There we go. That's quite nice. I like that. That's kind of cool. It's kind of cool, dudes. Kind of cool. So where's the base computer here? Does anyone remember? I've got no idea where I put it. Oh no, the base computer's all the way over there, isn't it? Let's go and upload this. No, I made two glass this time. So you can lol all you want, mate. Did you move it or destroy rebuild? we destroyed. How you doing, Stray? You're right, mate. So your halo's like a jagged random shape that's a kaleidoscope. It gets light. Oh my god, it sounds awful. Oh, that sounds horrible. I used to get basically the way I can describe mine, and like I said, I mean, it's nothing compared to that, mate. I got a little bit of tunnel vision. That's how I knew I was getting a migraine. I'd start getting how can I put it? My peripheral vision would start getting a little bit. I'd like to say dark, but it wasn't. It was actually more cloudy. Is probably a better way to look at it. Base uploading service. Yeah, so my peripheral vision would start getting almost like an opaqueness. So not darkness, not like, you know, like people might say tunnel vision looking through a cardboard tube or something, like a bog roll. That's how I knew I'd potentially got a migraine coming on. So almost a milkiness to the peripheral vision. And then what would happen if it went full blown, that would become darker. And it would be a little bit more like having quite a narrow tunnel-like field of vision. Not massively, but definitely reduced over what it normally was. And that's when the other symptoms would come in. A little bit of light sensitivity. I'd occasionally feel a little sick. I definitely had occasions where I was sick, but it wasn't terrifyingly violent or anything. But yeah, it's ever so weird, isn't it? You know, the complexities of the brain to have these weird like storms almost, isn't it? Let's go and see what happens if I go back to base. Now we've uploaded. Let's see if that makes any difference to it. As things your end, Strain, you're right. Your friend suffers from cluster. Oh, we were talking about this last time, weren't we? Cluster headaches. It has to have injections and use oxygen. Been so bad in the past, he was banging his head to make it stop. Fucking hell, dude. That's awful. See, it's so easy to, you know, when you're relatively physically healthy, it's so easy to forget what so many people go through on a daily basis, isn't it? And especially if you haven't got a point of comparison. Because if you've never had a migraine and you're trying to tell someone what it's like, all they're hearing is, ah, it's like a bad headache then, innit, mate? You know? Yeah, I have headaches. Don't know what you're bitching and moaning about. Can't be that bad. So try saying that to someone who's got a migraine. If they could summon up the energy, they'd beat you to death, right? But this is the problem, isn't it? You know, when it's things like this, trying to describe pain. You know, then they always ask you as well, what's it like on a scale of 1 to 10? And straight away in your brain, you're thinking, well, it's the worst pain I've ever imagined in my life, right? But I thought this last night before I got to the hospital, and all it's done is got worse since then. So you're thinking, well, I could give it an 8 because it could get worse, right? And you start really overthinking it, don't you? It's like, it just fucking hurts, boss. Yeah, it's mad, isn't it? It's crazy, dude. Pain is such a... So I never really understood nerve pain. I honestly, I had no idea really, like... I'm not an idiot. I know there is a difference. It's just that I'd never really had nerve pain. You know, I didn't understand how my brain could be sensing pain, even though there actually isn't any pain there. You know, pain I can understand. You know, swelling, inflammation, you know, broken bones and ruptures of cells and muscle fibre. You can get that. You know, it's actually nerves saying we've got a damaged area and telling your brain there's a problem, right? You can get your head around that, and then you can get your head around like a drug that sort of prevents that or blocks it or even reduces the inflammation, and it makes sense, right? But then when you've got like this agonizing pain somewhere in your body, but actually there's nothing the matter with it. It's not a trapped nerve. Literally, for all intents and purposes, there's nothing the matter. But your brain is being told that there's a massive fucking issue. And I thought that was terrifying, mate. I honestly, it's mad. The human body is like both wonderful and scary simultaneously. You have chronic headaches. It all started with a really bad migraine season. And when you say chronic headaches, does that mean just like almost like a perpetual ongoing headache? Is it, Dwellos? Yeah, you just this constant state of pain. My girlfriend has a lot of headaches. She's forever popping paracetamol. If anyone says they have a bad headache within half a mile radius of him, he teleports them and gives them a lecture. It would be weird, wouldn't it? So imagine like having some, you know, in the future. Yeah, you imagine in the future there's some sort of diagnostic VR helmet, right? You can put on. So instead of the doctor saying like, okay, how do you feel? The doctor just puts on, you know, like a mirror helmet and clicks a button, and the doctor instantly feels exactly what you're feeling. We should invent one, Swazzer. That would be amazing. And then when someone goes, oh, what you want about? You've got a migraine. Fucking grow the fuck up, dude. Just take a paracetamol, mate. Can't be that bad. It's just headache, innit? You just press a button and give them your migraine for 30 seconds. Yeah. How'd you like that? I bet that's the future, you know. I bet you know, medical diagnosis. I bet in the future we'll have something like that, you know. Was your brother's dirty? Sorry, your dirty brothers? What? Your daughter's birthday? Sorry, Starkey, not enough coffee, mate. It was your daughter's birthday on Tuesday, and you had a migraine. Oh, mate. We went to the cinema, and I only remember the trailers. I dozed off to relieve it. Oh, fella. What did you watch? Or what did you not watch in this case? Did you have a nice day, Starkey? My brother's doctors described it as a blood vessel constriction in the back of the eye. That when it unconstricts, it presses on nerves, causing the visuals and the headaches. Oh, wow, man. Yeah, and you can sort of get that. Yeah, you can sort of get that. Try giving birth. Oh, I tell you what, Kath. You know the booming population crisis that we have as a global species, Kath, yeah? All it would take, right, is for some weird... You know, like, I do talk some bollocks. You know, like, every once in I don't know, a millennia or whatever it is, yeah? The Earth's magnetic polarization reverses, Kath. Yeah? So north becomes south, south becomes north. Yeah? I believe that is a phenomenon that happens once, God knows how many bazillion years or whatever it is, yeah? All that needs to happen, right, is for God, obviously being the wonderful woman that she is, to click her fingers and make it so from this moment going forth, right, men have to give birth and experience the same pain that a woman does when she gives birth. That's it. There'll never be another fucking child born on this planet again, mate. I can assure you. Never. That'll be it. It'll be the end of the species as we know it. Never going to happen, mate. He has the injections because his cluster headaches comes on so fast. Tablets are not good. Wow, that's awful, isn't it? Imagine that hitting you like that. So you just be driving along and just boom. Yeah. Isn't that the sex helmet from Demolition? Oh, I don't know. Oh, Demolition Man. Is that? Oh, Demolition Man. Is that Wesley Snipes? No. Is it Wesley Snipes? It's Stallone, isn't it? I remember the music to the Demolition. That's all I remember. It's fun every day for about 4 or 5 hours. The rest of the time it's just a really dim headache. So for 4 to 5 hours of every 24-hour cycle, you have like what is essentially excruciating pain. That's fucking awful. Yeah. When I broke my ankle, the triage nurse at A&E asked me my pain level on a scale of 1 to 10. I just had, how the fuck do I know? It's broken and I'd like it to fit. They made a little note next to you, Swazza. Wanker. I asked you a fucking question. You had to give me a number between 1 and 10, and you had to get cocky with me, didn't you? Yeah? Did you wait a long time to see that resolved, Swazza? Yeah? Did you go on the special list, mate? Yeah, I can just imagine, oh, we got another asshole in cubicle 1. Yeah, make him wait half an hour longer than everyone else. Pain's a thing that can't be compared to. You can have the exact... That's very true, actually. Actually, I, for example, have a very high pain threshold. Quite bizarrely so. And it's not a good thing. I'm not saying it's a good thing. But yeah, I actually do have quite a high pain threshold. The 2 things I have. Quite a high pain threshold, and I'm also extremely hot all the time. My body just generates heat and emanates it, so I'm very, very hot. Not as in sweaty hot. I don't mean like I'm always like hot and sweaty. What I mean is, like for example, the girlfriend. I mean, obviously with a heart condition and everything, her blood circulation's bad anyway. So she, you know, she does suffer from coldness on extremities and things. But I've always been hot. Every partner I've ever had, you know, I'm really, really warm all the time. This became a real issue when I used to drink. Because one of the ways you get rid of alcohol and things, isn't it, with the liver getting rid of what was essentially a toxin, it's a metabolic chemical reaction which generates even more heat. So if I went out on the lash, because I'm already quite hot-blooded, if you like, if that's the right word, I'm not talking about sexually active or anything, but then I would become so fucking hot that, you know, I've had partners that literally couldn't even lay in the same fucking bed next to me, you know what I mean? I'm just boiling. And, you know, in the summer, it's like being next to a fucking radiator kind of thing. It was Snipes, was it? Yeah. I saw Snipes in something recent. And I'm trying to think what it is, dude. He plays like someone who's trying to help out his mate, but he's not. He's really fucking him over. Anyone know the name of the film? It was so weird seeing him again, Wentex. I tell you what, because I suppose all these actors you normally see quite regularly, don't you? A Hollywood actor is a Hollywood actor. They don't suddenly disappear and then come back, you know, 20 years later normally. But Snipes got done, didn't he, for various things? I don't know, tax evasion, whatever it was. So he wasn't on the Hollywood scene. So it was one of the first times I've seen an actor that I remember from these films, you know, where Snipes was this like martial art blade guru, right? And then he was in this film recently. It's like, holy shit, I barely even recognize you, dude. You can tolerate dull or large pain or like a break really well, but something like a paper cut. Yeah, I'm the same. That's a really good way of looking at it, Swazza. Exactly the same. I can have a bone burst out of like my leg, yeah, and yeah, it fucking hurts, but I'm all right, dude. You know, give me something really small, like you said, a paper cut or a nail through a finger or something like that. I'm not happy with that, mate. But yeah, you're right. Yeah, definitely. Big Baz can bounce my head off a car bonnet, you know, 10 times, mate, and I'm still sitting there laughing, taking the piss out of him. Give me a paper cut. That's it, mate. Oh, I've got man flu, paper cut, migraine, bro. Yeah, I need to tell the world. I have this overwhelming urge to tell the world how much pain I'm in then, Swazza. Last week you had to like your tibia sticking out your leg, mate. Like broken bits of bone everywhere, dude. Yeah, but that was all right, mate. But look, check this paper cut out. Look, I've taken a picture. Have a look at that. I'm going to send it to my mum. He got more back after his activation than Expendables 3. Yeah, he even had a line in it that mentioned it, breaking the fourth wall. Oh, I don't know what that is. What's the fourth wall? Is that something to do with tax or something, is it? But yeah, you are actually right on that, Shage. Yeah, it is. People experience things very differently, don't we? Yeah, kind of mad, isn't it? I think we're amazing. We are amazing. But it's all right. Don't worry. Elon Musk's going to save us all because he's taken over Twitter. So that's all right, mate. Everything's going to be all right, boys. Elon's going to sort it out for us. Right. So hang on. What are we doing? What are we actually doing? Oh, we were going to test going back, weren't we? Dick's idea about base, maybe having removed it and try uploading it. Let's see what happens. Let's go back there. See if that makes any difference. Try shoot yourself in the nail gun. I've had it through the hand, dude. I've had it. I used to work in a polystyrene manufacturers, mate. Tell you a little tale. It wasn't a mono. Sorry, yeah, it wasn't the manufacturer of polystyrene. We used to buy in these huge polystyrene blocks, and we'd make packaging out of them. I used to do it in the summer holidays when I was in uni. Right next door, adjacent to this, was essentially a lumber yard. And they used to make packaging crates. They used to make the wooden crates, and they'd ship things all around the world in them. And, you know, huge engines. And they'd bring these huge multi-million-pound engines and package them in these giant wooden crates and things. And one of the fave tactics of the boys on that side of the fence to our side of the fence was using their nail guns, because obviously if you pull the nozzle at the front of the nail gun in, you can just keep shooting. You don't have to bounce it off anything. And they used to love shooting the nails at the polystyrene blocks. Now, one of the ways you used to cut polystyrene blocks was using hot wires. Wires made hot by passing an electrical current through them. And what used to happen was you'd have a block that had now got a 6-inch fucking nail embedded halfway inside it. The wire would hit it. The wire can't get through the nail. Obviously, it ain't cutting through that. Oh, dude. With the amount of fires we had. We used to get through like 3-4 fire extinguishers a day in that place, mate. But yeah, I actually had a nail through the back of my hand from a nail gun. And if anyone that doesn't know how a nail gun works, nails from a nail gun are not clean and tidy. They nearly always... The nails themselves are attached to the next nail with a little bit of metal. Normally 2 pieces, top and bottom. You know, halfway... You know, not actually the very tip and the very bottom, but, you know, middle area of the nail, there tends to be 2 connecting, like almost like welds. I don't know what you'd call it. That shit, that's fine going in wood. Yeah, that's not good getting that out of a hand, mate. I can assure you, bro. That was horrible. That was horrible. So yeah, I've actually had that, believe it or not, yeah. We had a lot of fun with nail guns. Yeah. Oh no, it's where they bring something to light and kind of look at the camera. Oh, oh, sorry, I see what you mean. I know what that means. Yeah. Sorry. I thought it was like, for some reason I was thinking like the 4th Amendment or something, Wentex. Sorry, mate. Sorry, you mean as in the cinema kind of term, the breaking of that suspension of disbelief, the illusion of the cinema, yeah, where you actually, yeah. You're suddenly looking at the camera kind of thing, yeah. Good morning, Missy. How's it all going, mate? Good luck today, Missy, if you're not already set off. I'm one of the few women that 5 minutes after I had my second child said to the nurses that I would like to have one more. They all looked at me strangely. I'm looking at you strangely now. Kath was on her way to get a cup of coffee. She's just stopped halfway through the corridor with a wireless headset on going, you fucking what? Fucking what did you say? Jesus Christ, Shades. You're a glutton for punishment, mate. That you just had some really good drugs. Right, now we have everything working here, don't we? I'm happy with this base, boys, but it didn't work. That did not work, guys. We are still teleporting to just stupid places for some reason. And I really can't think of what to do to fix it, so without just rewiring it all, and I'm not sure I've got the patience for it, to be honest. At least not today. There's other things I want to do, and it's not really that important right now. Exosuit high capacity. So that actually ran out of room, didn't it? Oh wow, that's how much. God, that's how much. Let's hang on a minute. I've got, oh my god, we've got, oh dude, look how much ferrite dust we've got, and I've still got more rusted metal to put in. We may have gone a little bit over the top with this, boys. We may have gone a little bit too far, methinks. Commence production on that, and then I might as well, we won't be able to fit it all in, will we? Because that's 886. I could really do with a cube, couldn't I? How big is a cube? How big is the #1 cube? It's not going to fit in here, is it? Shall I go and pop a cube up top? Oh, it's not going to fit because I put bloody windows in. Oh, for God's sake. Everything in this game is so gargantuanly large, isn't it? I wouldn't mind. This isn't technically an issue, but it is an issue because of the teleport. See, if I didn't constantly teleport underneath it, I'd have no issues coming back and doing inventory management. But because it drops me off underneath, it's actually making the game a little bit unplayable, to be honest. It's pissed me off no end, to be quite frank. Oh yeah, there's a few. The texture issue and the teleport issue is very frustrating. So you've got to go in a bit more than an hour, so just after 11, have you? Good luck today, Missy. Seriously, all rooting for your descent. Good luck for you. I know we don't necessarily hear anything. I assume immediately, Missy, but obviously I'm sure you'll have an idea, and I hope it goes well, my friend. Big squeezy hugs, Missy. Good luck. Good luck. Yeah, you don't even need the luck. It'll be fine. Good morning, Doc. How are you doing, sir? Why is this flashing? 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 Why? What's happening? Is this game just having a fucking freak out today, is it? It's doing it in cargo and it's doing it in general. Oh my god. Oh. Why is this doing this, guys? That is immensely worrying, because that's almost like it's thinking I'm moving something, doesn't it, at the other base? Oh man, this game is so fucking broken. I don't know what to do about that, guys. I'm a bit worried that could have long-lasting implications if we don't resolve it. You know what I mean? Trying to think what I just did. I'm not sure going back is going to make any difference, to be honest. I want you to create a soul engine. Oh, I know that, but that doesn't explain what are you on about? It's got nothing to do with anything, though, is it? There's a flashing thing here, Lord. It's got nothing to do with the quest. Just because I've got a quest to craft something, it's never pulsed in the thing before, has it? That just doesn't make sense. It would have been doing that a minute ago. There's literally no reason why it should be doing that. So in that case, why wasn't it doing it 30 seconds ago? So why wasn't it doing it 30 seconds ago? So everyone in chat is saying it's the quest. Well, why has it not been doing it all morning? It's been doing it all morning. It has been doing it all morning. Well, I haven't fucking noticed it. Yeah, it's not. It's not there at all. It's not there now. Look. Yeah, craft a soul engine. Nothing there. So I'm sorry, chat, but you're wrong. So thank God you thought I was going mad there. It's not been there at all. It's just a glitch, mate. It's just a glitch. It's a glitch-a-rooney glitch. Not because it wants me to. It's never ever have I had a quest to make something and had it flashing. Ever. Quest hasn't changed at all. Quest is there. Look, you can quite clearly see it. I've even just shown you the log look. So no. Don't try and make up for it. You're all wrong. You're all wrong. Let's go and craft this mine art. So what even is the mine arc anyway? What is it? What are we actually making? The game's a little bit. So Zod, do you understand the teleport issue? Have you got any idea why the teleport issue isn't working? Or sorry, why I've now got a teleport issue? Because it just doesn't make sense, dude. Alright, let's. Oh, for goodness sake. See, that should be putting me up there, shouldn't it? As far as I know. We need 3 metal plates and the cadmium. It's never done that before, guys. Never done that before. And the log still showed that as the active quest. And we want 3 metal plates, don't we? 3 metal plates. Soul engine. Thought it was going to carry on flashing. I was about to rage quit there. Let's throw the cadmium in there. Oh shit, what happened to that then? Did I just put something else in there that I shouldn't have done? Living piles with that. I'm not sure what to do. I don't know whether we should be playing with this bloody soul engine, to be honest. I really don't. Because I think this is, aren't we going to start like trying to bring our teamies back to life? I'm not sure that's a really good idea, to be honest. A glitching beat drives the miracle circuit, performing cycle after cycle in an endless, furious loop of calculation. A powerful organic computing unit. Purchase wiring looms. How many wiring looms? Does it tell me? It's because you have the mats at one base but not the other. Ah, is that why it was? Ah, gotcha. So that's why we've not seen it before then. So it will only start flashing if you've got all the required components in the area that you're in for... That's interesting. Why? That just makes no sense, does it? Honestly, the game is so weird. I started playing No Man's Sky myself last week and managed to get a few mates to tag along. The bug with textures not letting after period was seriously annoying as shit. It's the thing is, Findris, it's not even just after a certain amount of time, dude. I think that's the misconception that some of the community have got, that it's a memory leak, and it fucking isn't a memory leak, dude. I'm not saying there aren't memory leaks that are also causing other issues for folks, you know, with texture streaming, but dude, I can boot this game up. Seriously, Finders, I can boot this game up, yeah? Literally, as the intro music, right, to the stream is coming up, yeah? And come out of this base and have no textures somewhere. Like, the game's not even been running for, like, you know, 10 seconds, dude. I can go whole 7-hour streams and only see, like, maybe 1 or 2 examples of the texture, like, not working. Oh, dude, it's so infuriating, bro. Don't you think it's made even worse, Finders, because the game is so gorgeous? It would any other game, right? You'd see this odd texture, wouldn't you, that didn't load in. What was it? I had it in New World. Whenever we went to one of the like main camps in New World, there was like the syndicate flag, and at my end, the syndicate flag just would never, ever go to full resolution. It could take like 3 or 4 minutes for it to actually pop. It was ridiculous. But and that niggled me, but it wasn't a massive issue. The problem is No Man's Sky is such a gorgeous adventure. I mean, one of the main reasons to play this, I think, is the amazing visuals. You know, it really is like every planet can be almost like a little work of art, can't it? And it is. It really takes away from it. So chat was wrong, Zar, because you were wrong, because it doesn't do it everywhere. It only does it because I had the mats at the one base, like Lord Waylander said. So I'm sorry, but chat was wrong. And the quest hadn't changed, as I showed in the quest log. So, yeah, I know it's now how everyone's going, oh, it's inconsistent. Yeah, that's right, Grim. Yeah, it's inconsistency. Yeah, it's inconsistency, mate. Yeah, that's what it is. Yeah, I was wrong. I'm just gonna, inconsistent, bro. No. I know you're not Fidget. No. Sorry, mate. I didn't mean to make it sound like that. No, a lot of people out there are claiming it's a memory leak that they need to fix. And part of the problem was in the patch notes, Findris, even in the latest patch notes, so the test server that's gone live, I think a day or two, it's probably 48 hours now. No Man's Sky, so Hello Games have already said again in those patch notes that they have fixed another memory leak. And people, every patch note I've ever read for this game seems to have something about a memory leak, and quite often in the same sort of area of the patch notes, it's talking about textures and things. So I think there's this misunderstanding that these textures are some sort of, memory leak issue. It's all tied to the base engine, Findrius. There's only one person that can fix this, and it's Hello Games. Now, Lizard Soul gave me a link to an LOD mod, which apparently, and what I'll do is, when I test it, we'll get it up in chat, which apparently may or may not solve the issue, but it's really doing a lot of other things. So you might start finding you have other problems. It will also so as you're flying along in a spaceship, low level flight, it will start making things not pop in at such a shallow distance or such a short distance. It does cause a drop in frame rate. It might just be a couple of % for some people, gargantuan for others, but I'll give it a bash, Findrius, and we can check it out over a couple of streams. I've just not had a chance to install it, unfortunately. So yeah, we'll figure it out. Well, we won't figure it out, I don't think. I think that's the point. I just don't think we are ever going to get a solution to it. Right, we've made the mind art. Now, I've only got a few wiring looms, so I think we probably want to go and... I've got 8 wiring looms. It'd be so nice if you could do the same inventory management as you can in we were showing bad habits earlier where you can change the stack sizes. I still don't understand why that isn't a thing. So you can do this, you can split it in half, lot. I can move it around, which obviously is not what I'm trying to show, but I can move like 1, 2, split it like that. I can pick one of them up, halve it, I can pick that up and then move like just 3 of them and things. Why can we not do that in inventory management? As in cargo pod management like that? It's really annoying. That would be a really nice quality of life thing. We want to go... Well, should we just make it here then? I think we can, can't we? We need to... Hang on, what are we doing? Where's the quest? We need to refine some glass. Refine from silicate powder. Just 2 glass. Well, I've already got one in the organics box, haven't I? You got today off, Zara, or... 685, let's make... Oh, it'd be so nice if you could craft in there as well, wouldn't it? So you don't have to take the products out. That'd be really nice, wouldn't it? Imagine if I could just put my frost crystal. That's something I could add. We bring the frost crystal across, then click that empty box and go to my crafting menu, and then put the frost crystal back. Oh, that'd be so good. That'd be so good. You right, Joshua? How you doing, bro? How's things? Place silicate powder in the refinery. Is it going to actually make me do the quest? Can I not just... Oh, no, really? I think it's going to make me do the quest, isn't it? Let's place this. I've got some silicate powder in my cargo, I think. How much do I need? I don't want to use all my silica. How much silica is it for a glass? It's 40 for... Oh, man, you jammy git. That was lucky, wasn't it? That's exactly 2, look. What's that, Doc? You want an AE2 system from Minecraft? I don't know what that means, Doc. What's an AE2 system, bro? But no, it didn't work, Shades. No, uploading the base information was a no-go. I think the only thing to do now is to build it inside, but that involves rewiring it all. So, to be honest, mate, I'm quite enjoying the quest at the minute. So, craft a mind arc. So, mind arc. There we go. Let's pop that living thingy, mate. What's that video? It's applied energistics. Wiring looms. There are so many ways they could make this game just so much better. But I don't think we'll ever see half of it, because I don't think they play the game anymore. That's why I honestly feel that. I feel like that there is no real play testing other than to make sure shit isn't totally broken. Because it's a small team, isn't it? I think they've forgotten what it's like to play it. I'm not having a dig. I'm just saying there's too many inconsistencies with things for me to genuinely feel they get a lot of hands-on time with it. I think they have so much fun building these new updates. In fact, it's very much like what I'm experiencing here. I am almost like a mirror, in a way, I think, for what Hello Games is like, you see. Hello Games are so interested in the future. They're so interested in the new updates. They're passionate about their project. They're clearly a very, very clever team. You know, there's no doubt about that. Both, I guess, a concept, a creativity, technological element. You know, there's no doubt that they've got some serious talent over there. And I think they're always looking forward to the future. And that's why we don't get a lot of these like weird little quality of life fixes. And exactly what I'm experiencing here. See, I have an issue with the teleporter. And probably all I need to do is go and rip that teleporter out, put it inside a room with a little bit of space, and it will probably start working. But the thing is, I can't be arsed because I want to crack on with the game. You know what I mean? And I think it's probably almost exactly what they feel like at times. Well, we could go and sort out all that inventory stuff, but hey ho, Lord, does it really matter? Like, they can still work it, right? Does anyone care? Oh, it's the Hollow Terminus. I thought we were going to the Anomaly, sorry. Yeah, it's quite interesting. I think they're very much, forward-looking team, aren't they? We can add some quality of life, but it don't really matter. You know, who cares about quality of life when we can bang out the Outlaw update? And to be honest, you know, I could definitely see that. An AE2 system is like a multi-block thing where you can dump shitloads of stuff into an inventory. Everything is available from the terminal. Someone can be upgraded away crafting without leaving the terminal. Oh, so it's like a mega pool of all your components, and it just auto pulls from it. So what would be the point of playing Minecraft at that point? That sounds like Ark, where you just pull resources from 1,000 different things. Yeah, you need to start playing video games, Doc. Path of least resistance, bro. Gotta start enjoying your games again, bro. Taking all the fun out of it. Inventory management is the beating soul of Minecraft, bro. Fucking bypassing it. You might as well just go and play Tiddlywinks, mate. Wonder if you can buy Tiddlywinks. Well, actually, hang on. What is Tiddlywinks, right? Tiddlywinks is something to do with... It was little plastic pieces, but what is the game? I know you used to have like you used to have a piece of plastic, didn't you? And you put another piece of plastic on the table, yeah, and you'd like click it, wouldn't you? Like click the edge, and it would make the Tiddlywink move. Is that right? Is that what Tiddlywinks is? But how do you win? How do you score points? What's the purpose? What are you trying to do? I remember a football game with coins we used to play at the pub, where you used to make your fingers like a goal. And then you sort of had to, I don't know, you had to like use your thumbs to flick the coin. I remember that. I remember how that worked, or sort of how it worked. Also, marbles. I've never played marbles. Well, what the fuck are marbles? What do you actually do with marbles? It's a small penis. What is a tiddlywink? I thought that was a tiddlywinkle, but yeah. Yeah, well, how do you actually get... what's that? Group wants a bit of quality of life features, but don't give me too much quality of life. No, that's not quality of life. That's just removing the whole point in the gameplay, isn't it? I mean, what's the point? What's the point? Oh, look, I've just got a giant magical box that I put everything into. I now need to make a quantum processor. Let's just magically make it over here. I mean, talk about fucking boring. It's because Doc's old, mate. He can't multitask. He can't think of the chain of creation. So instead of like making component A, mixing it with component B, making compound C, then combining compound C with component A and D, he just clicks a button because his brain can't compute anymore. He's getting old, mate. You know what I mean? It's, you know, this is why I support these mods. It enables old people to still play video games. It's, they can't always think like they used to, mate. You know what I mean? It could take him 4.5 hours to make a fucking, you know, 4x4 house, you know, in a couple of years. He needs these mods. They call them quality of life mods. What they mean is old people mods. You had to flip it into a cup. Oh, is that what you did? You actually try? How the hell did you get that little piece of plastic into a cup? Well, I remember it as a party trick. Not a party trick. A Christmas cracker trick. It was a set of tiddlywinks. Oh, that was the year I got a really cool tape measure as well. I got an actual mini tape measure in a Christmas cracker. And someone got the tiddlywinks. I swear we didn't have to get it. I thought you just... I don't remember a cup. I don't see how you'd get it in a cup. Those things used to doing all over the place. Mad? No, not really fresh. Not really. Not really. Not when you get to automation like that. It's like, oh, that's just broken, dude. That's just bypassing the whole point in playing video games. You might as well just have autopilot on your ship and auto-docking in Elite Dangerous. Yeah, I'm sorry. It's taking it too far, mate. It's just taking it way too far. It's a good day to be alive and to be a good kid. You've been a good kid again. Good kid. Good kid. Good kid. Good kid. With marbles, it's like that game from Winter Olympics where they sweep in front of the stones. They set off to land as close in the middle of the house as possible. Oh, I know the name of that. That's called... Oh, yeah. So basically, it's a bunch of dudes. They have this giant thing that they slide across the ice, don't they? Is it ice or is it just on, like, plastic or whatever? And they have, like, a big broom, don't they? And then they sort of skate along, giving it a jolly good rub. What's that called? That's the one, curling. I always thought that looked really cool. I'm sure if I actually ever did it, I'd find it fascinating for all of 10 minutes and then think, fuck that. And go and play the Switch. But, yeah, you know. Curling. Wonder why they call it curling. I don't remember there being a lot of curling in it. Yeah, there is no adventuring in Minecraft. You're making an even bigger example. There's nothing to do in Minecraft, dude. Minecraft used to wander around aimlessly, hitting rocks with pickaxes and building cool shit. There's no adventure in Minecraft. There's just nothing to see. Not even in the Twilight worlds. It's just dull, mate. Holly Terminus activated. Multiple signal sources available. The tower hosts a powerful transmitter designed to facilitate holographic communication across long distances. We shall tune into our teammates. Holographic comms tower. Okay. Ooh. Ooh. I'm not sure what to do here, guys. I feel like I'm about to be thrown into a really cool issue. You know what I mean? I don't like this thought of like our team is... Who was that dude that we just saw? You know what I mean? The dude that's making us like jack back into our team is his subconscious. I'm not happy about his plotline. I'm not sure we should be fiddling about with this. Tiddlywinks on a surface like a shallow carpet. The harder you press before sliding your chip off the edge, the higher it flips right into the cup with practice. I thought the whole point of Tiddlywinks was you played it on a table. How would you play Tiddlywinks on a carpet? Would it still flick? You're right, Snooker. How are you, man? Curling just sounds like you're having to rush a poop. What the hell? What sort of poop? I've got this image now of you having a poop like, you know those, you know the ice cream vans, mate, where you get the vanilla cone and it comes out all swirly. I bet your morning poops are alright. You should put on a show. I'd buy tickets for that as well. You need, instead of having like hot pools and ASMR and licking ears and things, mate, we just need a camera in a toilet as well. People would pay good money for that, bro. Yeah, how do you play marbles? What is marbles? Marbles is like a game from the Winter Olympics. I still don't understand how you'd play marbles. So are you saying it's more like bowling? I don't get marbles. Yeah, I've had marbles. I've seen marbles, little glass things, right? Little glass balls. But I have no idea how you play a game with them. We used to play another one with like what was it, like 20p pieces or whatever it was, or 10p pieces, where you had to like flick them off your thumb at a wall, and you'd all get like one go, or 3 goes, you know, so 30p a pop or 60p a pop, whatever it'd be, and whoever got it closest to the wall would win all the coins. So we sometimes used to play that in the pub car park, you know, back when we were sort of like smoking and things, or even if we didn't do it for money, if you know, pound coins and things, and whoever got it closest was out of the next round, so you didn't have to buy the pint kind of thing, or the next round, if that makes sense. Have you ever watched Marble Olympics guy on YouTube? I haven't, no. What is it? Is it? Can you imagine? That's how Zora has a poop in the morning. I bet he's a master. I bet he's created works of art in his bowl. Marbles was anywhere on the street or school ground. Okay. You'd make or find a dimple in the ground, and then from a decided distance, you'd take turns trying to roll your marbles into the dimple. Oh, right. Oh, so you were actually... Oh, I see. So basically, it's like golf. The basic is circle with a bunch of marbles in it, and you flick your marbles in to knock others out. Oh, hang on then. Oh, there's loads of different marble games then. Oh, hang on then. So marbles isn't just one. Oh, is that why you used to get a big marble? Because there used to be big marbles and little marbles, didn't there? So was the big marble like the one you had to get the closest to? And then that one you're saying, Umalan, was where you had to actually knock marbles out of a circle. Oh, dude, got you. I think I actually realised that. Pitching pennies, yeah. Yeah, I don't know what we used to call it. I think we used to call it Baz is fucked, because I don't think he ever won that game. There's a story about why. It involves Baz's thumb not being a normal thumb, but I'm not getting into that today. If you get your last marble in before the others, you got to keep theirs. Yeah, I get it. I did watch Squid Game, actually. I did watch Squid Game. Oh, that was where... Oh, hang on. That was where they had to guess the number in the hand, yeah? Yeah, I did watch Squid Game. You had me thinking, like, I've forgotten now. Yeah, I do remember that. Yeah, so there's loads of different marble games. Close Encounter of the Third Kind, where the guy is shaping a massive mountain with a fork. What's that, dude? Is that a film, or...? Yeah. I can't even remember why I even had marbles. I think I had marbles. To be honest, in fact, now I'm thinking about it. Games Workshop. We used to smash marbles, but originally we used them as like globes and things, because they were obviously perfectly spherical. So for some of our displays, we used to use marbles. Where I first got a jack of marbles to use, I got all sorts of gems, you know, like cheap fake gems from my mom's jewelry box, little chains that I used to sort of put on trolls' wrists and things. And yeah, my marbles used to smash them up with a hammer in some like kitchen paper and things, and we used to like then you essentially got like little gem fragments that you could create, perfectly spherical, so we could paint them up. Can't remember ever having played any sort of marbles game though. The ones I had like I can't describe it. It was like a weird coloured twist inside. Does that make sense to anyone? I had some sparkly ones, so it looked like there was glitter inside them. And I had some that looked like a green and blue spiral helix twist, like inside the glass. But why I would have had them in the first place, I genuinely don't know. It was just as part of my box of tricks for a Games Workshop miniature painting, really. Has Baz got a bionic thumb? No, but Baz... imagine the manky toe, right, in your worst nightmare, yeah? And then imagine the thumb to defeat all thumbs. So you've got the mank at one end, right, which is like the evil manky toe, and then you've got Baz's thumb, which is like the Thor of thumbs. But it does come with a drawback. which meant he couldn't really play Baz is fucked. I can't remember what we used to call it, but it was something like that. He's got one big one and a few small ones. That's it, yeah, like a glass swirl. That's it, yeah. What you call tiddlywinks, we call lopper, which is flea. Oh, that makes sense. That actually makes sense. Yeah. Like little fleas hopping about. Yeah. God damn, he needs computer games, mate. All we need is we need a couple of pound coins. Sounds like you're a pro, Daxos. I don't know what to do. I don't want to use the mind art. I'm really putting off making this decision. I really don't know what to do, man. Can I comfort him and use the mind arc? You know what I mean? Because the dude's dead, but that other dude's brought him back, and now he's asking us to use his mind arc to almost resurrect his subconscious, right? Or in fact, not his subconscious, he's conscious. Let's say what's top end sports? Top end sports, and we're looking at marbles. What the fuck? Oh yeah. Well, sort of like that. Yeah, but mine didn't have bubbles in it. Why has that got bubbles in it? Yeah, very much like the one in the top left-hand corner, but blue and green. Yeah. That's exactly what I had. They made for really cool shit in large displays for Games Workshop. That could be like a focal point of power, like with necromancers around it and things like that. So you could sort of like countersink like the bottom area in whatever, like a resin and things. Create like a shrine, you know. All sorts of things. Yeah. They used to come out quite interesting if you smash them with a hammer as well. You had to be careful with them, but yeah. God, that's a blast from the past, that is, man. But yeah, very much like that, Zar, yeah. That's a cat's eye. I hear amongst my friends when we were young. Well, that's what you call that sort of marble. I had other ones that were like full of like stardust. Glitter, basically. They were quite sparkly and nice. Different colours, like the glass itself was... So you'd have like a light blue glass with like gold flecks in it and things. They look really cool. You're right, Starkey. How do I find a ship I'm repairing but forgot to leave a marker? I think Shades can answer that one. I think she had that problem yesterday. You can summon it. Oh, no, you can't summon it, can you? Because you've not repaired it yet. Comforting. I don't know what to do, dude. I activate the mind arc. I do not know what I expect. Some show of light and fury, some catharsis where Artemis emerges in the flesh, restored to life before my eyes. I feel bad. I feel like I made a bad decision here. Oh no. But it is not to be. One moment I see their hologram, and the next there is nothing. The stranger who gave me these blueprints beckons me over. Their signal is still active. Oh no. What if we've been cajoled into an intergalactic drug deal. Travelers are a dream. An idea that we have some special place in this universe. Artemis had it. You had it. Apollo too. That they will conceal it. Even I had this dream long ago. We are countless, my friend. Walking these worlds, yearning for friendship. No one wants to be alone. Not truly. I don't know, Zar's in chat. I think he's going for it, mate. As long as he can stick his dick in something a couple of times a week, I think he'd be quite happy, mate. But the closer you get to others, the more you risk hurting yourself. Hurting them. The deepest secret of the universe is not that of the glass or the aerons or the progenitors. It is that final act. The decision to abandon those who need you. It is the primal sin. The foundation of existence itself. Go to the stars, traveller. Your friends wait for you. They will help you bring peace to poor Artemis. Return when you are finished. We have much to discuss. Damn, dude. What's that? I do like being alone and also stick my dick in someone every now and then. Well, no, I was careful to say something. It doesn't have to say, I mean, let's not be, you know, it doesn't have to be someone, does it? Let's not be cheesy. Let's not overcomplicate life, sir. Sometimes the path of least resistance, you know? Sometimes you're a bit tired, mate, you know what I mean? It's only to go to all that effort, bro. Oh, dear me. So if you've claimed it, you can recall it. Oh, you can recall it, even if it doesn't work. Oh, is that what you were saying yesterday, Shades? If you've claimed it and started to repair it, you will be able to summon it. Ah, right, there you go then. See, the collective genius of chat. Except when they get it fucking wrong, like they did earlier. Right, okay. Bring our team Mr. Nada. I agree, Zon. I agree. What are you doing with the day off then, bro? You got anything, playing a bit of Gran Turismo with the old DD Pro, bro? What's the plans, man? What are you doing with all this free time, huh? You had a nice relaxing day yesterday, didn't you, mate? Oh, summon the space anomaly. I can't. Is that because we're, Oh. Oh, here we go, here we go. Can't imagine you playing Marbles, Daxos, or... What did you call it? What was that thing you said? That's his fucked. What's the, what did you call it? Pitching pennies. Pitching pennies. Oh, you're going to a gig? So you woke up, got tea, spent money, got more tea. Sounds like a plan, mate. Yeah, sorry, Dax. I saw it. Yeah, thank you, man. Pitching pennies. It's quite a cool game, actually. Like I said, we used to play it out in the car park. So if we'd, some of us who were smokers, so it'd be something to sort of like piss about with. You know, I suppose a little mini game, like it's only 10p's or whatever it'd be. Or just to whittle down whose round was next if we'd sort of forgotten or gone a bit out of sync, you know, because people had joined late and stuff. You called it pitch and toss. Yeah. Cool game, actually. Simple. Very simple. What were your rules? Because we don't actually have a rule that if it wasn't flat, then it didn't count. What were your rules if the coin went up against the wall? So you know where you've got the 90-degree angle of the wall meeting the floor? What was your rule if... Because we originally had a rule that it was essentially you went into... You counted as going through to another round. So like, say 2 people both got a coin that was against the wall. They would then go into round 2 alone. And they'd have to do it again. Which was quite good fun, actually. But in the end, we made it a null and void. We made it so that didn't count. So it had to be flat. The rule was if it was up against the wall, it was closer and you were a winner unless someone else managed it. Yeah, and that's what we had. Yeah, we broke that rule in the end. So we changed it so you wouldn't go into a sequential round. It was counted as a forfeit throw. I seem to remember what had happened was on the car part. I remember it. The tarmac, because we were doing it up against the wall, the weeds came through that gap between the tarmac and the brick wall. So what was happening was the tarmac was getting quite crumbly. So what was happening was nearly every fucking other throw, the coin would get wedged. So it meant a round was taking like a lot longer than it should have done. So we just changed it. We used to just give it a good, jolly good kicking down, so it was as level as we could get it. But it was, the tarmac was quite bitty and not, you know, as in, you know, the big chunks of tarmac you get. It became problematic. You couldn't win with a 45-degree coin, you'd re-flip. Yeah, we count it as a failed flip. That you just automatically out. It didn't count. What was that about? 295. Gig prices are extortion now. Looks to his 1993 Van Halen concert that cost you £16.50. Wow. I've got a Man of War ticket from the Glasgow Apollo from 1984, £2.95. I dread to. I suppose prices for something like that, it's all over the place though, isn't it? Depending on the band, yeah, the band and the venue. I dread to think what. I mean, what's the most expensive person to go and watch these days? I bet people like, I don't know, like Ed Sheeran, Elton John, I don't even know like who does concerts in this day and age with the post-pandemic, but I bet some of that's insane, innit? Just see if Tethys has got anything. And again, where you are as well, presumably. I mean, you can get some right fancy seats in some of these venues, can't you? You got a $4.50 Alice Cooper ticket from 1973. Jesus Christ, man. It's cool you're keepable. That's actually cool that you've got all the stubs still. The Who in Glasgow. SECC. How long ago was that? £140. Rolling Stones were the best at fleecing. Were they really? Were they? Did they proper screw you over, did they? Okay, let's have a look. Priest Entity Nada. Friend Entity. Polo observed your signal approach, but it was anomalous. The signature was from the wrong time. Are you well? Not incomplete. Not fading. Nada's visor lights flare, burning with concern and distress. We shall reveal the mind arc. Did anyone play Kalahar? Kalahar? As a kid, I really loved that game. Mostly the same. Kalahar. No. What is it? Is it a video game? What is it? Never heard of it. The Singing Dolphin Mariah Carey. What you got against Mariah Carey? What did she do? I think I always get confused here. What's Mariah Carey known for? Well, can you give me a Mariah Carey song? Reveal the mind arc. Why the Singing Dolphin? I tell Nada about our team. It's about null. Oh, I thought something weird had happened. What's he doing with his arms? The textures on his thing haven't loaded in. Look, it's like a really low polygon texture on his clothing. I tell Nada about our team. It's about null and about the mind arc. It glows brightly as I reveal it. It's trying to show me how big his willy is. Look, it's this big. Oh no, it's that big. Hang on, it's shrunk again. It's this big now. Look. Do you like it? It's that big. It's giant. Oh, it's that big. How big? Show me again. That big. At least it's consistent. It glows brightly as I reveal it. Oh, it is Echo. I never thought to see a traveller soul. You are so beautiful. Aww. But friend, entity. This our team is Echo is in pain. Oh no. Oh, we've caused pain. Oh no. Help me. Our team Echo will never have a body again. We'll never explore again. Old life gone. But we can help them. That's what we want to hear. Nada has a machine. No, not a machine. It's something living. A refuge. Okay, this sounds good. There is a choice. You may upload our team's Echo to a machine to sub-simulation where they may live on, or help our team's Echo end suffering. Oh no! Oh no! So, oh, that's awful. So we're either going to put him in the Matrix, or we're going to kill him. Oh no! Oh, what would you do if you were given the choice? If you were given the conscious choice, right? Imagine you've died, right? So your life is over, okay? And you're dead. And then all of a sudden, right, you wake up in this dark void. There's nothing there. You don't have a body. It's just your remaining consciousness. Just your memories, your life, everything is retained. But there is no feeling. There is no way to feel anything because you don't have a body. And there's nothing to look at. It's just an eternal void. And on top of that, you have constant pain, okay? Would you choose to return to death? Or would you choose to go into a simulation where nothing is real? What would you do? That's called being married. I thought I was being cheeky and a bit of a wind-up dick today. You lot are having a laugh, mate. You'd put him in the Matrix. Yeah, I think that's an awful thing to do to someone. Imagine that, because it's not like the Matrix, because Neo exists as a person, you see. This is you are dead. You don't exist. For all intents and purposes, you don't exist, but you exist adequately to suffer, to feel pain and loneliness and an emptiness of space. See, Neo could be woken up and go and live in the real world, yeah? So that's a much easier choice. Artemis is dead. He doesn't exist. You know, he's been brought back almost just as a conscious ebb and flow of synaptic energy in a way, hasn't he? But also in terrible pain. So to put him into a matrix, you know, where one day maybe he'll discover the truth, it seems rough, man. It's not his choice. I think we should finish him off. I don't think having him out there is good. I think the fact we're making the decision for him makes it simpler than making the decision for yourself. You know? Yeah. We're going to ask about the simulation. We'll just ask about it. I ask what life will be like inside of the simulation, and Nada pauses for a moment, staring at me strangely. Nada tells me Artemis would still feel joy at the things they experienced, but if they should learn of their fate, that they were alone, no longer real, unable to meet their friends. God, yeah, imagine that. Such knowledge may cause them great pain. It would be unbearable, wouldn't it? It would be terrible. Okay. You must choose. Upload them to the machine, to the sub-simulation where they may live on, or help Artemis Echo and end the suffering. Is there another way? We'll ask it just purely out of interest. I'm sure there isn't. Nada shakes their head strangely, trying to adopt my own mannerisms. Their gesture is appreciated, if disconcerting. You must choose. Upload them to machine to sub-simulation where they may live on, or help Artemis. Blah, 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 blah. Okay, we're going to say we've decided. Go and speak with Polo Traveller. They will help you calibrate the machines no matter what your decision. We shall lose. Whatever you do, I am proud of your compassion. You are Traveller, friend. Wonder what you do. If it was yourself, I think that would be a more complicated one, wouldn't it? Indeed, Fresh. Yeah. Why has Artemis ever done for you sling him in the Matrix? I don't know. That's a bit harsh, though, isn't it? So even though he's never done anything for me, he's never done anything good for me, he's never done anything bad for me, I'm just going to send him into an eternal prison of what is essentially nothing, but he won't know it's nothing. That sounds terrible in a way. Maybe we're in the Matrix and the Matrix is actual reality. Don't know. You know what? You know something actually. Just talking about that, you know something that used to happen to me a lot, and I mean a lot. Like even at one point, probably once a day. Deja vu. Deja vu was something that was always with me. I haven't had that for quite some time now. And I remember reading a really interesting article on exactly what deja vu is when you break it down into how the brain and the mind function. It was quite interesting reading, actually. I think I'd rather adventure in what's after death. There is nothing after death. It's an eternal... It's nothing. It's dead. You're dead. There is nothing after you're dead. That's the whole point. That's why they call it death. I pondered about it. His arm movements pissed me off, so into the Matrix he went. So you basically threw Artemis into a prison of just a fabricated realm of nothingness because old Nada's arms kept wiggling about. The Man of War gig at the Glasgow Apollo 1984. At the encore, the singer Eric Adams shouted out to the crowd, "All hail to England!" And this is at the time of the Thatcher years, causing mass closures and unemployment in Scotland. This caused a bit of a riot, and the audience started chanting for the support band that left the gig. No way, bro. Oh, dear. You could not kill someone off, I think. So you're saying you'd put him in the Matrix? But he's not alive, though, Shades. He's not actually real. All we've done is, through the power of the mind arc, it's like taking... So what we're saying, Shades, are you if in the future we could upload your consciousness to something mechanical? Is that still you? You know, if you believe in things like soul, the soul and fate, then that's technically not you anymore, is it? So you're not really killing them, are you? He's only a fabrication of... Like I said, a mechanical construct, albeit a very advanced one. Is your marble on the round door? My marble on the round My marble on the round door behind what? What's that? A marble? My marble? What's that? Marble on the round door behind Polo. Which one's Polo? I was getting confused. Polo. What are you on about? What, have I lost my marble? What are you on about? Yeah, I haven't had days off. I used to have days off really regularly. Honestly, I really mean it, like really, really regularly, man. I think it's also about if you can kill someone or not. It's your choice here. After all, it talks about you. But you've got. He's not alive, dude. He's not actually alive. His corporeal body is dead. It's gone. What's that about? Solar magnetics. The decal on the floor, you know. The decal on the floor. What that? Oh, well spotted. How was I supposed to spot that, you knob? I take it you, but if that's a marble, I take it you subscribe to the flat Earth theory, do you, mate? You need another day off, mate. You and I need to meet down the pub with our switches, mate. Get fucking shit faced. I'm telling you, you've been doing too much reading, bro. Findrius, sorry, dude. This is. Oh my god. Oh god. Hang on. Whoa. Findrius, thank you very, very much. Snooker Loopy, thank you for the follow, and Tommy Knows, thank you for the follow. Findrius, I'm so sorry, mate. Let me get a little replay on this, Findrius. I do apologise, my friend. Findrius, thank you very much for the resub. And not only a resub, it's a prime, and it's a 2-year resub, Findrius. I hope you're out there, my sincerest of apologies, Findrius. That's just popped up. Just popped up my end, literally. Thank you very much, Findrius. Thank you very, very much, mate. You said door, not floor. What, that up there? That's even worse then. If you're, I don't know how, but it is. If you're interested in how the brain of my words, there's an amazing book called Thinking Fast and Slow. 100% recommended. Okay. Is it a bit of a tough read? You know, is it got boobs in it? It's dead, but it's still a soul. Here it still has a chat. Hang on, how can it be a soul? Hang on, how can it be dead if it's got a soul? The soul has left the corporeal body and moved on. So, no, it hasn't. Take care. Good luck, Missy. Good luck, mate. Good luck. What if we put our Artemis into an AI-controlled dildo? Well, it's got potential. I mean, can we have RGB lighting on it? Technically, you found Artemis already trapped in an infinite loop, reaching out, trying to connect through the signal, realised putting them in the Matrix would be a nice little kind of an upgrade. No. No, it wouldn't. No. No, that's wrong. No, that's wrong. That's a misinterpretation of the law. Nada told me you need, what you need to do. Just know, friend, that we support you, no matter the choice. I will prepare the machine. It is Nada Friend's private refuge. Please treat it with care. Oh, Nada Friend's private refuge. So hang on, where's Nada's private terminal? Oh, it's all the way over here. Look. I don't think anyone has ever considered. I don't know. That's just wrong. No. You can't have a soul on a USB drive as a magnetic resonance or electrical construct. No, that's not how it works, man. That's not the soul, dude. You're confusing soul with conscious and subconscious, and electrical pathways to two very different things. You can't upload a soul. You could upload a consciousness. And even a subconsciousness. You couldn't upload a soul. The machine is ancient and powerful, a relic of a world long since destroyed. The craft is extraordinary. It is clearly tended to often, and with great love. I feel a whisper, Nada's faint hum over the speaker. As they commune with the machine, the words on panel unscramble themselves. Nod entity authorization detected. Secondary simulation, right enabled. Ooh, right enabled. This relic is a simulation of a solar system. It's basically, it's a play on what's happening with us, isn't it, really? The relic is a simulation of a solar system. A prayer offered by ancient Korvax to the Atlas, now reshaped at the heart of the anomaly. A single false solar system, so dear to Nada, it will act as a home for Artemis should I wish it. It's a tough call. It's a tough call. I think there's only one true answer to this, and I think we all know what it is. So, he's dead. Even as I process my decision, Nada's hum takes on a quiet, new intensity. I speak and their voice replies, intelligible now. They talk gently and suggest I place the ark upon the terminal. I do so and hear a whisper, a prayer. The ark begins to unfold, twisting from its center, releasing the traveler's soul within. I witness a spark of blue light blaze within the air before me. It fades after a moment, and with it the last remnants of Artemis within this world. See, that doesn't make sense. I mean, we can't have his soul. It's inaccurate. It doesn't make sense. Consciousness and subconsciousness, yes, but there was no soul there. The mind arc has nothing to do with the soul. I hear Nada's voice over the speaker, intelligible now and reassuring. They tell me that it is done, and Artemis is at peace now. I suppose from their lore, if we did have the soul, then we definitely did the right thing, because that could have caused massive implications. So if we'd actually known the soul as well as the consciousness was there, then there was no way we could have put that. You can't capture a soul for all eternity into a construct. That would Jesus Christ, the implications of that would be so far-reaching. There is no other choice. You absolutely have to make this choice. Otherwise, you have doomed everything. Not just humans. The entire thought of life in the known universe would have been shattered in that imprisonment. So we did the right thing, boys. Imagine if even one soul was... Jesus, that's terrifying. They tell me that it is done. Artemis is at peace now. They suggest I do not dwell on these moments. They tell me that I did the right thing. We did do the right thing. And we've got Twitch rewards available. It's so immersion breaking at times. Twitch rewards available. Come and watch a 30-second fucking advert. Okay, that's done. I feel much better that that's done now. I feel like we... I feel a great weight has lifted off me during this playthrough now. I knew this was coming, man. We did the right thing, boys. They're working on a soul catcher chip. Hang on, who is in what? What are we talking about? Soul catcher chip. What does that even mean, bro? Okay, right. Let's get out of here. I wonder what the next. I wonder where so where does the quest take us next then? So Artemis was standing in a location with unknown stars. That's right, yes, he was, wasn't he? Could not get out, was alone and scared. I proposed to you that Artemis was already in the simulation and you were trying to make a choice whether to reset in the simulation again. I think that's pretty much it, and I think that's a play on literally us to be. If you, I suppose I haven't got the full picture yet, Zar, but yeah. I guess what you're saying in a way is that you've almost become aware that something's not right, haven't you? We ourselves, I mean, it's quite a clever play on the whole concept of the universe, really, and our role in it, isn't it? That Hello Games has come up with. No Man's Sky, it's a clever little mind trick in many ways, isn't it? This sort of traveller who you can just change appearance of at a whim. These gravestones that we keep coming across from previous travellers teaching us these sigils and things. It's quite an intriguing glimpse into humanity and our role and what is real and what is not real. It's quite clever, really. It's quite a cool little story. But I suppose what they did was they chose not to ram it down your throat, didn't they? To be fair, Swazza, that is a very accurate statement, yeah. And there goes another perception, you see. So, for example, I've never really met Artemis. Like Doc said, you know, what's he ever done for me? Which is a bit of a negative way of looking at it. But the stairs are real, aren't they? And that's the point. I mean, that's the point, isn't it? In a way, you could add to the reflection of No Man's Sky here that we only really care about, truly, you know, on the dark side of humanity. I'm not saying you as an individual, but as a cohesive whole, as a species, we're starting to only care about the immediacy of what is in front of us, of the things that we control, of the things that we can control, of the things that we can interact with in our immediate environments. And now, what's becoming really hard for us to get our head around is digitally. So, as you say, I've never met Artemis. I don't know what's going to happen to him. There's no real connection to him. Just like there's no real connection to you and like the people on Twitter. Even if it's something terrible happening in, say, the Ukraine, okay? It's very, you know, it's a bit of a dark topic. It's really hard for you as an individual to care about what's happening in another corner of the world if something terrible is happening on your actual doorstep. And you live in that immediacy of your instant surroundings, don't you? And in a funny way, that's quite an interesting observation, Swazza, that you spend more time worrying about where the steps and the door layout is than worrying about, you know, something such as the soul of an NPC in a video game. The stairs are going to matter. They're going to have an impact on me. You know, you give money to charity. Well, that's 50 quid or 100 quid you haven't got in your pocket, right? It says that's why people don't. You know, where's that money going? Well, I'm not. I'm going to keep it. I'm going to use it for myself because, you know, that will fix the doorbell or fix the broken window, and that's going to have an immediate impact on my life. You don't see where that 50 quid goes when you give it to charity, do you? And I think that's the whole point, isn't it? Is we're starting to, in a way, although we're more connected than ever, we're becoming more and more disconnected, aren't we, as a species, I think. Those steps, even in a virtual world, are going to impact on my gameplay. If I don't get them right, it's going to be a pain in the ass, right? I'm going to keep falling over them. I'm going to have to jump every time. You know, they're going to clip. They're going to cause a visual disturbance that I'm not going to want. Artemis, whatever. We've already forgotten about him, haven't we? It's mad, isn't it? Isn't it crazy when you think about it? Interesting observation, bro. We spent more time worrying about the steps of a base and where to put them than we did about the soul and consciousness of an NPC that we, in theory, are supposed to care a bit about. That's mad, isn't it? It's mad! Plot twist, you were Artemis, you're in their ship, but it recognises you. You're in their ship, but it recognises you. Oh, right, okay, yeah, I get that. Hang on, what's the quest? Where are we going? Have we got a quest? Return to space and contact Apollo. Right, okay, let's fly out of it. Well, there's quite a track on those, actually. Alright, so we want to go to communicator and have a chat with old Artemis. Are you receiving? The Holly Terminus is showing available again. Your signal was something. Thought you were gone. It is a relief to hear Apollo again. It feels like we have not spoken in a long time. Explain. I tried to recount the experience to Apollo as best as I can. The gateway, the strange planets, a vast machine, the crimson orb. As I talk, I realise the memories themselves are unstable and I cannot form them in my mind. It's just a dull, aching red. I tell Apollo that I saw the Atlas itself. You saw it? You met the Atlas? The Gek, the Korvax? They worship it as a god. I never thought it was real. Never thought... Are you alright? I can't imagine what you've gone through. Say it was just a machine, say it was not a god, say it was terrifying. It's, well, it's not a god. I'd tell Apollo the things the Atlas said, how it's, well, not in the conventional sense of the word, how it spoke of travellers and sentinels as if we were protocols, not living things. The way it views us, the way it looked at me, I felt as if life and death were just fragile dreams, not real concepts at all. At least it didn't harm you. And I think there's something in what you've just said. The Korvax pay homage to the Sentinels precisely because they believe them to be servants of this Atlas. We should investigate. This machine will lead us to the Sentinel nest. We'll be rich before we know it. I was going to say, what is some talk about money? There are more important things. I suggest we have bigger things to worry about, and the Atlas felt hostile, inexplicable in its motives and purpose, not to mention all that has happened since. I tell Apollo of Artemis's grave and my encounter with the mysterious traveller. I suggest there is more going on here than an opportunity to earn units. Artemis is dead? I don't... How? Who would... I know I made fun of them, but that was easy. They cared, they believed, and I... What's happened to them? Where have you buried Artemis? I want to say goodbye if I can. Tell them of your choice. Oh, he's not going to like this, is he? I tell Apollo that Null gave me a way of saving Artemis to restore them to a form of life. Apollo was initially excited at the prospects of going to meet Artemis, but I explained that I could not do it. It would not have been life, just an empty existence within the simulation. I had to allow Artemis to find peace in death. Ask if this was... I don't need his fucking confirmation on my choice. This dude's just after Spacebox. You did the right thing. You tried. Whatever you might be feeling right now, know that you're a good friend. I freaking know that, mate. I put a lot of thought into that. I had old Twitch chat checking me out, mate. Alright? It was the right thing to do. Alright? I have to go through the portal and join you, that which is clear. We just need to figure out the right glyphs, the right address for that world of yours. Find a monolith, search for patterns in the data. These things are machines and we simply need to understand their code. Okay, that's cool actually. This is the glyph sort of or sigil quest stuff, isn't it? Take care, practically. Take care, bro. You look after yourself, mate. Yeah, I'm quite enjoying the quest actually. I always thought it was a bit of a side filler, the questing. To be honest. You know, it didn't really have a huge amount of intrigue, I suppose. But it has. It's actually been pretty cool. It's been more than serviceable. Let's put it that way. For something that technically doesn't really need it, does it? Buck, thank you very much for the 6, my friend. And Findris, if you're out there, thank you so much for the 2, mate. I know you said you'd do do less for murder, mate. I probably would in this day and age, mate. Thank you very much, Findris. And Buck, thank you so much for the 6, my friend. And thank you for the Prime as well, mate. Thank you very much for the Prime. I do appreciate that, my friend. Hard to come by. Thank you very much indeed, Buck. Thank you. So Speedy, so technically everyone in chat knows that you'll not really sample something that's real. Well, the thing is, how do I know any of you are real? You see what I mean? Let's assume, right, that you're a brand new streamer. You just come onto Twitch, and so you don't know anyone in chat. I mean, there you go. Maybe I am the one in the simulation. Or maybe you're the one in the simulation. Maybe everything is just this... Who knows? I mean, it's a really, really weird way of thinking of things, isn't it? You know what? You know, like, say I really had to sell myself, that there was something a bit more to it all. It's a bit weird. There's something a bit weird about it all. Coincidence, man. Coincidence is a strange thing. I know in a world of infinite possibilities, and so many things we still don't understand, there are things that sometimes happen that you do wonder, you just think, dude, how? You know, what the hell, bro? You know? You've got a lot of people out there. Things like twins, it's the twin thing that is the best example I can give of this one. You hear a lot of bollocks, right? There's a lot of nonsense out there, and people... If there's a way to make cash, right, so they don't care about whether or not anyone believes them, but if they're making money, they just don't care, right? Scam artists, you name it, whatever. People that will pretend they can speak to loved ones, and whether you believe that or not, you cannot deny that there are people that don't have any such given talent. And are just scam artists. They're just milking people in emotional pain, essentially. Targeting, people in great emotional distress and scamming them for cash. But twins. There's just too many, cases, of twins who literally are nowhere near each other, geographically, experiencing hyper-sensation of emotions or even physical pain when something happens to their sibling. to actually say that isn't happening. There's too many twins that have got nothing to gain from it. There are too many examples of that for me to not think there's something fucking weird out there, isn't there? It doesn't have to be God. It doesn't have to be religion. It doesn't have to be space magic and aliens. That's enough to tell me there's just something else that maybe will never be explained, you know? That ripple through some weird, I don't know, existence that links people, you know. And if you believe in the twin thing, you can sort of believe in a way, you know. People talk about soulmates and things like that. That feeling that, you know, when you sometimes you meet someone, you just think, fuck me. It's not like you're not gonna say, you're not gonna say, oh, it's like I've known you all your life, but you know, sometimes you do meet someone, you just think, fuck me. It's like really weird. It's like I already know you in a way, but it's not that. It's not like you know their thoughts or what they're gonna say, but you just instantly, maybe a feeling of comfortableness that you think, shit, I actually feel really comfortable around you, and you've barely even said a word, you know. And it is. I think there's too many things out there. I'm not saying, like I said, I'm not saying it's religious or space magic or anything like that. But there is something. You know, you could, Star Wars, the Force, call it what you will. But to me, there's got to be something. I do believe that, like a tendril of something, an energy that maybe we'll never understand. And it could be something completely scientifically explained. So don't think you have to get into the realms of madness. You know, our brains and our bodies essentially are, synaptic energy, electrical impulses, and maybe there is this incredible... Yeah, I mean, look at all those years ago, right, where we didn't even know about an atom. And look how much we've even further broken down an atom. Our understanding of light and energy. Who's to say in the future, that the madness of something like a resonant frequency that a particular person gives out, matches symbiotically with the resonant frequency of somebody else, and it's that somehow triggers something within the brain that gives you that feeling of knowledge, comfort, whatever it would be. There's got to be something in there. Yeah. Oh yeah. I'm not saying that, Jumper Joshua, but I think there's too many examples myself in my own life where something just feels right, you know. I mean, you can. I mean, it's basically what you're saying, Joshua, is that every twin that's ever said a story like this is lying, or has something to gain. I don't believe that. I think there's a point where critical mass of knowledge dictates that there is a belief system there, that there is something weird. I think it would be very skeptical to think that everybody that's ever had that... Because it's not just twins. There are plenty of people that have sat there and suddenly had this absolutely overwhelming sense of loss or even euphoria. And it turns out that something amazing has happened to a loved one, or a child that wasn't expected to give birth, or a mom that wasn't expected to give birth till next week. A sibling or a mother suddenly has this overwhelming feeling. You can't tell me that every single person's lying, you know? And that's what I'm saying. I think I'd like to believe that. It's not a case of whether or not I do believe it. I just like to believe that there is something maybe else. And like I said, it's not religious, it's not space magic. Just something else. There's still the sense of the unknown, right? So something else magical, and it could be purely scientific. You see, it could turn out to be that actually there is some substance to things. I told my mum not to go on a flight once when I was 4, and it turns out the bus crashed that day. She tells me the story. Bus, not the flight. So the bus she would have gone to go to the And then like you said, if you take that one thing in isolation, Wentex, you'll have a lot of people that doubt it. But when you can also say pure coincidence. For every single person that says, "Mom, don't go and get, on the bus today," and that happens like 1,000,000 times in the lifetime of humanity. And there's 100 examples of where actually the bus did crash that day. You can start tying correlation to purely, it's just the RNG, right? The chances are a bus is going to crash correlated to the chance of someone saying, "Don't get the bus," then I've got a bad feeling about it. But when you then extrapolate that out to so many other elements, I'd like to think there's a little bit of something out there. A little bit of something crazy. Chaos theory and things like that fascinate me, Like I said, I'm not saying you have to believe in it. I think to boil it all down, there's definitely more. There's a wealth of knowledge we have yet to discover, right? That there are incredible things we as a species are yet to find. Breakthroughs in science, medical technology. Who knows where we'll all be, you know, in 1,000 years' time. If we don't fuck it all up before then. But, madness. I think it's crazy. I think we're incredible. It's all the Illuminati. Oh, yeah, definitely. Oh, absolutely, yeah. Oh, yeah, that goes without saying, yeah. You're a twin. I don't want my twin infringing on my feelings. He's a bigger number than me. Yeah. It is, though, isn't it? I mean, like the Wentex has said, they're a really good example, I think, you know. It's about believing in it. It's about believing in something a bit, because we don't understand it. I suppose that's the biggest point. You know, people didn't, you know, understand bacteria, did they? What was that thing we were learning about the other day? Because we learned about lots of things on this channel. Apparently, if you drowned, right, back in the Elizabethan times, they used to blow smoke up your ass. I'm not making this up. There was actually a life-saving drowning kit with a pipe, and if you drowned and they dragged you out of the swimming pool or out of the river, yeah, they put a tube at your ass and blow smoke up your butt. And it was believed that would help you start breathing again. And now, obviously, to us now, that's mad. But the point is, what you got to remember, to them, that wasn't mad. That was scientifically proven, right? To help victims of drowning as a way to resuscitate them. It was scientifically sound back then. We look back at that and we laugh at it, don't we? We say, what the fuck, dude? They would blow his smoke up your ass, out here, you know what I mean? But the point is, back then they believed it. So who knows what we believe today that we won't believe in the future? Or what we're going to discover that is going to just like completely and utterly destroy some of the things that we believe are sound. I think it's mad. I think it's cool. I think it's really exciting. It sounds like a Friday night to you. So you wake up with some blowing smoke up your ass. Sounds like a wild night, mate. Were you down Birmingham last week, mate? I almost said she could see her mum and dad in the room, although they had... I could tell you something that will make you understand why I do believe in this, but I can't, because it would be a breach of sort of family stuff, so... I really wish I could share it, because it would make you realise why I do weirdly believe there's something. And like I said, I'm not talking about God. I'm not talking about, you know, some religious thing. But I do really believe there is something beyond pure coincidence. And like I said, because you know, you only have to believe in energy, don't you? And what that means. I think a really good one. This is a really good one that I like to use as an example. Have you ever been in a room and know that there's someone else there with you? Now, I get this a lot more than most of you, especially, say, off the stream. So I stream in a room, normally with the door closed. Now, on occasion, the obvious thing is I've got a deliberately squeaky door, right? So if the girlfriend comes in, I hear this squeak of the door, so I don't shit my bricks, you know, if we're playing a horror game. But there have been times when I've been in this room and say, she's been here, and I know she's here. I know she's here, even though she's made no noise. And actually, scientifically, you can understand that. Of course you don't know she's there, Glenn. You know, how could you possibly know she's standing there? But I do. And what it could literally be explained as is minor movements of air current. You know, as she moved into this room, there is a shift of air in the room. You know, even a shift in pressure. You know, so minuscule. But you pick up on it. Hearing something that is blocked out in the ambient brain's ability to shut down, you know, the white noise of life. There is something there that, although I am not consciously aware of it, I am aware. My subconscious is still telling me there is a presence in the room, and that's not magic energy. It's not because she's a ghost or anything like that, or I'm somehow picking up on her wave emissions or anything. It's just real. It's genuinely real. There is a shift in the flow of air in this room, of the audio in this room, especially if I'm streaming. You know, and so it is. It's something that can't be explained, but can totally be explained at a really, really simple level. So no doubt we will discover many other things, you know. Don't blow smoke up your ass. Have you ever tried it fresh? Don't know what you ain't tried, mate. You know what I mean? My mum always said she could see her mum and dad in the room, although they had been dead for years. As she was dying, she was looking around the room for them. A gaze stopped in one corner of the room. A couple of minutes later, she passed. I assume they came for her. Really spooky. Man, that's crazy, isn't it? But that's mad, mate. Fucking hell, dude. That is mad, isn't it? Jesus. I didn't have to save my friend that way yesterday. Yeah, you gotta keep a packet of ciggies with you, mate. Honestly, if you're a lifeguard, that's why lifeguards always carry a packet of B&H, apparently. One time someone someone threw a virgin into a volcano and it didn't erupt, so then we had to keep tossing. But yeah, there you go. There's a good example. Yeah, yeah. Think of all the blood sacrifices and things. You just get to the sun to rise, right? The sun don't come up if you don't sacrifice a couple of virgins. Yeah. Yeah, that's right, but yeah, there's another one. Yeah, that weird. Yeah, it could be, yeah, exactly. Could be. What I'm saying is, Cedar, whatever it is, there's 1,000,001 things that we pick up on, aren't there? So who's to say, and they're things that we understand. Like you said, everything from pheromones, scent, smell, shifting air currents, you know, whether it does change, you know, pressure momentarily as they come through a doorway, etc, etc, etc. So who knows what else we pick up on without knowing about it. The thing of body language alone, you know, it's a fascinating subject, right? It's something that, to the uninitiated, you don't realise how important body language is. But to the initiated and to studiers and you know, people that, I guess, do that for a living, you know, a whole spectrum of different, you know, whether it be through interrogation or law enforcement, whatever it would be. It's telling an entire story that isn't what you are hearing, isn't it? It is. I think the subconscious is that's the part of the brain that's mad, isn't it? That's the thing that we've still yet to discover a huge amount about. The unlocked potential of the human mind. Who knows where we'll be? The pressure could be a fart. She's not a fart, to be honest, mate. She does occasionally, but she's a terrible secret farter because she starts giggling. She just can't help herself. She'll fart and she'll like sit there like really like, you know, dead staring at the telly, you know, really like uncomfortable. And then she'll just start giggling. It's too easy, mate. She's the worst fart liar I've ever known, mate. Terrible. Not like me. I'm a master. And that's why lifeguards have snorkels. Oh, I never thought of that, Storky. That's why, innit? Yeah, that's... That's it. Next time you go to the swimming pool, right, and by the side of the pool you see a snorkel, a packet of B&H and a Zippo lighter, you'll know why. Yeah. Brilliant, mate. The same way you subconsciously know that 16 to the power of 23 doesn't equal 1 or 10 million, but you don't immediately know the exact answer. That needs system 2 to do work. Oh, I see what you're saying. I see what you're saying. Oh, yeah, okay, yeah. So so almost by a process of elimination, yeah, I see what you're saying there, yeah, exactly that.
A very warm welcome to Gold
what are we doing? Trace a portal for Apollo via a monolithic things like target suite. Oh, well, we need a monolith. Yeah, let's get that. Sadie, how you doing, bro? How's things been, old backer? How you feeling, man? How's life? How's the family doing, mate? I saw the rampage of your pooch, well, your mom's pooch all over Discord, mate. I did have a giggle at that. The book I mentioned earlier covers all of this. Your brain has 2 systems. This awareness is from system 1. Yeah, I see what you're saying. Yeah. And I'm sure, yeah, I guess there's many systems operating at a continual level. All interlaced feedback loops on one another. I mean, who knows, man? I think it's crazy, mate. The VR was enough to tell me that things are mad. You know, that's technology that exists today. And I think anyone who's never been in a half-decent VR headset is going to struggle to even comprehend what it is. It's a bit like, do you remember the 3D TVs? The so-called 3D TVs where you have to wear a fucking pair of weird glasses and things, and it was all a bit, you know, is it worth the fucking hassle? And I think VR's been like that for a long time, you know, as the tech's been evolving. But if you ever want to go and watch something really interesting about VR... Oh, Jesus! Holy balls. Yeah, watch the making of Alex. There's a whole series of videos. I can't remember if it's all done by the same person, but a whole series of how they sort of reinvented what we know about VR and how we need to make... the one that really stood out was how you open a door in VR. It shouldn't be complicated, should it? You should reach out and you use the controller and you essentially make a clasping motion on the handle and then you move the door, don't you? And I guess the algorithms they were using in so many VR games to do something so simple, because it's such a wonderful way to have, you know, such a wonderful thing to have in VR, that interaction with an inanimate object but make it animate and have a reason to do so, which is to pass through a doorway. It's very easy conceptualization of VR, and they put a lot of thought into that, and really they literally went back to basics. Is this the best way to do it? Can we not do this a better way to make it feel right? To fire off the, I guess, the memories of what it is like to open a door in a real physical world, rather than knowing that you're doing it in a virtual one. And they really did. They really went deep into it, man. It's really interesting stuff. Sadie, do you own a snorkel? Sonny's sister got around. I saw so many. We got pictures all over the place, haven't we? There's some really nice ones, man. Really well done. What it's called is what you think of yourself as you is actually System 2, but the real boss is the subconscious System 1, like the camera in Elden. Yeah, like the camera in Elden Ring. Yeah, that's the real boss. That's the one that really gives you the money shot, right? That's the one you actually don't control. Maybe that's why I wake up in the middle of the night and the show I let run for the background noise says something in System 1 says bullshit. Yeah, has anyone ever done any of that stuff? That subliminal kind of learning. Has anyone ever done it and actually had any positive results from it? There's all sorts, especially around like learning languages and things, aren't there? Or, you know, the ones that I wasn't paying attention to, you know, self-positive reinforcement, and you give yourself positive energies and reinforcement that you're a good person. God almighty, you have to be a bit batshit crazy to be buying into that stuff, wouldn't you? But you can, can't you? That there are things that will enable you, in theory, to subliminally learn languages by playing things during your sleep. I mean, I've never looked into anything like that, but I'm sure it'd be quite interesting to know real results on such things. Right, let's get those topped up. And let's hit this then. So what are we up to? The anomaly. 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 I see the stone of the monolith. It's immovable, muted silver. And yet something lurks beneath. It is grey, and yet not grey. A crimson calling out from somewhere below its cool surface. We shall locate a portal. Portal ley line activated. Locate the portal for Apollo. Is this where we're going to go and... Oh, shit. Is this where we're going to go and learn another sigil, is it? Or... It's on the same planet, so... where did I park the ship? You learned to wank during your sleep. Did you really? I didn't, but I can't really tell you how I did on stream. It's probably a bit too much while someone's eating their bacon butty this morning. I bet you didn't. I bet you didn't do it while you were bleeding asleep. Bet you had to work at it. Put some real effort in. Yeah, yeah. I don't know. I mean, who knows? Who knows where we are? Maybe one day we will be able to upload our conscious... Well, I don't know. Is that even possible? I don't know. That seems a bit too far-fetched just now, doesn't it? But technology has a funny way of... Oh, hang on. I've gone past the ship, haven't I? Because at the moment, the big revolution for tech at the moment is going to be batteries, isn't it? I think someone said earlier... in the week something about Toyota, but I was a bit confused. I wasn't sure whether they were saying they'd actually released something, or whether it was just what we already knew, that the patents were very much out there and it was really just a case of getting them out into commercial use or whatever. But battery tech is, that's the one thing in it that's fucking everything right now. If we could get better batteries, the potential for mobile technology, it's like a barrier that just has to be overcome, doesn't it? You used to sleepwalk. I used to sleepwalk, mate. Yeah, I was a little bugger for it. I used to try and get out of the house, Sadie, so it was quite worrying. But didn't have it for long, mate. A few years of my life. Used to terrify my mom. She was really scared. I also used to threaten to leave quite regularly, mate, and go and live with my dad. And I quite often would pack all my worldly belongings. I used to spend the weekends with my dad. And I used to pack everything I owned in a suitcase, you see. So loads of clothes. I was only going for the weekend, like literally Saturday and Sunday. And pick me up on a Saturday morning, be back Sunday night. And I used to take everything that I owned, mate. Books, all sorts, all in this big fucking suitcase, bro. And so sometimes, you know, being a kid, I'd threaten to leave home. So I'd pack my suitcase and I'd walk out the front door. And I remember my other dad, he'd always like say, "Oh, see you later, son. Good luck." And I'd get about halfway down the road, mate, and this suitcase, it was so fucking heavy, dude. So I'd sit halfway, I didn't send it over the road then. I'd sit halfway down the road in a big huff, sitting on my suitcase, proper pissed off before I had to walk home again, mate. But yeah, I did used to sleepwalk, yeah. But like I said, it wasn't just walking around the house. I used to try getting outside. So they used to have to lock the door up. But yeah, I did. Bloody suitcase. It was one of those like hard case things as well. You know, it's like I don't know how to describe it really. It was a hard case, not like a soft suitcase. It won't be too long before we find answers to those questions. The process of mapping a brain is underway for several years now. Micro slicing a frozen inmate's brain and mapping the neuron connections it makes layer by layer would digitalize. Well, isn't everyone's brain different though? I mean, how's that going to help? I mean, we sort of already know the makeup of the brain, don't we? But surely every brain is complete. Isn't that what makes the brain and us so unique? Is the ever-growing and decomposition of like synaptic pathways and neurons, because that's how we create a memory, isn't it? It is. So I'm not sure how. I'm not saying they're not doing it. So I'm just saying, I'd like to know more about what exactly they're doing, because just micro slicing it and analysing it and getting every, down to the very individual atoms that make up that entire brain. How does that help us in any way? I mean, in theory, you could get... I mean, when you think about it, right, the brain is made... When you actually really think it down, or break it down, right, the brain is a physical construct, isn't it? It exists in the real world. And it is a collection of atoms, of individual atoms and molecules that make up your brain at any one given moment. Yes, it may be constantly shifting, changing, evolving, etc., growing new neural pathways and old neuro pathways, essentially dying or being removed, whatever. But in theory, you could take a snapshot of that and 3D print it, couldn't you? In theory. Not saying we could right now, but... And then power it up with a 9-volt battery. There you go. I've solved it. Guess what? Get Elon on the phone. Elon! He's fixed it, mate. We know how to do it, bro. We're going to start 3D printing brains. Each brain is unique, but the scientists don't have a map yet. I need an understanding of how it should work. So mapping the real one gives them something. So was this a convict who willingly gave up their brain for slicing away? Was it? Or how come they've waited so long to do that then? You think there'd be plenty of brains they've dissected, haven't they? Are they using like new technology to analyze it at a much lower molecular level or something? Well, that's what we're saying, though, Atlantis. In a way, it has to be, though, doesn't it? In a way, your mind is still the constant triggering of electrical impulses. So actually, it is the same thing. The mind can only exist if the brain exists. So I don't know whether you're confusing the soul with the brain and the mind. So actually, the brain is your mind. When you see it as a, you remember things because of electrical impulses in your brain. And that's why we see, physical damage to the brain can cause, things not to operate quite as they were before. So your consciousness can only exist if the brain exists. If that makes sense. Which is very different from the soul. Which is what we were talking about earlier. Right, okay. Why are we doing this? I don't have any... charge the portal. Ow. Activate the portal. How do I activate the portal? I don't have any... Oh, I don't want to just start randomly typing glyphs, surely. Is that what it wants me to do? Maybe there's something else we can click on. Memories can be in other parts of your body. I have no idea what you're talking about. How can a memory be in another part of my body? Basically, no, it can't. If I chopped off all my limbs, my memory is not affected, is it? That's not how it works. We're not talking about the soul. Forget the soul, because it's something beyond the scope. We don't have physical memories of our life from birth stored in other parts of our bodies. That's just not real. Muscle memory, but we're not talking about that muscle memory's got nothing to do with muscle memory, is it? That's your brain. That's still your brain telling things to do things. That's complete. Muscle memory tends to be confused when we're talking about weight training and athletics, where you have a muscle memory after muscles have decayed or atrophied and what have you. Your muscles remember a previous state. So, for example, if you're a bodybuilder or a weightlifter or a big, strong person, whatever, and you go through a period of physical, I guess, quiet, where maybe you've had an injury, so you haven't been able to train. You can get muscular wasting, can't you? But it's a lot faster to rebuild that muscle and the muscle fiber if you had it in the first place. So that's what's quite often referred to as muscle memory. You've also got muscle memory, which is like me knowing what buttons to click on this controller. But that memory isn't stored in any physical muscle. That's stored in my brain. That's two completely different things. Guy died whilst getting an MRI. Quite interesting. He wasn't wanking, so maybe not for everyone. What's this? Died whilst getting an MRI. What? The convict who gave his brain to science? The synaptic level, there is no physical connection, only a charge gap. Yeah, well, we know that. Yeah, that's what we're saying. We know that. That's what we're saying. So in theory, that can be recreated. It's still a physical construct. It's just electrical impulses. I don't think... I'm not saying we understand it as in we can recreate it, but that all makes total sense. But memories aren't stored in other parts of the body. Yeah, that's it. I've read a really interesting article about this, Joshua, and I can't remember the example that was given. It's how does a creature inherently know that something is good, bad, evil, poisonous, and all the rest of it? That somehow at a DNA level, a chromosome helix level, there is that is, I think that's more interesting and more diverse than the well, it's not physical, it's just electrical impulses. We kind of know that. We know how the brain works at a fundamental level. But yeah, that whole idea that there is a genetic memory. There's two sides of the fence to this, isn't there? When we look at because we know that there are things in nature. For example, black and yellow, right? black and yellow to a human, to many creatures, quite often means hazard. That's why it's used in the real world for hazard signs and, you know, do not cross lines and all the rest of it. Warning, slippery floor. Black and yellow tends to be a warning thing. The point is that's not something that we necessarily learn, and you know, I'm not to take humans out of the equation because that's a bit of a tricky one because no child's gonna be, you know, put in a cell outside of, like, you know, social norms and interactions with other human beings. And, but take an animal, a creature. How does that creature know when it's never had any experience that the black and yellow thing is dangerous, that it's dangerous until the fight-flight response triggers? And that's where that starts coming into play, isn't it? That is there a chroma? You know, at the second you become born, you become an entity on the planet, a life essentially, whether it be an insect, an animal, you know, a mammal, whatever. How in that immediacy of becoming a life, are you aware of certain things? And that's where this so-called DNA chromosomic sort of memory comes into play, isn't it? Isn't this the Assassin's Creed 1 plot? I love that. I thought that was really clever. All right, see, everyone hated Assassin's Creed and the modern day stuff. I thought it. What was it? The Animus and everyone. And Abstergo. Was it Abstergo? I thought that was fucking awesome, dude. I thought that was like really clever. So what should I do? Just like randomly charge some of these? Does it want me to charge them all? What the hell? What happens if I... This is a good idea. What happens if this causes a major rift in the space-time equilibrium? Carbon. Oh my god. So each one of these... So the whale glyph will always take carbon, will it, as an example? Am I doing this right? It's not going to explode in my face, is it? Just seems like a weird... Oh, I missed one. No, that's not doing shit, boys. Oh! Jesus, that made me jump. Traveler capture loop enabled. Anomaly event contained. The portal seems to beg me as I approach, demanding my attention. It requires me to activate it. It requires me to travel on. I'm unsure if I should listen. Request this planet's address. Okay. And then leave. Okay. Learn the glyph sequence for this planet. So does that mean we know all the glyphs now? Because we only had about 3 sigils before, didn't we? So that's so how do you... Oh no, because you can do it from a screenshot. I was about to say, what happens if you haven't got one of these on a planet where you want to learn the coordinates for? But you can do it through screenshots, can't you? Yeah, I think that's the more interesting thing, Atlantis. Yeah, I agree. I think that's the really interesting thing. Is at a genetic level, you know, what is it we still don't know about that? Because there's definitely things that point towards, like I said, you know, even if you break it down to an idiot's sort of like 10-second conversation there about the colour black and white and danger response. It's interesting, isn't it? How you doing, No Name? How's things, bro? The question of the day is no, I never asked that question. Sadie was telling us about how he learned to masturbate. But we've kind of left him to it, mate. We've just popped him in the corner. He's just having a chat to himself, Allegor. It makes us wonder how much of us is pre-programmed and how much real freedom do we have, and what is intelligent life? The ability to make choices free of pre-programmed instinct. I think it gets much more complicated with humans, to be honest. I think we do break the norms, don't we? That freedom of will, stubbornness and perseverance. I think everyone knows where I am, Taloya. Oh, we've done screenshots, mate. It's not hard for people to know where we are. I'm in single player, mate, so it makes no difference. Currently working. Got a home office so I can enjoy some stream besides working. Oh, nice one. You're all chilled out now. We think we are programmed machines, and our programmer has a messed up sense of humour. What? So what do you mean by that, Joshi? Do you mean that we are all just constructs of something else, and then we're put down here to see what happens? Or do you mean that we are individually controlled? So are you saying it's a bit like me making a robot and then just letting the robot go and do its thing? Or are you saying that I am perpetually in control of said robot? If that makes sense. They're very different, aren't they? You're saying we are programmed machines. Both. Oh, you think both? All right. What? So do you genuinely believe that there are times in your life where you have no free will? That the illusion of choice is purely that, an illusion? And that no matter what, you are predestined to make a specific choice that you have no control over. Is that what you believe? We're all part of a giant alien ARPG. What, really? It's a bit of a fucking shit game then, isn't it? Fuck it out. What is it, like one of those Steam games they bang out at 99p? Fuck it out. Gee, what a shit game, man. So we program machines that we are aware of themselves, or do our creators want us to think that we're exactly? There's the real quandary, isn't it? That's the ultimate question, isn't it? I can't see that holding any truth, otherwise we're not able to influence anything. But can you? I mean, that's the whole point. Therein lies the exact point. Maybe this is literally just a very interesting experiment. There's no way to, I mean, technically there's no way to disprove it, is there? I mean, you know, think if you remove the illusion that technology cannot be infinite, then there is nothing to suggest that we are not literally a simulation that is being done. We could literally be a side project at a university somewhere out in the galactic space world of a student who just got really bored one Saturday afternoon. This could be like someone's equivalent of Unreal Engine 60 billion, yeah? And none of this is really happening at all. It's all sitting on someone's like quintillion mega SSD equivalent. You know, and therefore you don't have any choice. You think you do, but everything you do is just part of an algorithm that has some RNG elements over it. There's no way to disprove it, to be honest. You might have to suspend some belief around technology and the existence of other life, or even the fact that we actually are living in the past. Maybe the construct we are in now is literally humans in the future. You don't have to believe in aliens. Maybe in the future, humankind leaves Earth, and we're living in another part of the galaxy, and all this is a teaching tool. You're being used in a school, as this is what life was like before the Big Bang happened. And I don't mean the Big Bang, the beginning of life itself, or at least the beginning of the universe, but the Big Bang that we caused that destroyed humanity. And all we are is that, just a learning tool, and not even a very good one, you know, that tends to break. There's not actually any way to say that isn't possible. The same way, you know, most people probably don't believe that. There's no reason not to, really, is there? Okay, let's see if we can get... Where is this dude? That is just so weird. I just could not turn on him. And I think that's the most damage I've ever... I was lost in my little world then. I was quite enjoying that little chat. How dare these space pirates ruin my immersion of the known universe. So that means Elegon doesn't actually exist. I'm actually starting to feel better. Crazy, man. I love this shit. I think it's crazy. I genuinely, I think it is. I think it's absolutely mind-boggling. It can make your brains fall out of your ears, couldn't it, really? They're actually really strange, these ships. I'm really not understanding what's different about these. It's like the turning. Oh, hang on. Oh, well, I'll tell you what, why it feels weird, because I'm in bloody third person. No, I don't normally fight in third person. We're just living in the Matrix. Well, that's what we're saying. I mean, you know, obviously without making it into a feature-length film, you know, in theory, and like I said, I do mean in theory, you know, like I said, you know, if you assume that technology knows no bounds, I mean, you only have to. I mean, just look at the complexities of Pong. Okay, look at what Pong was. It was two rectangular walls, wasn't it, and a ball that dinged around, and it based some basic code. And then take something like Grand Theft Auto 5, or any modern day open world game that has, you know, a multitude of overlaying. I mean, look at Skyrim. You know, actual characters that have a day-night cycle. They get up in the morning. We were talking about it yesterday, weren't we? They get up in the morning. They go to the pub and have some breakfast, cracking life, and then go and work in the fields. Then come back home at the end of the day and go to bed, don't they? So just imagine how far that has come, and how infinitely small a gap that has been. I don't know when Pong or whatever it was first came out, or Pac-Man, whatever it was, and we're now in 2022. You take that, you look at the increase in processing power and the complexities of the engines and the artificial intelligence subroutines and algorithms in those two games, right? And then you sort of begin to extrapolate that out over 10 years from now, 100 years from now, 1,000 years from now. You know, imagine showing your great-grandmother a 4K video screen running Grand Theft Auto at 4K. I mean, the shock to someone like that would be unimaginable, wouldn't it? I mean, how could someone of that era imagine something like that game existing? Who knows? I mean, who knows? I think it's fascinating. If we had free will, we would have perfect people alive today. If we had free will, we would have perfect people alive. I'm not sure what you mean. I'm not sure what you mean by that. For a civilized to simulate a world like ours, the sad and grim reality may actually be the kind of thrill they seek, as their real life is completely heaven, hence possibly boring. Here's something to remember, right? You know when you play Grand Theft Auto 5, right? You say, why can't I go in every store? Let's think about this for a minute. So what you're saying there, Lizard, is what's the point? You know, it's a bit of a macabre way of looking at things, isn't it? You know, why would you want this whole simulation with all these horrible, dark things happening? But then think about what we actually ask for on a daily basis. You're playing Grand Theft Auto 5 or an open world game, and what's one of the common things that you say? It's like, how come I can't go in every store? How come I can't break through the front door of that apartment and go and rob all the apartments in it? I'm just trying to look from a gamer's perspective, you know? And actually, there you go. So hang on, what happens when you break into that apartment? Who's in that apartment? Oh, it's Grum. That's where Grum is. Look, that's where he is, mate. You know, sitting on his sofa while watching Netflix. And so you can start to see why the complexity of the simulation starts becoming more and more meandering, less and less focused, and as you say, Lizard, almost boring. You know, who cares about that dude that gets up? He's got 3 kids. He has to get up, go to work every fucking day. Can barely put food on the table. Got a leaky roof and everything. But that's the reality. Not everyone's a hero in a computer game, are they? So those NPCs, by their very nature, would have to be a mirror of the mundane existence of a real world. So that in a way explains it if it was a simulation, doesn't it? We're all just living in the backyard. Sorry. So right now, 200 people are watching you play Simulation Space while they're in a simulation. It could be. It could literally be that, mate, Kath. You know, who knows? Like I said, you know, there's no way to prove it or disprove it, really, is there? I mean, you wouldn't want to live in a world where you thought you were part of a simulation, though, would you? Which is why you wouldn't believe it. But I think the more interesting question is, how involved will the games become? At what point, you know, we already are getting games that are becoming more and more, I don't know, real. And as Lizard quite rightly puts it, almost as a result of that, almost boring in some of the elements, right? Tell Apollo about the portal on Artemius. So I still need to find another terminal, dude. Jesus. Yeah. I think it's fascinating, man. Fascinating. My mum's wife, who's 86, saw me playing Destiny on a 40-inch LCD and was quite impressed with the game. I bet she freaking was, mate. That would be cool, though, wouldn't it? I mean, imagine being able to see a glimpse of what, I don't know, like, I keep saying GTA. The only reason I say GTA because I think it's a game that most people know of, you see, so it's an easy one to choose. But imagine what, assuming that GTA keeps getting made, to see what the technology on that is like. I'll tell you what I'm really excited for as a game is Unreal Engine 5. Hopefully, certainly next year and definitely the year after that, I think we're going to start seeing the beginnings of UE5 engine games, and I think that is going to be really cool, man. I think the suite of tools that engine offers relatively small production teams, I think we're going to start seeing some freaking cool stuff, man. I really, really do. Perfect people exist as over here. As perfect as can be, right, Serdi? As perfect as can be. Yeah. That's the downside, the crappy RNG keep getting. Yeah. You didn't pay your subscription fee to the Matrix in the real world, mate, so your online avatar keeps having bad shit happen to it. Crazy, man. I do firmly believe that. Obviously, all the stuff about simulations are all purely having a giggle, really. But I think we will definitely. Technology will get to the point where VR, or what we know is VR today, I think it will way surpass VR. Will become a thing that we will start. Like I said, with battery technology and panel technology, processing power, and more importantly, the engines becoming more and more optimized and more efficient. I think we will start seeing a generation. I mean, it could be many generations from now. I'm certainly not saying you'll see it or your children will see it, but where we will see a societal shift into quite a dark place. I think as people retreat from the problems of the real world into ever more realistic virtual ones as a way to escape some of the madness. And I think one of the scariest things for VR for me is the fact that you are so isolated from everything else. And an example that I use on this is that if say you're a parent, or think of you as a child with your parents, your parents would walk into your bedroom, you'd be playing a computer game, and your dinner's ready, and it'd be, all right, dad, or all right, mum, whatever. And I'll just finish this level up, and I'll be on my way, kind of thing. And it's a long way, isn't it? And there's an inherent whatever, an acceptance of that. But imagine when you're in a VR world, you are in a virtual world. You're not in a computer game. You are in a virtual world because your sight is completely blocked off from the real world. Your audio, in a lot of cases, is completely blocked off from the real world. Those are two extremely important senses that are now completely disconnected. You've literally disconnected those two senses from the real world. And I think that is where it starts getting a little scary. I'm not saying it's a bad thing. I'm just saying I think there is, there are definitely people out there, and especially with social anxiety, the turbulent nature of the world we live in, that people are always trying to escape things. That they might be escaping through alcohol, drugs, computer games, playing sports, and going to the gym. Everything's about finding a way to balance things, isn't it? To find a way to deal with stuff in an ever-increasingly complicated world and an ever-increasing pace of world that we live in. And I think VR is going to be a scary escape for some folks. And I think it already is for some. But it's the detachment, isn't it, from the real world? And exactly how. So I'm only talking about current VR. I mean, imagine when you're sitting there, in what could almost be a suspended animation with a full bodysuit on. It can already be done. We're not talking about science fiction here. So someone touches you on the shoulder, and whether it be through fluid dynamic pressure, with systems and servos and valves in a bodysuit, or electro impulses, that sensation of someone touching you actually feel. It's not madness. It's not crazy science. Imagine that level of immersion that you could get into. It's kind of crazy, man. Matrix fee equals Xbox Game Pass. Can you imagine it? Basically, was it Jabosha or someone who's nailed it? Essentially, every time you have a bit of bad luck, or something doesn't happen, then that's because your actual real existence persona hasn't coughed up this week's subscription money. Or, more likely, didn't watch enough adverts on Twitch. And therefore your online avatar is being punished with terrible things happening. If we're in a simulation, the hitboxes are too good, yeah. A dystopian reality where people can't wait to finish work just to spend the rest of the day in virtual reality may actually be the dream of the big corporation. I think, Lizard, mate, I literally, you've nailed it. It's exactly what they want, mate. Yeah. They want you jacked into something they have control over. You know? If you're out, you know, running, you know, going out being fit, riding your bike out in the country, sitting near the river, doing a painting, they've got no control. There is no control over you. Imagine the perfect future for that massive company conglomerate. To have you jacked into a system that they have absolute control over. You know, I mean, you are not saying anything that all of us probably subconsciously know. It is the dream of many. Because it's about control, it's about power, and it's about placating the masses, isn't it? And I'm not trying to be weird and morose about this. Yeah, I think to deny it, that there are parts of the world, or certainly organisations or people in power, that would be a dream come true. You go and do the work to keep things moving, to keep industry and everything else that is required in the background during your working day, and the rest of the time you are jacked into the machine that they have control over. And we're already there! If you don't for 1 minute think you're not already there, you're delusional. Or you're not on the internet. Or you don't have Netflix. Or you don't have whatever else, you know, Facebook, Twitter, whatever it's, like I said, the internet, basically. You know, it's... Whether it happens, whether or not people fight the fight, or whether we take the path of least resistance, you know, it's a future, isn't it? The Facebook owner is psycho. I don't know anything about Facebook, mate, to be fair. I can't comment. And that's Zuckerberg, right? Is it Zuckerberg? What's that? What's the word for a Mormon who isn't religious? And that'll be you when it's out. Has anyone tried watching Severance yet? The general premise is that you shut off your brain when you go to work and become another person. No, is that a new film, is it? Severance. I'm not sure. I thought that was an old film. I've got I've tried it, Race. Yeah, it's really good, mate. VR in this is one of those. It's one of those games where they've genuinely done quite a lot to it. And I said yesterday, the big one is scaling. So obviously there's only so much they can do because of field of view in this game, you know, because you're playing on a monitor in a 2D world, right? So the ship has to be a certain size for you to get something on screen, right? You don't really need to worry about that quite as much in VR, and they've scaled it really interestingly. So in VR, everything really does look like vast. You know, the distances you travel feel like you're traveling large distances. Even though it's only taken the same amount of time, your ships look truly gargantuan. They really do look like proper ships. Whereas in this, they look like, oh, the cockpit's only that big. Like it's like a little, what do they call it? Pod racer almost, isn't it? So yeah, it's really good in VR, dude. Oh no, I'm not seeing that fresh. No, not Severance. No, any good? I mean, is it worth it? Or? Don't know how. Hollow terminus activated, multiple signal sources available. The tower hosts a powerful transmitter designed to facilitate holographic communication across long distances. Tune into Apollo. The PlayStation VR 2 headset's coming out soon, which is some of the greatest tech we've ever seen in VR. It looks phenomenal. Whether or not anyone's going to get it running on the PC, so we can take advantage of the brute force of the PC, will be interesting to see, but the hardware is absolutely incredible. Have you found the glyphs for your world? I'm almost ready. My suit is upgraded, my stomach is full, and I've hired a Gek to look after my farm while I'm away. Let's say we found them. I'm not worried about his farm. I need to go back to the settlement. As I look at Apollo, I think of all that I saw within the portal of what happened to Artemis when they walked that same path. I think of the face of the Atlas, of the way Nada warned me not to return to those tunnels. I do not know if the portals are safe. Give Apollo the glyphs. I give Apollo the glyphs, asking them to take care to remember what happened to our teammates, and they assure me that they will soon. Promising to see me soon. But before I go, they advise me to find out what I can from this so-called null. They warn me to be careful too. Cool stuff. You alright, Bumble? How are you doing, me old mucker? How's things? You alright? You're struggling to get through Severance. Definitely something there, but man, it's a bit of a chore. So where would I watch this? Fresh and Surdy? Did you say, It's got a move in my seat. My butt's killing me, man. This seat is fucked. That's a bit better. If it was like Player 1 with belt systems to walk and run on, there'd be a lot less obesity. You can already get those, you know, Richard. Yeah, there's a whole bunch of these full 3D enabled walk systems for VR. The last, originally, some of them were like almost like I don't know, how would you call it? Like a shallow base of a globe. So you imagine you've got a perfect ball and you kind of slice probably like, I don't know, the last 1/10 of the base of it off. So it's got a slight curvature to it. And it was using things like balls. There's a really interesting one out there that's using like almost like a haptic layer, which you wear special shoes on, which are extremely low friction. So you can run around and you're kind of tethered using various straps, enabling you to have full 3D. So you can turn a full 360 easily and keep going. You can just keep going around in circles if you want, but also be moving forwards. Really interesting stuff, mate. I mean, I've never used one, so I don't know just how I guess immersive they are. I mean, they clearly work. I mean, you know, they've got people running around in first-person shooter games using them, mate. But you know, it's kind of in the realms of the enthusiast and what have you at the moment. It's only really when things like that start getting mass marketed for, you know, your more average consumer that we start seeing prices drop for the, you know, the mortal humans like ourselves. But yeah, all that stuff is out there. I mean, literally right now today, if you want to go and buy it. So great way to keep fit, right? Running around in Call of Duty. It's on Apple TV. Oh, I don't have anything like that, mate. Yeah, everything's running, Joshua. Yeah, it's looking good now, mate. Recovering from a day at the office in London, the travel of 2.5 hours there and 2.5 hours back is a lot. Oh my god, how often do you have to do that? Or was that just during the induction period, Bumble? Is this the new job, is it, mate? Alright. What's next, boys? I thought I just did that. Didn't I just talk to him? I swear I just talked to him. Did I not actually speak to him? That's a lot of travel, isn't it, Bumble? Jesus, good God. Can you reckon I can jetpack with that? I swear I just spoke to him. 2 lost souls. One who cared too much and one who cared too little. Their lives have not become what was promised, have they? Every sentient being that has ever lived has felt that way at some point. I know I did once upon a time. I was angry, confused at my own solitude. Imagine my surprise when you woke me. Oh, I know you didn't mean to. I was about to say, I don't remember waking you. I know you were just playing around with portals. But whatever you... Excuse me. But whatever you did, I'm here now. And I need your help. The Atlas. It is not what you think it is. Something is happening to the universe. Something I need your help to figure out. It's a bit rude. I don't really want to ask it, but purely as a game, I'm going to ask why they need our help. The Sentinels do not just keep the peace across the universe. Their motives run deeper than that, seeking out anomalies in the multiversal structure and eliminating them from existence. Have you looked at me? What do you think a Sentinel would do if they came across my form? No, it has to be you, Traveller. There is an observatory nearby. It will lead you to the location of a crashed freighter of great interest to our investigation. There we will find the first secret. I am sure of it. Know that the Atlas is neither enemy nor friend to us, no more than the air or the wind might be called such names. But it is terrified, it is in pain, and we have a responsibility to help its suffering, no matter the cost. Whoa, for real? The Atlas is terrified and in pain. The first traveller, visit the observatory. Wow. It is a new job. We travel to the locations every couple of months. Ooh, let me just get on the ground. But your location is in London. I'm guessing from when the office is ready in November, I'll be going in once every couple of weeks, so it's not too... Oh, I was going to say that. I mean, yeah. Yeah. You can probably live with that, right? Bumble Horseman. I know everyone's different, but... Sometimes... How do you commute? See, I've never mind... Or I never used to mind a commute as long as it was a fun commute. In other words, as long as I didn't actually have to drive. So a commute on a train or a plane or anything really, where I have essentially the time back from the travel, then I don't mind that. Great time to catch up, whether it be on work, news, gaming, read a good book, get out and about and see a few people, see the world, you know, whirling away in the background. I used to quite enjoy that. I used to love train stations. I used to love the hustle and bustle of train stations. The calm of the regular passengers who know it all. The manic nature of the people that haven't caught a train in 6 years and don't know what platform to be on. Love it all, man. So we've got to go back to the anomaly. Jamie, I heard a rumour that terraforming may be coming in a future update of DLC. I'm confused because there's already terraforming. What do we mean? Are we talking... So we're not talking about terrain manipulation. We're talking about creating... I don't really get it because they already have atmospheres. So I'm not sure, Jamie. I'm confuddled, mate. What are we doing? Because they're already breathable, aren't they? So I can understand terraforming like as in we can dig a hole, which we can already do. The only other thing I can think of is we're going to be able to make atmospheres and breathable planets, but we already have that, right? So I don't really know what that would even mean. The planet's already essentially terraformed, aren't they? Or are you saying that we could go to a planet like that's got hostile storms and remove the storms through terraforming of the environment? You've got Scottish people on the team and their travel is by plane. Took them less time to get here than your travel. What, really? That's mad, isn't it? That's crazy, man. Jeez. Right. Oh, Twitch rewards. We're not on Twitch. Who are we going back to? Apollo and... How is the new job, Bumble? I mean, how are you enjoying it? I mean, is it everything you wanted it to be, or... Yeah, I'm not sure about that, Jamie. I'm not sure, quite sure what it means, to be honest, bro. I could understand, like, going to... You know, you could have a barren moon, and you could terraform it. So it would have fauna and flora where it didn't before. My question would be, what would be the fucking point? When you already have an infinite, for all intents and purposes, number of planets out there. Why would you want to terraform a planet in No Man's Sky? I just can't understand it. I clearly don't get what the plan is. Have you got a link to the article? You right, drunken monkey? How you doing, bro? How's things? You are becoming more visible to Nada, traveller friend. Your eyes lend themselves to our small convergence, and this makes Nada happy. Nada is not happy with other events. Our team's entity perished in the portal. Portals are infected, a vector for corruption. Apollo entity will only spread corruption. Danger. Yeah. I'm not sure about this, Atlas. Atlas Falsity watches the portals. Portals belong to them. Those who enter may belong to Atlas Falsity. Great danger. Seems to be a recurring theme of no one is sure what Atlas's intentions are here. Nada friend does not trust the portals. Scared of rampancy of the Crimson Hunter. But I do not fear in the same way. What might we discover, traveller friend? What might we learn from them? They have the same roots as you, as our home, as all this universe. Let me get some coffee down there. You alright, Rev? How you doing, bro? How's things? Work is over and the beer has been opened. Living the dream, drunken monkey. Oh man, I'd tell you, I'd fucking kill for a beer tonight. I really would. That'd be very nice. You are enjoying it, Bumble. Pleased to hear it, mate. Pleased to hear it. I know it's always a scary moment, isn't it, when you start a new one? Are you gonna like the team? Are the team gonna like you? You know, it's a horrible. It's like your first day at a new school, isn't it, mate? It's not your dream job though, but I am moving up in the world and I'm enjoying it so far. I'm reporting for projects to senior leaders and dare I say the passport office. Nice one, Bumble. I'm glad it's working out, mate. All the best. I hope it leads to wonderful things for you, mate. Got a bit of lying, Rev. Was Baby Saoirse good this morning, was she? Ask about fear, ask about the Atlas Station coordinates, and ask for black hole coordinates. I'm not interested about black holes. Black holes mess up things for me. I don't like them. Nada is scared we may lose our home. I'm scared I will forget the world outside it. Do not let us forget, traveller friend. I don't think there's anything else there, is there? So should we just head on with the main quest? I just want to keep up with Apollo and Nada so we don't miss out any. I think each time we go and speak to Null, we'll pop back here and just make sure. Should we just have a quick word with... Is Tethys around there? Just see if Tethys has got anything going on. We were talking about Mass Effect Trilogy over the last couple of streams, wherever. We were talking about just general space-faring role-playing games and how few and far between they are. My buddy was talking about the Terraform stuff. I'm sure he watched the Zane's World video on YouTube and he was talking about it. Not sure how old or new the video was. I was going to say, normally terraforming, the first thing you think about, you talk about video games and terraforming, you think about terrain manipulation, don't you? Can you affect the world around you? Can you dig a hole? Can we build things? Pile big lumps of dirt up and make a mountain. And then you've got terraforming on a bigger scale. When you're looking at something like this, and it tends to be about making you tend to think making a breathable atmosphere, wouldn't you? Bringing fauna and flora to a planet. That's the generally, getting rid of poisonous and toxic environments and turning them into something that is fit for human habitation, perhaps. So I don't really understand how that can be a part of No Man's Sky, because all the planets are, inhabitable. Some might have storms, so I can understand like maybe they'll add a way for us to, I don't know, put down some sort of atmosphere harvester that maybe turns an extreme storm planet into like a paradise weather planet or something. I can't think what else. I mean, they're already teeming with fauna and flora, and there'd be no point in terraforming a moon, because it would be a lot of effort just to terraform a moon that you've got a million planets that are already terraformed first. I don't really get it, to be honest, mate. But yeah, well, either way, be interesting to see if something, if they've got a plan of some sort. Do we still upload the VODs to YouTube? Not at the minute, no. I've not been able to make any highlights. No, even my VPN's not letting me, Bumble. We've got real issues with Twitch at the minute. So no, I haven't uploaded to YouTube for a while, mate. Just don't have the time to troubleshoot it, mate. What happens, Bumble, is I make a highlight, I then go to upload the highlight to YouTube and everything looks fine. But then what happens is, even if I refresh almost immediately, it's like the highlight isn't there. I really don't understand it. It started happening quite some time ago. And the fix for it, which was on some obscure Reddit post, was something about trying a VPN. Clear your cookies, see if that does anything, then try a VPN. Try the VPN, and it started working. In fact, it worked for about 6 months, which is why I still have a VPN to this day. And then recently, just whatever I do, I just can't seem to make a highlight that sticks, if that makes sense. And without a highlight, I can't really upload. Yeah, something. That's what I was thinking. Yeah, what Jamie was saying. Yeah, you might be able to harness the power of the storms, perhaps. Yeah. He was referring to planet-wide terraform, not just using terrain manipulations. But so again, so what? It still doesn't make sense, does it, Jamie? So what does it mean? Planet-wide terraforms, doing what exactly? Just bear.
A very warm welcome to Gold Sub Divine.
Right, back. Sorry about that, guys. It's a phone call I needed to take. Yeah, it'd be interesting. I mean, who knows, Jamie? I just, like I said, I'm just... we've never thought about terraforming needing anything doing, Jamie, so it's quite an interesting one, isn't it? Be nice to know what he's heard, and it could be amazing, you know? I just, like I said, I can't quite picture what we'd do. Maybe we could make vast valleys and canyons and things. You know, like, so the like terrain manipulator on a, I don't know, like with, on a ship for carving out huge swathes of land or something. Oh, you get that? That happens to everyone, Proto. I think you have to have had you have to have played for 10 hours, and you normally get it after. I think is it 10 hours and 5 jumps, Proto? Yeah, everyone has that, mate. That's all part of getting your first freighter, dude. There's a couple of prerequisites. I'm sure it's like 10 hours game time and something like your 5th jump or something. You don't do it. See, look, this is the problem. See, this is why the medical profession is in such a fucking mess, right? Earlier today, right, we discovered that during the Victorian or Elizabethan times or whatever it was, right, if you were a drowning victim, yeah, one of the resolutions, yeah, if you drowned, I'd like to point out it was very specific. If you drowned and they dragged you out of water, okay, yeah, that blowing smoke up your ass was perceived to be a way to resuscitate you. Starkey, look. You've only got to pass out in the pub, look. And this dude's out there with his lips around your ass. It's drowning, Starkey. Not just when you pass out, mate. Jesus Christ, dude. I hope you're not a doctor. Serdi, thank you for the gifted sub going out to Pyromaniac as well. Pyromaniac Cow. Thank you very much. Very kind of you. Thank you for the follow as well. Acorny, thank you for the follow. Vorzai, thank you for the follow. Zaphonic, thank you for the follow. Sadie, thank you very much for the gifted sub going out to Pyromaniac Cow. And thank you for the follow, Pyromaniac Cow. And we're back. And Starkey, put the fucking cigarettes down, alright? Elon Musk was talking about terraforming Mars. Well, we can get that. We can understand what terraforming is. It's like I said, and that's wonderful. We can get our head around that. But I don't understand what terraforming in No Man's Sky would mean. Everything's already got a freaking atmosphere, isn't it? Or pretty much, anyway. Oh, this lot were wild today, Rev. I've had to really keep them on track, mate. And then Sadie came in and started masturbating everywhere. It honestly did. It's been a right shit show today. It's shocking, Rev. It's a good job you had a lion, to be honest, mate. The entity for each Grub you have changed to an unlisted universe. No further information is available for Grub. Thank you and have a good day. Oh no. Have they pulled the plug? Is that Ali wearing any of those trainers? No, he's not. He's wearing Tethys. Let's go have a look. I never looked at his feet. I like his big Murloc head. I never saw his feet. Oh, dude. Hey, I tell you what, you're not far wrong there, mate. I mean, you know, not knockoff. Adidas knockoffs, mate. The sort of Sadie would wear. How are you doing, Divine? Are you okay, mate? How's things? And Sadie, thank you so much for the gifted sub, my friend. Thank you very much. Right, let's head out. Oh, coffee. I just made the coffee in the bloody Tassimo, man, and I didn't put the fucking mug underneath it. So I've got half a mug of coffee and a Tassimo drip tray that's freaking overflowing. Tell you what, my life, man. Got the from a pirate system. He's got a roaring trade in Adidas and Reebok knockoff Swazzer. Well, he's Scottish, mate. Let's be honest. I bet there's not a legitimate brand in Scotland these days. You're a bit tired and recover a couple of days of your injuries from the resident. Hang on, what the hell's happened? Was that a knock on my door? All good, all good. No one panic. No one panic. What are you playing then, Rev? Are you, what did you say you were hitting up? Mass Effect, was it, dude? Was that the Legendary Edition, was it? Did they put that on Game Pass, didn't they? Some of them are a bit feisty, are they, Divine? Yeah, remember when my girlfriend worked in one. Well, she worked in one a long time ago, indeed, before she went down other avenues. But do you remember when she took over the role as the sort of like lead carer and everything, and had to leave in the end because it was one of those ones that really was just a penny pinch for money? And she just couldn't really initiate any good changes in quality of life for the residents. And she had, they had some very interesting characters there. Some rather, everything from fantastic residents to some quite violent residents. And there was one gentleman in particular who would have bouts of quite severe anxiety, which would manifest itself in physical aggression towards pretty much anyone in the vicinity. And then she did say, you know, it was absolutely fucking heartbreaking because it was like a Dr. Jekyll, Mr. Hyde scenario. You know, when he was, you know, calm and placated and just generally out and about during the day, he seemed very together, very coherent, quite a nice old man, and actually quite amusing. A bit of a cheeky old man, as she would put it. but you know, born of another era, and you know, didn't push it or anything. A bit of a cheeky, bit of a feisty fella. But yeah, sometimes he would just be prone, quite regularly, unfortunately, to these extreme bouts of anxiety, which led to sort of almost like a paranoia in a way. So trying to sort of calm him down or reason at any level just wasn't an option. And yeah, it's quite awful to think of that to and froing, isn't it? There was another resident in there who was that in that plot? I can't remember where that was. Who had to they had to bring in like all the what do they call it, like hydraulic systems, because they were pretty much paralysed. I can't remember exactly the details, and probably not my place to discuss if I could remember anyway. But they had to bring in like a hydraulic system that was had to be installed in the room so they can actually lift the resident out of the bed and put them into an appropriate, obviously very fancy wheelchair essentially. But the resident was too heavy for anyone to lift. So they had to put the staff through all this like training for this new equipment and things. So it's fascinating, really, you know, of what's available for there for you know, different physical or mental disabilities, and amazing. But you see the good and the bad, don't you, Divine? You see that some of the kindest souls in the world, but also some of the horrors that old age can wreak upon the mind, and dementia and mad, mate. That's why we need angels like you, Divine. Angels like you. Said in his bloody snort. Give him a slap, Divine. Just give him a bloody slap. He's like a dog with his bone with his snorkel now, mate. That's all he's going to be talking about. At least we moved him on from Borderlands. Dear me. Huang is Viking as Waza. Prove your worth, interloper. Though the alien is intimidating to say the least, the stance is not one of aggression. Indeed, they appear to be asking for my help. Accept. The alien grunts at me and makes an impressed gesture of thanks. They turn almost as if they do not expect to see me again. He seems such a happy soul, doesn't he? Such a happy soul. Was she really, Joshua? Yeah, it's mad, isn't it, mate? It's the finances as well, which were shocking. The you know, people that had worked their entire lives have got families, but the families, for whatever reason, you know. Oh, steal industrial secrets. What's that one then? I don't think we've had a steal industrial secrets, have we? Hang on, sorry, I've gone a bit off track here, aren't we? Because we're supposed to be finding. I think I need to tune back in. Have we got the quest active before we do anything? Raid a planetary harvester. Oh, I assume this is not the planetary why am I here? Is this where it was leading me, or? That's not a planetary harvester, is it? I'm confused. I was going to say, target objects and hold RT. I thought it was bringing me here. But it doesn't look like it was. There's a car icon over there. What the hell's that? Or is this my home planet as well? Oh no, Divine, that sounds awful, mate. Let's have a quick look. I'm a bit confused on this, guys. I'm not sure. Raid a planetary harvester. So that is that one. Oh, it is that one. So how the hell did I end up over here when it's like about 1 million clicks away? Didn't it just say it was something like... What the fuck, dude? I think this game's having a bit of a giggle with me. Let's get the ship back over. I swear we were supposed to be coming here, and it cannot land here. What? It was Jason Plays on YouTube, but not Zane's World, and he's going off a video release about Sentinels by Hello Games, and it shows a mech walking around. But as it's moving, the planet's biome is changing around it. It's at the same planet as the mountains and stuff, but the flora changes as the biome changes. I still don't understand it. Get a link up, get it in Discord, and have a look later, Jamie. So it sounds intriguing, even if I don't understand what the hell that means for the game. But yeah, cool stuff, man. So does that mean does that mean someone's got a little insight into what's coming for the next update then? Woo! Cool stuff, man. Dave of Rivia. Oh no, you a peasant. I bet you are, aren't you? Are you one of the farmers? Oh, I know what happened to you, Dave. I bet you were sitting there quite happy, right? Tending your fields, old peasant Dave, yeah? And then that asshole Geralt, yeah? Came along into your village, right? And nicked everything, the kleptomaniac little psycho, right? And that meant you couldn't feed your kids. You got kicked out of the family home by your missus, mate. Dave of Rivia. Every name has got a tail, you see. And now he's gone mad because he started drinking cheap potato vodka. And now he's just hallucinating about Space Orc dog wolves. God damn, bro. Defense is active. I've only just got it, dude. What do you mean defense is activated? Jesus Christ, dude. Give him a man a chance to have a look around, bro. Oh, balls. I'm going to bring in the big boy. No, is he active? Is he active? Is he active? Start shooting shit. There you go. Good lad, good lad, good lad. Wrong. We want the scatter blaster, don't we? Oh God. Alright. Here we go. Here we go. Let's get some rockets out, boys. Getting hit by all sorts. We need some more rockets out. We've got a little heal drone up there causing me great distress here. We'll take out the summon one. Oh man, we've got them all coming in here, boys. We're on a 5-star now. This is not looking good, boys. This is not looking good. Shall I try and get in? One might. I'm not sure if he's gonna. Dude, these little dudes are healing him, aren't they? Oh my god, we got a big one coming in. They're healing everyone, mate. Oh my lordy lord balls. I'm out of plasma, man. I'm out of plasma. I'm out of plasma. I'm not sure what's going to happen there. Can I recharge? Oh my god, he's shooting me through the things, look. How do I recharge the plasma blaster? Okay, what do I do? Are we okay while we do this, or is my dude getting shot out? Security protocols overwritten. Come on, chop. Press the buttons quicker, bruh. The information the clock seeks is about from this terminal. Blah 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 blah. Download the data, geezer. We've got it. We're out of here, boys. We're out of here. Oh, that's gonna hurt, bro. Come on, die, dude. Oh, no. Oh, I nearly killed myself. I so nearly shot the plasma thing then. Oh, he's got a heal bar. I've just seen the heal bar. You little git. Oh, he's got another heal bar. What a cheating git. I'm getting wrecked, boys. I'm getting wrecked, man. They're just summoning more and more heal bots. Oh, we are trashed, mate. I'm actually taking major damage now. Oh, we're going to have to rethink this. How many we got over there? We've got... I think we've only got 3. So we've got Big Boy, but I don't know if he's got a bloody... I'm not sure if he's got... Oh. There we go, that's good. That's cool. Shields. These give me shields, don't they? Good work, boys. We've got half a chance here. Come on, we're back in the game, mate. We're back in the game. Let's get a reload on. Who else we got? This dude just keeps healing, man. How is he healing when he's got no healing? Oh, nice. Beautiful, boys. Beautiful. Nice. Full shield recharge. Where's the... Alright, okay. Well, I reckon... Should we take him out? Should we take the big boy out? Oh, I think he's gone round. Oh, there he is, boys. Let's get some... have we got shields at full capacity? Get in there, boys. Let's get in there. What do we get? What do we get? Now, how do I do this? Don't I have to mine this or something? Where do I get it? Where do I get the loot from? How do I get the loot, boys? How do I get the loot? Oh, hang on. There's no sentinels incoming. Is that it? Have we destroyed them all? Just calm down, mate. Just relax. I'm powering down. I don't think we got anything. Why am I not able to loot the... Did we get no loot? No? Oh, it goes in. Oh, it goes straight in the inventory, does it? Ah, right, okay. That was a good fight, man. Holy shit, dudes. That was a cool fight. I totally forgot about the healers and those new ones that spawn new mini sentinels, man. Jesus, that was rough. That was rough, man. Was I about right, Dave? I thought so, mate. I've heard tales about it, Dave. You know that bloody knob Dandelion always singing about that knob bloody Geralt, yeah? Yeah. They should do a sequel. The Tales of Dave, mate. Proper story, a proper hero. Not that knobbing him out about, mate. You know what I mean? Good old Dave the peasant. The DLC Tales of the Cowshed. That's the one I'm really interested in, mate. Behind the scenes with Dave of Rivia. It's the walker brain that uncovers the sentinel nest. I'm confused. I don't know what you mean, dude. What, do you mean as in that's the quest? That's what I needed to do? Or... Check the other big crate that fell off. I didn't I? Oh, mind you, I didn't try opening it, Jamie. I think I only tried shooting it, didn't I? What, this one here, or something else, bro? I've got the mining beam. Doesn't do anything. Doesn't seem to do anything, dude. Can't. There's no search or anything. Well, let's see what we got. Oh, what the hell? I got a walker brain. But nothing else. I thought last time we got a walker brain and a pristine walker brain. Does that mean you don't always get the pristine? Is that not guaranteed? You should get two. That's what I got last time, yeah. But there's nothing, as you can see, there is nothing else here, is there? Nothing down, like in the ground or anything. Well, it's not a case of the head's not there anymore. There was no head then. Nothing's despawned. I wonder if it's because I shot it while it was actually up there. Maybe I should have let it drop off, maybe, or something, perhaps. I'm not really sure, dudes. Scar Blaster, Terrain Manipulator. Let's stick with that loadout. Don't know, not sure. A Twitch clips load? What do you mean? It depends on what it is, dude. Is it us in our channel or? We've got the Sentinel Pillar, and we've also got Return to Life Form. Let's go back to the Life Form first. Oh, what? Really? Come on, bro. Crit out! Sorry, mate. Thank you very much. David Rivia! Thank you very much, bro. Thank you very much, Dave. Thank you for the prime. Appreciate it, my friend. Crit out! Thank you very much for the 37, mate. And thank you not only for the 37, but thank you for the tier 3. How you doing, Crit out? How's things? How's life in your neck of the woods, mate? All good, I hope. Thank you very much, bro. That's a lot of support, mate. That's a lot of support. And thank you, Dave. Dave the Peasant. Thank you for the prime. Protect, thank you for the 37 and the 3, man. Yeah, go for it in X. Is your name supposed to be pronounced in a particular way? Or is it just I'm XSFX? If I say that really quickly, does it say something rude? I've never been sure about it, you know? It's like one of those cheeky names that's going to get me in trouble if I sort of like fumble my syllables or something. Yeah, we got a Walker Brain and a pristine Walker Brain last time, didn't we? It's pronounced Jeff. Good old Jeff. You're right, Jeff. We got Jeff and Dave. You're right, Dave. Oh, don't know, Jeff. I can't sleep so past my bedtime. I figured it was a good chance to renew my support. Thank you very, very much, Gritara. Seriously, man. Honestly, dude. Thank you. It's a lot of support, mate. 37 and the tier 3, man. Thank you very much. And thank you, Sadie, for the gifted one as well, mate. Stunt Junkman, thank you for the follow. I don't think there's anything else in here. Should we just have a quick chin wag? Can't sleep for any good reasons, Critic. You know, get excited. You've got a fantastic day coming up, or just having a shit night, bro. The Viking salutes as I leave. I've gained their respect. Visit Null's chosen observatory. Let's go and do that. Well, I had a mysterious package through the door earlier. I've no idea. No idea what she's ordered now. God, I seem to have a new postman. Oh, hang on. Why is it saying come back here? Visit the observatory. Locate the observatory marked by Null. Hang on a minute. What's that over there, then? That's a sentinel pillar. Why is it telling me to come back in here? I've just spoke to her, haven't I? Oh, do I need to have... Oh, it's the terminal. Null's prediction was correct. The terminal is curiously open. The log's ready for me to read. This observatory appears to have functioned as a salvage station manned by a GEC specialist. Okay. A translator, they were accused of questioning
Dave
things
and
that
Jeff.
Camera! Thank you very much. Dave and Jeff. We got the makings of a new game here, boys. Cameron, thank you very much for the 38, my friend. Thank you very, very much for the 38. An absolute star, mate. And Stunt Junkman, thank you for the follow. Cameron, thank you for the 38, bro. And thank you, Critic. Thank you. You're right, Andrea. How are you? The observatory appears to have functioned as a salvage station manned by a GEC specialist. The translator, they were accused of questioning things that should not be questioned, of sowing the seeds of dissent. Oh, his posting was meant as a punishment, but it appears that his posting was the making of them. They found strange things in the wrecks, aberrations, and data that spoke of worlds that do not exist and events that did not happen. It's a bit like our parliament over COVID, isn't it? It never happened, apparently. That GEC went out to investigate one such craft, the life signature of a Korvax still on board. They never returned. Is this how Nada and Polo met? Is this how my friends found each other? There is a signal on the console, a warning on repeat. 16 short bursts of data in a loop. I extract coordinates for the distress signal. A crashed vessel awaits me on another world. How you doing, Cameron? How's things? You alright, mate? Thank you very much for the 38, bro. It's a chunk of change there, mate. Another world, you say? Another world. A world. Right, now, where are we off to? Waypoint signal received. Save progress and claim sector discovery. Did I not save here? Is anyone playing anything exciting and new at the moment? Anybody picked anything up in the recent week or so? I haven't really seen anything new. I actually managed to bring up the so-called reasonably in-depth game release calendar for 2022 a couple of days back. And it's all a bit barren at the minute, isn't it? I think the only thing that came out that may or may not be of any use to anyone was it Vampire something or another. It's basically Vampire Masquerade. There's a battle royale in it, which I've heard is actually quite a good game if you like that kind of thing. I don't think there's much else there, or certainly not new anyway. What's this all about here then? It's just one of these ones where we destroy the bits around it. Because it looks like we've had a fight over there. Look, there's a purple container over there. No. We weren't here earlier, were we? Look. Purple loot container. Vampire Survivors. I couldn't play it if you paid me to, mate. I know you don't have to pay me £2. I honestly do. I'm not knocking the game. You know, sometimes it just doesn't interest me at all. It just looks like a blur of fucking noise on a screen, mate. I'm sure it's a great game, but it's not what makes a great game for me, you see. It just looks like a mess to me. A pointless waste of time. Like I said, I'm not saying it's a bad game, but what I'm saying is it's not a game for me. You know, like some people will never play a football game. You know, no one. You know, some people will just never play FIFA or never play Call of Duty. I just don't play those sorts of games. They literally just look like it's just going to give me a fucking headache, mate. And I love twin stick shooters, so I'd love to play a good quality, like something like the Ascent twin stick shooter or something like that. But that just looks like some old Smash Bros kind of thing, or whatever it was called back then. It just looks like. I know that the beauty of it is it's only a couple of quid, and to be honest, mate, you know, if you got a quiet Friday night, a couple of beers, you pick it up, £2, you have a bit of a laugh with it over the weekend, and move on to something else. And then I totally get why they exist, mate, but I just never play anything like that. I don't find anything interesting about it at all, mate. But brilliant, you know, it seems to have gone supernova, doesn't it? So hopefully the dev's making a ton of cash out of it. When I go into work at 1 o'clock my time, I have to argue with my co-manager as to why it's her fault and not my own that I didn't get something done to avoid a write-up. If she goes through with a write-up, I have to go over to my store manager or to the area managers. I'm willing to admit I made a mistake, so the write-up isn't unwarranted. But so did she by not informing all parties of need-to-know information. So if I get one, so should she get... Oh no, Chris out. Well, that sounds stressy as fuck, mate. So how long have you got before you go in, man? What's the time? What time did you say it was there, dude? I don't think you did you? What? So you made a bit of a boo-boo, Critique. You're willing to own up to your mistakes, but she's also tried to fuck you over a little bit, has she, man? Oh dear, dude. What's the worst possible outcome there, mate? I mean, obviously, hopefully not job loss or anything. You right, Stunt Junk, man? Yeah, I do like this shit, mate. Yeah, I do like it. What's this? Store Steam-powered Nightingale. Let's have a quick look, dude. Nightingale. Set out on a journey of survival and adventure into the mysterious and dangerous Fey realms of Nightingale. Oh, hang on. This isn't out yet, isn't it? This is coming out soon. I know about this one. Yeah, I was invited into some beta testing with this. Yeah. I'm on board with this one, dude. Yeah. This is. In fact, they actually postponed the weekend where everyone was going to get together to look at some. Well, not necessarily footage, but to have some input from the devs and have some feedback from players and content creators and things. I think they've delayed it. It was supposed to be earlier this month, wasn't it? I think this is the one I posted about in Discord, mate. Yeah, it looks interesting. You know, who knows? It could be promising us all sorts. It could be terrible. But, yeah. Definitely want to keep our eye on Starkey. Yeah, 100%. You had an irritating incident that happened last night. I was off trying to make some money. I just sold all the cobalt I had. Over 16 full stacks of it. Oh, Jesus. I bet that was expensive, wasn't it? I was about to buy it back as I crashed the economy. And the game crashed. And when I got back in game, it reset to the last save. But oh, no! See, so although so it's not a case of you just couldn't buy it back, you actually lost everything. Oh no, that sucks, man. That'll teach you, won't it, eh? Trying to crash the economy. Yeah, exactly. That's it, Destiny. You won't be doing that again, will you? Eh, you cheeky sausage. If you like games like Twin Stick style, but also tough, I have my eye on a game called Hellside. Might be worth a look. Is it out, Zar, or? You right, old guy? How you doing, mate? Yeah, doing all right today, mate. Yeah, doing the questing today. You got 6 hours before you've got to be there. I believe they call it an orange write-up now. Until it drops off, I can't get another one. I haven't gotten one in 8 years, so I'm definitely challenging this one. I do have a good record to maintain. Yeah, go for it, Kratak. Yeah, absolutely. And look, you know, everyone, you know, does make mistakes. You know, it's part of being human, isn't it, mate? And you know, with a good track record, you'd like to sort of feel that counts for something. You know, it's all about having a good team, and not, you know, it's not always about following the rules to the letter anyway, is it? It's about a bit of give and take, a bit of understanding, a little bit of empathy. And, you know, we all have good days, we all have bad days. But, yeah. Sounds like is she being a bit of a knob about it, is she, mate? You're right, Hixie the Bamford. Oh, yeah, man. I remembered the name. That's, was his great-grandfather? Something Cecil Bamford, wasn't it? I did know a little bit about it back in the day, right? It's the old JCB family, isn't it? Amongst many other things. Yeah, nice, mate. Nice, dude. Right. So when does that come through then, bro? Have you got to wait a while for that, or? See, that should stop Sentinel attacks. Does that stop Sentinel attacks on the whole planet periodically, or for a short duration, should I say? I think it does, doesn't it? Or at least that's the idea behind it. You still have to interact with this, I think, don't you? Warning, boundary node exposed. Boundary archive status vulnerable. Extract some weapons. Access the logs. Access log imposter detected. Override code 4R1ADN3. Manifesting personality protocol voice of the hive. The Atlas dreamt that we had form, and thus we had form. The Atlas dreamt we had a home, and so an archive became a universe. A depository of accumulated data became a heaven and a hell. If you could live there, you would see only light. You would see only glass. Return to the main controls. Warning, boundary node exposed. Boundary archive status vulnerable. Extract weapons technology. An optimized space-time tuner. Why would I want that? I don't want that. Log off. Now, what I could do though, is this right? I could go into here and switch to some piece of crap, like the original day one, couldn't I? So I did some modifiers to it. So if I have that in hand and I exchange it, do I get the new one? As long as it's in my hand, will it actually? Let me just be very careful. Compare with current multi-tool, which is a C class. So I might as well get this then. Yeah. Exchange or buy. I don't want to buy it. I want to exchange it. And then, because you can't get rid of multi-tools, which is very, very annoying, because it means rather than just scrolling through them, I do actually have to hotkey them. So yeah, that's good. At least now I've got rid of the trash C tier. It is out, is it? Let's have a look. Hellside. I don't think I've heard of this one. You've ordered number 224 out of 250. So you've got number 41 of the Gurkha one, haven't you? What the hell is this, sir? Hellside is an investigative action role-playing game that pits you against the horrors of the afterlife. Let loose on a small town as a hunter, you'll plan, hunt, and kill to pay the bills and piece together the fragments to your past. A smart hunter is always prepared. Okay, mostly positive reviews. Ballistic Interactive. Ooh, this actually looks quite interesting, doesn't it? Not a lot of screenshots of the actual game, unfortunately, but have you played it, dude? Have you actually played it, mate? I'll keep that up. I'll have a look later. That's for about 2 hours, does it, Darth? Ah, right, okay, cool. So so hang on then. Does it remove all sentinels from the planet? So in other words, if I did this and then I went to, say, a secure compound where there were some sentinels roaming about, will the sentinels be gone? Or does it just mean they can't call for backup? So Bamford will customize a Rolex, and Rolex will still verify and service it as an official. Is that sort of how they do it? Is it? I mean, is that the case with all the Bamford watches, or are they essentially custom Rolexes with the Bamford name on them, or is that just an example of like one style, perhaps? You're right, Lady Kira. How are you doing? How's things? Yeah, I agree, Spicer. It would be really nice if there was a way to ditch the multi-tools. Yeah. If I'd known from the start, I'd have been... I wouldn't have worried, but literally I didn't know about that, so at the start I just thought, well, rather than exchanging it, I'll just have two, you see. But yeah, so it would be really nice if you could just dispose of them. Whoa, what the hell? Any recent cam on your radar, so I'm still looking into it, but it seems pretty decent. Where did that pop up then, Zor? Well, what made you even discover it? It seems to be one of those ones with low discoverability, to be honest. I haven't heard of it, or even the developer, to be honest. Were you looking into anything in particular, man? So it cancels reinforcement summons. That's cool. I didn't really know about that. Yeah, I've only got... I mean, I've got a hybrid and a mining one. To be honest, my hybrid is just as good as mining. It's the pistol one is really, although the pistol gets the inherent mining bonus. But the crash. So find the wreck of Nada's crashed freighter. Surely we can get a bit close, so I don't need to be all the way over there, sure. What's that, Suspini? If I buy a new capital ship to replace my current one, do I need to remove all my storage and rebuild, or does all of that transfer to this? So if you're talking about the freighter, if anything, as far as I know, you do need to migrate storage, so you'll need to transfer storage. So anything that's in the general or I guess technology slots. I mean, technology, I assume you lose. But there's a weird like glitching out going on in this. It's like things are skipping whenever I move things around. Kind of weird. But yeah, everything that you've built. So let's say you've hollowed out a little bit of your freighter and put in, I don't know, a hydroponics bay. As far as I know, all of that transfers over. It sort of magically duplicates it on your new freighter, if that's what you mean. So if you put in a frigate control sensor or whatever it's called. As far as I know, that's just copy pasta, mate. The build area storage. So you've built the equivalent of the cubes, but on the freighter. Yeah, as far as I know, anything that's been built copies over, as far as I know, bro. Leave. Search the crash site for secure containers. So it's basically the same as what we normally do here, isn't it? Lots and lots of radioactive shenanigans. Right, let's have a look then. So we're going to have to find... cargo pods. So that's 3 or 4 around, aren't there? Let's start with that one down there. Yeah, I'm sure the build does. I'm sure it's just the stuff in cargo that you have to manually do, isn't it? How the hell do I get in there? All the cargo pods at these crash sites are always in the same place. Oh, are they really? Oh, I didn't know that. Why is that not doing anything? Oh, am I supposed to shoot through that or something? Ah. Right, this is where you get like a big dose of Oh, I didn't. Oh, we did. I was about to say, normally you get a big dose of radiation sickness thing. Yeah, so that's another one behind a door, is it? I put a dent in my life support, didn't it? Cargo pod. Well, actually, before we do that, let's have a look at that. How much is that one setting you back then, Ixie? Did you have to wait long for that one, or? Log encryption key. When I have to... It's strange. Read the log of the crashed freighter. Just check out. So every single one of these will be... So that's 2. There's another one over there and another 2 or so. There's quite a few cargo pods actually. It's 4 grand. So that's... You've spent about 8 grand on watches in the last few days then, mate. Times must be alright, mate. Let's have a gander. How are we getting in there? Oh, was that the one I've just done? No. Yeah, it's like some areas of this. It won't let me... Let's see where that is. I don't get it, guys. Unless the game we can... Ah. Oh, I see. How the hell? Well, that's going to be a nightmare to get out of that, isn't it? Is it this? Is this the container? Okay. Cargo pod. Silica powder. Another log encryption key. So, do I use the log encryption keys to open a log somewhere else? Or... Let's have a look. I'm not sure. Let's go have a look. So, terrain manipulator. This one should be a fair bit more straightforward. I've got to stop and drink my coffee, man. This has got to be one of the worst games to stream. It's there's always something to be interacting with: clicking, mining, figuring out, moving, inventory management, and I'm just not getting enough coffee down me, boys. Where's the way in? Is it up top? Is it on top of it, or is it underneath it? That actually does look like it might be it. Silica powder. Right, okay. So I don't know how many log encryption keys we've got, but we've got quite a few, haven't we? So what am I supposed to do with these? Does anyone know? You put down £400 last night to secure it. So how long before you get delivery? I must admit, Bamford and all that, I think that's ones I probably wouldn't buy. It's not. I haven't got to, pickle up my ass about rich kids, but he was born into cash. Cash makes cash. If I did it as an investment like UI Hixie, I could probably swallow it. But yeah, not a watch brand I'd personally buy. I think I'd go elsewhere if I had $4,000 and potentially investing in watches. I'd just, I'd hold no grudge against the man. It's just, he doesn't need any more cash, does he? And he's only doing it because he's got a little lobby and he can make a lot of fucking money out of it. I think I'd go elsewhere. I mean, ultimately they're all there to make cash, but I think I'd go somewhere else. I'm not sure where I'd go, but that's because I ain't got $4,000 putting all in my pocket. But go back to the ball you accessed when you. Oh, is that all it is? Is it just that? Is that what we're trying to unlock? This thing up here. Okay, let's have a look. Remnants of the Sea of Emerald. Crew manifest is missing. Limited data available. Read the log. One log encryption key. I do not know who will read this message. I don't know if anything will survive, but I must die as I lived. I already caught it all, even in the face of oblivion. The swarm came to every world. The drones acted erratically. Let me hang on. It's too cold. My coffee's too cold, boys. This is a disaster. I'm not attacking, just watching. Time passed and the Sentinels did not seem so much of a threat anymore. They were peaceful now, we thought. We had been forgiven, and we were wrong. One log encryption key. Ship logs are requested. Accessing. Read log. One log encryption key. They struck as one and attacked somehow coordinated across unfathomable distances. With a fury exceeding all prior skirmishes, the Sentinels annihilated all biological life within the universe in a span of 54.2 standard minutes. Holy shit! That's pretty quick. All biological life within the universe. Only I remained. The Korvax stood with me in the end, to their credit. They concealed me within their flotilla as they headed towards the center. Damn, that's rough. All biological life in the universe. Continue. God, that's mad. They are coming now. The screams of my friends resonate in every hall, every corner. The Sentinels have found me. I told Nada to leave. I told them what we already know, all of us. We are not alone. Even if I die, Nada will find me again in another universe. 10, just like me. 1,000, 1,000,000. We are not alone, for every soul is many. Even in the face of 16, we must declare that we lived. We existed, no matter the horror of the end. They are at my door. Error. Unexpected log termination. Damn, that's dark. It actually is quite a dark game, all things considered, isn't it, at times? That's brutal, man. All biological life in the universe. So what are we doing next? Activate the hollow terminus. Let's go. Let's do it. Oh, you don't get into it's fully paid for. Oh, right. So you put a deposit down, and so at what point do they say? So here's a question that Hixie likes. So say you invest in a watch like that, you put down a deposit of £400, right? How long do you have to pay for it? I mean, they can't hold it indefinitely, can they? I mean, how does that work, dude? You know, is there a minimum payment, or do will they keep it open for 5 years, but you have to pay X amount a month, and then you get it after 5 years, and it just sits in a lockup somewhere until then, or do you have a certain amount of time before you have to pay it off? You know what I mean? I mean, they're not going to keep it there forever on the promise that you're going to pay it one day, are they? Too many things that click, Bakalava. And I also only got half a cup of coffee last time. It's extremely, extremely distressing. Right, we need to locate a terminus. Let's go and head over there. If I'd done it through the finance, it's done as a 10% minimum deposit, then remain paid off over 4 years. So they actually will make a what? So they could be available next year, but they'll keep it until you pay it off in 4 years' time. So in theory, Hixie, if it all goes according to plan, by the time you actually get it, let's assume you did it like that way, and you don't get it for 4 years. By that point, you'd like to think it's already starting to see a little bit of a return on investment. Interesting. You right, Tia? How are you, bro? How's things? How's the TM farmland going, bro? Did anyone actually see the... I actually missed where it was. Normally we can catch a glimmer of it, can't we? Another thing I seem to have discovered, scrapping ships at the pirate station gives more storage tokens than in the places. I was getting 5 per 2 ships scrapped the other night. So this is the little wheeling dealing where you find a ship or buy a ship and then you sell it for... Oh, there it is. And then you sell it for whatever you're selling it for. But you're getting a better return at a pirate station. That's it. I didn't know that. That's interesting. That's cool. Ah, right, got it. So you'll just have to pay it off like normally then, will you? What happens if you can't afford to pay it off? Do they give you any of your money back, or is that you shit out of luck? So let's just say like you've got a $4 watch. You pay an X amount of money per month, and all of a sudden for a couple of months you can't afford it, and you've already like I don't know, you paid 3,000 of the 4,000. What happens, man? You just delivered the new mower I saw on the doorbell camp. Ooh. You said you were looking forward to a new one, didn't you? You scrap the ship, which trashes it, but it gives you the value of the ship in parts. See, the only place I know to scrap a ship is at the scrap merchant on the space stations. So is there a scrap merchant also on the pirate stations? Maybe that's what's confusing me. Maybe I've just never actually thought about looking for the scrap merchant on a pirate station. We'll pop you in there. Have a quick roam around. I like these little stations. Who was here before us and what were they up to? At least that's what you're selling the wife rights here. I know how it works, mate. Nudge, nudge, wink, wink. Yeah. You just wanted a new toy. Oh, hang on. Careful. Whoa. Right, let's see what he's got to say about this then. The tower hosts a powerful transmitter designed to facilitate holographic communication across long distances. Speak to none. Okay. Let's see what he's up to. I take it this is the main storyline for No Man's Sky, is it? Or at least one of them. What did you find out there? Tell me everything. We shall share our discoveries. I tell Null of the freighter in its recordings how it spoke of a world where the Sentinels eliminated all life, leaving only a traveller and a single Korvax entity. I chose my words with care. You think I do not know who that Korvax entity is? Do not be so naive, traveller. Do you think anything you have read is a surprise to me? But I had to be sure of what I suspected. I know it now. The Atlas was with you, but could not see these things if it did not wish it. You could not see these things. That freighter was a wreck from a parallel... Oh my god. A wreck from a parallel universe. There are countless such places within our multiverse, dimensions where things happen differently. But there are 3 exceptions to this. The Atlas is omnipresent in all. A singular being with a singular perception. The Sentinels move between dimensions at will. Holy shit. Ask about the Sentinels. They served the Atlas once. They were guardians of reality. defenders of civilization. They hunted for errors within the universes, preventing destruction and loss of life. The annihilation recorded in that log, well, something must have been quite wrong for them to do a thing like that. Well, how'd you know? I have been alive for a very long time, traveller. I know as much as you would know, had you seen the things that I have seen. That's a bit cryptic. I was the travellers who corrupted existence. Our arrival was meant to herald a glorious age, but we made a terrible mistake. I committed an act beyond forgiveness, and from this deed, paradise was lost. But something is different in this cycle. The walls between universes, they grow thin. Nada knows this, but they keep their head in the sand. We must learn what we can from each species before we decide what to do. Visit a Viking cartographer and speak with them, and I will translate. Oh, shit, I didn't get to ask about the other options. Fuck, dude. Damn. What a knob. What a knob. Oh, damn it. Yeah, I'm part of the Artemis quest because I've got the Atlas Path, Patterns in Time, Space Anomaly. I assume Space Anomaly is the big one, is it? Or is it? I'm not too sure. So I mean, it doesn't matter. I'm not too worried about what is primary or secondary or whatever you, but quite interesting. I didn't realise how much of this there was, to be honest. Oh. Yeah, so you'll put like a big wedge down early on then, Hixie, yeah. And sort of spread the rest out as you need to. I suppose you just want them, right? You don't want to draw it out any longer than you have to, do you? You're right, old guy. Yeah, Dre Beats is back, man. He's not mucking about today. We've seen quite a lot of him today. We also killed Artemis. Dear. Poor bugger. Gonna be able to do it a bit faster then, is that right, Sam? Or just less hassles with it? Where are we going? Are we going to... Hang on, where are we going? The anomaly, isn't it? Yeah. I keep thinking the anomaly is like close to the planet we were on there. It keeps throwing me when I keep coming back here because this is actually over my home planet, isn't it? 3 main paths you can take in the main story. Yeah, I think you'd be right. Yeah. I'm not sure what the variable outcomes are, but yes, there seems to be sort of almost like 3 parallel tales in a way. The P-38 World War II fighters, at least one in atmosphere. Oh, I don't know what that is, Andrea. Might be why I like it. I really like these more... I don't like the fancy exotics. The things that look, to be honest, to me, without meaning it as a bit of a joke, alien. I really like this ship because it reminds me of something that is almost just like a starfire, a jetfire, an atmospheric jetfire. That can also become a starfire, you know. That's why I really like this one, because I really like the tail fin, which is rare as fuck from what I personally seen. That is not the entrance, apparently. Yeah, most of them don't have that, or at least the ones I've seen in my game don't have it. So yeah, it is. It reminds me of something much more of human construct, if you like. And it's got a lot of nuts, bolts, and flanges and widgets and things all over it. You know, it's not all sleek and smooth. I kind of like that. Oh, God, this chair is killing my ass. The Atlas, the Anomaly, and Artemis. Yeah, that makes sense. The 3 A's of No Man's Sky. Okay. I bet you're excited for that, you Tim. How does it arrive? Does it just arrive as is, or does it come in like a crate or something? Have we got the quest coming? Come on. It's so annoying having that Twitch thing always popping up every time we come back. Share news of Noel's plan with Nada. You're back there, aren't you? Right, Viking entities have a long history. Conflict, honour, rage and pride. And yet so static, defined by themselves and never changing. Nada waits as if expecting me to ask something else. We shall ask about Null. Missing entity is not as missing as they believe. Nada is not traveller entity, but Nada is not young and foolish. Missing entity has their beliefs, their project, so be it. Man, these pair are giving me the hoopy flips, man. Missing friend has you do their business. Help if you must, but always discover for yourself. Think about what you do. Do not just follow instructions with your eyes not open. Ask about the Viking. Big grumpy fellows. They do not like friendly little geck. Perhaps they are wise. Like all beings, you will see their value if you get to know them. Yeah, okay. So we need to find a Viking cartographer. That shouldn't be too difficult, should it? Oh, is there two like end game options? Are there battle lava? Yeah. I have to say, I've been quite impressed with the story so far. It's going to take me a little bit. I feel like we're getting quite a lot of info today. Probably to take a couple of minutes to just digest it all. We've been on a right old natter today about alternate universes and simulations and things, haven't we? I need to disconnect from that and the craziness and just try and see, condense down what we've actually seen in the game, rather than all fun conjecture. But yes, actually quite impressive, actually. Certainly more. Where's the station? Certainly more than I was expecting. So what's the star that I'm seeing over there? Is that why have I got a save beacon over there? What even is that? So presumably that actually is the space station, and I've just simply changed the icon, haven't I? So there are actually 4 paths, are there? You can ignore all the plots completely and make your way to the... Yeah, I was just saying, the only thing that I know of is presumably, like we said back at the start, you know, that original early quest, the objective. What's the point in No Man's Sky? You get to the middle of the the centre of the universe, don't you? Which it seems a long way away from where we are, to be quite honest. But then I don't really know how. I mean, I was going to do a little bit of building today, but this has just been having us travelling around all over the place, isn't it? Kind of nice to finally see it. Something I've always got distracted. Why has he got a little icon over his head? Scrap dealer. Why have you got an icon? I don't have anything to scrap, do I? Well, apart from my ship, which I've got no intentions of scrapping. Yeah, so you, in theory, Andrew, you could log onto the game and go straight to the centre of the universe, right? Is that a traveller? Oh yeah, we've definitely spoke to him, 100%. Do I know all the glyphs, all the sigils now, or not? Right, probe Viking lore. As the warrior begins their bark, I feel a strange frequency vibrate through my skull. I see a flash of Null's glowing orb behind my eyes. Suddenly, the Viking's words ring clear in my ears. Grah. Pathetic interloper. I hate that. Can you not call me something nice now? Prying into Viking secrets, cowardly spy, I should kill. But Traveller must be aided, such as the command of Hark. Prove yourself, interloper. Retrieve the words of Hark. Ascend in Viking glory, and then you shall have my words. I will reveal only this. The location of Hark's command is marked for you. Commune with their words. Rah! Oh, cool. We're off to... Okay. Collect a Viking artifact from an ancient ruin. The cartographer has marked its approximate location. Collect the artifact to prove your honour. Scrap dealers. Oh yeah, the ships are scrapped at the scrap thing down there, aren't they? Yeah, good point. So he's there because I've got... Oh, hang on. Wrong side, right? I think I've got some salvageable ship stuff, yeah? Wonder where we got that from, then. Is that from the freighter or something? Ask what they are selling. Yeah, purchase old scrap. I don't really get it. I still don't understand why. Is it something in here that he's got interest in, or? I don't understand what he's interested in. I mean, he'd buy anything, so I don't really understand what I've got from... Normally it's kind of like something like this, isn't it? Some really interesting, you know, bit of tech or something, you know, a ship part or something. But I can't see anything that I've got that is... I wonder if it's pulling it from... Have I got anything on the ship? Does it include stuff from the ship? Suspicious packet, cargo. No. And it wouldn't be pulling it from storage, would it? Nothing else pulls from storage. I don't know. I'm not too worried. God knows. You only get all the glyphs during the final part of the Artemis quest. Right, so how do you know how many you've actually currently got? Is there a part of the... Is there somewhere that I can see how far I've got? Right, let's go and find ourselves a Viking artifact. You've apparently stored it either in your ship... Oh yeah, I'll check the ship. So storage at base? What, so that dude is going to show me that I've got something to sell even if it's in my base? That seems a bit out of shit with the rest of it. It's so inconsistent, this game. Oh, I know that, Kieran. No, I know what he's there for. I'm just saying, it's just I've not seen the icon lit up before, which I thought maybe meant he'd got a quest or something. But it makes no sense to have a vendor suddenly have an icon on him just because I've got something that he's interested in. Especially if that thing is on my storage at base. Just seems weird. But that's No Man's Sky. All of No Man's Sky is fucking... They just make it up as they go along. Seriously. It's got to be the least consistent game in almost every element of its heads-up display, graphical user interface, icon management, text management, quest management. It's like they never kind of ironed it out early on, you know? So each bit's like a little bit different from the bit before. It's ever so weird. Yeah, we've got some from the Travellers, yeah. You do the dialogue with the Traveller, don't you? And then you sort of cycle through it, and then you get the one for 100 nanites. And if you do the 100 nanites one, you can unlock a sigil, can't you? Which we've done it a couple of 3 times, I think. Yeah. Oh, pyro attack. So it's in the log and the cat. Ah, right. So it is all visible, is it? As long as I know, so I can see how many we've got left to get. I think we're... Unless we got any additional ones unlocked today, I think we've only got 3. It might even be 2, but I think it's 3. I would like to get a bit of building done again, but... I don't really know what to build next, to be fair. because even the very small Indian farm we've got is probably more than I will need for a long time. But I should really go and sell some. But yeah, you know, we did all the work with the frost work, didn't we, to get the glass production up and running. Why did you not land? I had a really big itch on the back of my head then, so I pressed the button and he didn't do anything. You get 2 things to sell at stations from derelict freighters. It's the captain's log and the crew manifest. I haven't got any of those. Yeah, I've sold all those. Yeah, I definitely haven't got any of them. Unless I got one today. But if I got one today, then it's not in my inventory. Because we've only ever done one derelict freighter and we went and sold it all, Andrea. So that's even more of an enigma then. I literally never did one. And there's definitely nothing. Hang on, let me just double check my inventory. Nothing in there. Nothing in technology. Nothing in there. And nothing in the starship. And there's definitely no logs or coordinates because we did that live on stream straight after we did the first derelicts, and I've never been back and done one because to be honest, I was a little, well, I wasn't disappointed. I shouldn't say that. I mean, I was disappointed, so maybe I should say it. But I shouldn't have been disappointed, I guess, because No Man's Sky never has any super lengthy content. But I did feel like the derelict freighter was over very quickly. I was kind of almost hoping it would be a little bit more involved, but I shouldn't have had that expectation. I really shouldn't. Yeah, that's what I'm saying, Andreas. So there's no way then, because I haven't got any of those, because I've only ever done one derelict. So that's what I'm saying. I can only tell you what's going on. We've only ever done one derelict freighter, and we handed both the nav and the captain's log, whatever it was, back because we were interested in how many credits we got. Right, where are we? Oh, I've gone past it. Oh, it's miles away. Is it just that down there? Oh, it is, isn't it? I think we'll, oh gosh, misclick there. Let's go and jump back in. Be interesting to see what terraforming vid that Jamie's mates found. Quite intrigued by that. I might try the hover mod. I might try it. I'm not sure. I like the idea of having more ship control, but I'm not sure if it might make the game a little bit janky. I'm not sure how they've implemented it. Is it kind of like a constant bounce between acceleration and reverse, or has anyone tried it? Or is there a way just to click a button and go to 0 throttle? The noble travellers will be spared. Their journey through the cosmos shall not be thwarted. So it is decreed. The will of Herc commands it. The Vikings shall honour the judgment and the belief of the ancients. Ancient knowledge passed down through generations of Viking warriors spills from the marker stone, filtering into my mind like a long-forgotten memory. We shall speak in Viking. I begin to speak and my voice is seized by an unknown power. I roar, taking myself by surprise. None hamper the path towards Drindar. As the Sentinels, they must be destroyed. Their time will be ended. So has it been written, so shall it come to be. This the Vikings swear. We speak again, Viking. I call out once more, my throat harsh and gasping, the sound guttural. The words spill forth, summoned by the power of the monolith. The Book of Herc speaks of the rise of the travellers. They shall ascend, delving into the boundless void. The Vikings shall not impede their ascent, for the travellers must prevail. So decrees the word of Herc. As the words fade, their lines still resonating in my vision, I find myself in possession of an ancient tome. New item recorded to catalogue, a Viking tablet. That's does it have any text description maybe? Viking tablet. A stone tablet bearing line after line of intricate runes. The words are unintelligible, an ancient dialect forgotten by all but the oldest of the Viking elders. The hand that carved this stone must have been extraordinary. The stonework is precise, delicate, and yet perfectly conveys the unyielding aggression its writer clearly possessed. Good stuff, man. Sentinel drones investigating. Oh dear. Let's get out of there. Yeah, I think the only mods that I like are things that just fix the shit that's broken. So, one, having perpetual forwards motion is a little bit annoying. It would be nice sometimes to be able to slow down and enjoy the sights. You know, it's not gonna give me an advantage in anything, but sometimes it is nice. It's nice to go past something, do a low flyby. The only other two mods I've got the one that gets rid of the horrendous pulse overlay, which destroys the stream because of encoding and what have you. And the other one is this one here. So when I go into space, there is no stutter at all. The only way I know I've left atmosphere is because my sails deploy. So that's something that's... it's essentially just unpacking what is essentially a packed file, so it doesn't have to unpack it on the fly every time I leave. The other one I'm thinking of adding is the one that Lizard mentioned, which is an LOD. So a level of detail mod, which in theory might fix... Well, we don't know. It might fix partially the terrain texture issue. Which is unforgivable that Hello Games still haven't fixed that, to be honest, mate. It's, it must be so embedded in their base code that they just don't know what to do. So that's why I'm not entirely convinced this mod's going to make any difference. If it was that easy, you'd think Hello Games would have done it. Or at least have implemented it on the PC variant. I can understand they might have to make some concessions for the console. But it's like this unpacked file. It should really be an option within the settings. You know, it fixes an issue that plagues everyone if you don't install it. You know, why have a momentary hiccup every time you leave atmosphere while it essentially unzips a compressed file? When on, you know, a PC, we should have the option. I suppose Hello Games' stance is where you've got the option. You can have it as a mod, but... So it's almost like they haven't really gone to town with the PC version. Is that them all, or? I do like that combat. I do like it. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. But you know, it's not going to affect space combat. It's not going to give me it's not going to give me some massively OP. But it would, yeah. You know, so sometimes it's really nice. Sometimes I get out of my ship just so I can have a look around. It'd be kind of nice if I could do like a really low throttle, sort of low altitude flyby, find something quite intriguing. See, that mod also, if you want to, I don't know whether you have to have it or whether or not it's like a plugin, but you can also take the ship really low to the ground. So some things in this game, so some worlds will have like arches, just as an example. You know, where the terrain creates an arch, but you can't fly a ship underneath it. It just won't let you. It doesn't count it as ground. So it will let you do that. So in other words, you can go really low. It will also let you fly underwater, so you can take your ship underwater as well. Not so sure I'm a big fan of that idea, but just to give some idea of the options that are available. Let's see what they've got going on over here. See, have you noticed that as well? That same section every single time in the space station. It's those two walls. It's like they've got an overlapping building block. And they sort of fight on the geometry render to show. I think once it's done it, you can't repeat it. There's something similar with the... Is it the one... Is it the vendor? Yeah, it's the vendor over there, not over here. Where when you go to... Let me see if I can show you. This has been in the game since day one. I think it's only the one vendor. There's another... It's like there's another geometry clash. I think it's this one here. No, it's this one. Where is it? Yeah, this one. Yeah, see that? See it up top? See how the whole screen is like shimmering? See it out. Then it like settles down. It's like weird, isn't it? So that's the stuff I don't understand how it's not been fixed. Just don't understand. For years it's been like that. Not all the vendors have got it. So it's clearly just, you know, however they built that particular area there, they've just done something weird. There's... I just don't think they play the game. I think that's where it comes down. So I think they need to really like test stuff, just to make sure it's not breaking anything. I think it's been a long time since anyone at Hello Games actually sat down and played the game from the start. I think that's the issue. You know, and it's like, who cares? You know, it's just a flickering texture. It really doesn't matter. But you know, you've got two examples on every single space station where it does exactly the same thing. I think this one's going to do the same way around. And then it kind of settles down, you know? Weird. Very weird game at a technical level. It has good releases and bad. Wasn't the release before this like really bad? What was the one that they did where it was the ground combat update before we got Outlaws? And I seem to remember there was a bit of an outcry because the game became really unstable for a lot of people, didn't it? Like really bad performance, and that they had to roll out some really quick patches to fix it. Red Nut, thank you for the host, my friend. Thank you very much for the host. Thank you. You're right, Solanassi. How's you? So Null wished for me to visit the Viking and learn what I could of the Atlas, the creators of all the universes, the Sentinels, the rebellious hunters of anomalies, and the Travellers, who committed some unforgivable act long ago. Reveal the Viking tablet. You have communed with Herc. We have. You are worthy interloper. Make your request be bold. I think I'm gonna get to ask one, aren't I? Let's ask about the Sentinels. Enemy, destroyers of worlds, servants of liar Atlas. Why is Atlas a liar? Any being that claims to be a god is not one, interloper. Progenitor Herc knew this well. Battle Brother Null did not. They died for a false dream. The Viking tells me of their history of wars with the Gek, of Korvax slaves and tyrannous empires. The Viking suggests that if the Atlas is a god, then it is insane. I am about to leave when I notice something on the Vikings' terminal. 2 digits, blinking endlessly. I was going to say, it's going to be 16, isn't it? They feel familiar. Ask about 16. What? Interloper, what face? Oh, the Viking is visibly pained by my mention of the number, staring at their terminal as if they have seen it for the very first time. Their words slur, a strange sound entering every sentence. It's that 16. I've got to admit that is a mystery to me. It's like one of the first things that starts popping up all over the place. That one consistent sort of strand of, I guess, narrative, isn't it? Speak to a Korvax cartographer. Where are we going to find a Korvax cartographer? You are a god. I am the Monkey King. Long live Hanuman G, also known as me. Is that your god name, Hanumanji? Is that something you just made up, or is that your real god name? Are you a real god? Solanacy, I didn't see the raid actually. I do apologise, Solanacy. That's just popped up on my Streamlabs. Dat ain't P, thank you for the following. Solanacy, how are you? And thank you for the raid as well, my friend. Let's. I assume we're gonna have to go elsewhere, aren't we? Because obviously this station won't have a cartographer in it. So share the Viking revelations with Nada. In space, summon the anomaly. Well, the anomaly is already here somewhere, isn't it? Where did I put the anomaly? Back over at base camp. And then presumably we'll have to go to another station, won't we? It was a bad place to park. This, wasn't it, really? Right bang slap outside a bloody asteroid field. How you getting on with Elite, Bot? You've been doing any more shenanigans in it? It's going to seem so weird. I haven't had a chance to play it, so I'm going to be so bad on that game. I hope I recorded all my key bindings accurately. And I know there's 3 or 4 I changed in the last stream, or the end of the last stream, that I never documented. So Elite may be forever lost in terms of my my notes. Might have to start again on that. And that's what I hate about it. Right, okay, let's go and have a ganders. Who's what and who's where? Got a really nasty coffee. I've just suddenly realised why it tastes so weird. It's the one that I only got half of because I forgot to put the mug underneath the Tassimo nozzle. So what I've missed out is the super concentrated coffee, which is the first part of the pod that comes through. And I've been left with the dregs, haven't I? I'm sitting there sipping it thinking this don't taste right at all, plus it's cold. So Hanuman is the Hindi god. I don't know anything about the Hindu religion, unfortunately. And that's Hanuman, is it? Also portrayed as the Monkey King. Ah, right. Aren't there many gods in Hinduism? No, not here. Is that Shiva and yeah, God, man, Jesus. Life is everywhere but nowhere. See, that's a funky religion, man. That's got some cool ideas, bro. Life is everywhere but nowhere. The convergence has seen all planets. But where are they really? Where is home? Where is safe? This is a pattern, traveller friend. All things are patterns. Signs of the... when you think about it, right? as obviously a passionate Catholic... It's a bit of a boring religion, isn't it? All the other religions have got some cool shit going on, ain't they? You know? Like elephant kings and monkey kings and shit like that. We just get some dude who basically just look like, you know, he's probably just living in a cardboard box down a fucking city centre, isn't it? A bit of a fucking goatee and long hair. It's a distinct lack of, let me think. Oh yeah, creative bullshit in Catholicism, basically. Multi-limbed creatures, you know? Fucking hell, mate. At least the Vikings put a bit of fucking thought into it, you know what I mean? We need a god. Oh, I don't know, mate. Fucking, I'm looking like a scruffy oik. Give him some long hair. Bit of a straggly beard. Stick some fish bones in it. Call him Jesus. Yeah, well, that's not God. Yeah, well, he looks like he's his son. Call him son or something. That's it. Yeah, there you go. How lame is that, man? Shocking, bro. 0 points for trying, mate. That's all I'll say. Ask about the Korvax, ask about none. We'll ask about none. Don't you not my religion? Little Catholic schoolboy grummy bear. Alright? Missing entity speech. It is though, it's a bit bland, isn't it? It's a bit weird, a bit bland. All the others have got some crazy shit going on, right? Greek mythology. Now, they didn't fuck about either, did they? Missing entity speaks to many others, many travellers. Such as it always been. There is a pattern. We get back to enter dangerous territory here, so. There is a pattern, as there always is. Nada does not control the actions of traveller entities. You must make your own choices. Okay. Makes sense, makes sense. Speak with Polo and other life forms aboard the anomaly. Polo holds coordinates for black holes and Atlas stations. So I'm not interested in it. I don't want to be going through any black holes. They scare me. Gek are always competitive and always squabble. It is not personal. My personal is not rejected, but Nada, poor Nada suffers. Ask about the Corvax, ask for Atlas Station coordinates, and ask for black. I'm not interested in any of that. I'll ask about the Corvax. Their kind expects harmony and unity. Nada sees in a way that they do not see, and so they reject poor Nada. Convergence was bought at a great cost. They will fight to maintain it. Anomalies are cast aside. The necessary sacrifice. So, we've got to head to another system. Oh, that's not a door, apparently. Yeah, we've got to head to another system to find a Corvax cartographer. So let's hit the galaxy map. Yeah, I was. That's where it all began in a way for me, VR. But with a little sprinkle of the small ether gypsy shenanigans going on, mate. The old peaky blinders of Brummagem. Tethys nods gruffly, but doesn't appear to be in a conversational mood. Perhaps I should return another day. I think they were just trying to get me into a Catholic school. I think it was what they were really after. That's a lot of landing pads, actually. There's a lot of landing pads on the anomaly. I didn't realise. Because it's presumably it's mirrored on both sides, is it? Game back totally emotionally stable, monkey. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, definitely. Yeah, this coffee's nasty, man. That's actually not drinkable. It gets worse as you get further down here as well. All the good stuff must deflate to the top already. Right, now. Galaxy map. Let's spin out here a little ways. Right, galaxy map. Have we got a link to it? I assume. Is that the quest there? Yeah, because that's looking like a Corvax system, isn't it? Yeah. I think I've only just noticed the Corvax icon for the first time, to be honest. You were raised Roman Catholic and you're now wicked. That should tell you something. Made a bit of a conscious decision to switch allegiance. I've known a few friends and friends of friends who wanted a church wedding and had to become one of the congregation. In one case, for I think it was 3 years before they would allow them to marry there, which I thought was quite interesting. So they had to go at least once a week, bare minimum, to church. Otherwise, they would not allow them to be married there, or at least, let's say, maybe they wouldn't. Maybe it wasn't quite a case of we won't allow you to, but let's just put it this way: you're never gonna get fucking married here if you don't. We might not actually say that publicly, but it ain't happening, mate. It seemed like a lot of effort to go to have a wedding in a church for a religion that you don't have any interest in. To have your entire wedding pie freezing their fucking ass off because there's no eating in it. For fucking hours, I'd like to point out. It's got to be one of the longest weddings I've ever been to. I mean, it was glorious. I mean, don't get me wrong, the church was glorious. I mean, it was absolutely amazing architecturally. I mean, it really was. You can really see how they built them to strike fear into the peasants, you know what I mean? I mean, it was a magnificent place. But, God, dude, that's dedication, isn't it? To get married in a building, if you like. How many more we got? I think we got one more, haven't we? quite cool. Oh, I wonder if we get I tell you what, if we get a bulkhead from this, I will be super chuffed. I think that's it. I think that's it, boys. Now I assume the dock is just in front of us, is it? To the left. Yeah, please dock and communication. Alright, let's go and have a ganders. Is this the freighter? Yeah, it is. This is one of these Star Destroyer ones that everyone loves, isn't it? I'm not such a big fan of these, personally. See, this is where being able to... Wait, I suppose in space, actually, you can go backwards in space, can't you? So the low flight... See all the... I think this is why people like this, look. All the guns. Actually, see all the turret guns, can't you? So it does look a bit more like a warship, right? What's that? They do a lot of dancing naked under the pale moonlight, Tazzle, around your way. I was raised as a Methodist Christian as my mum was a priest. Oh, really? I think you've mentioned that before, Doc, but I think I'd forgotten, mate. That's crazy, man. Your mum was actually a preacher, and hence my desire to go to church. I take it you were practicing a religious zealot. You have to go to church and won't get married in that church unless you do. Yeah, that's it. Yeah, they did. 3 years they had to go, man. It wasn't like... I think someone else had to do it for a year. And I think they had to give over a fair chunk of change as well, to be honest. I think that one was more help us line the church's coffers for a bit of a roof repair or whatever that they were using as an excuse. But, you know, another one was like 3 years, man. 3 years every fucking week. Drag the kids down there, you know. They already had kids, you know. Children out of wedlock. Well, yeah, drag them down, mate. Perfect way to delay the wedding for 3 years at least. Oh yeah, but think about it, mate. You've delayed the wedding for 3 years, but you've had to go to bloody church, you know, every single week, Czar. I mean, to be honest, mate, I think it'd be just easy to get married, wouldn't it, mate? Your freighter's got a saucer on the bow. What? So it looks like what? So a bit more on the bow. Sorry, on the bow, on the bow. A bit more like what? An Enterprise kind of thing, Star Trek thing. I'm a practicing believer in don't let anyone do anything to hurt anyone and let God, whatever God you believe in, take the wheel because I suck at driving life. Yeah. I think God needs a better set of dice, the RNG. Some people are getting drunk and monkey. It is. It's always the reef on churches, isn't it, Chunky? It is. It's always the fucking reef's gone. I have to say, I was absolutely fucking devastated one day. It looked like, you know, I mean, whether or not you're religious or not my place to prize, certainly not my place to judge. But I do remember seeing, I wasn't where I live now, a couple of homes back, and I'd gone through the city centre, and they had in that particular city they'd got. I don't know what the difference between a church and a cathedral is by definition, but I always call it the cathedral. Beautiful bit, huge, man, absolutely fucking huge. And we used to drive past it nearly daily, and someone had smashed all the stained glass windows, man, when we went past there one morning. It was one of those sort of buildings that just caught your eye. There was just, let's be honest, they were built to be imposing, weren't they? And even, you know, in a big urban jungle, you know, this sort of cathedral, it stood out as just something that really caught your eye, man. And yeah, someone had smashed all the stained glass windows, and I must admit, I thought, that is fuck. There's no replacing that, is there? That's you know, you can rebuild it, but it's not what it was originally, you know. That's awful to do something like that. It's things like that won't be around forever, will they? You know, it's kind of a blast to the past, and you know, there is something quite amazing about walking around a church or a cathedral, even if you're not religious or, you know, tied into that specific building's religion. But there is a serenity and a calmness to them that is, I don't know, I find it quite pleasant, actually. It's so ancient, isn't it? You know, like castles. You go to a lot of castles, you know, that have been essentially they're just derelict buildings, aren't they? They can barely afford to keep them maintained. Whereas a church is a blast from the past that has a lot of money lavished on it. So it is, you know, they are still, you know, just looking at the floor and looking how worn down the floor is. You know, these are stone floors, man, and the foot traffic alone over the years, that, you know, that presence of humanity has eroded flagstones down. I mean, it gives you some idea of just how long these things have been around. And like I said, you can go to a castle in the UK, and some of them are maintained a lot better than others. But you know, a church is it's like a little field, a little stasis suspension of time, isn't it? Not a lot has changed. And I do like that. There's kind of a calming peace to them in a way. I've ever been to Malta? I have, yeah, I have been to Malta. Yeah, long time ago. My dad took me there. Yeah. Is Malta's the place with all the fucking monkeys in it, mate? Is that where you go to the big? Is it the cathedral? There's like millions of monkeys everywhere. Is that the right place, Doc? I sometimes get confused. I was quite young when I went to some of these places, mate. You got baptised in the Baptist church, where the deacon told the pastor, hold him under a bit longer, make sure you get the devil out of him. Yeah, the architecture, the history, it is. They're fascinating places, they are, you know, to think of like what was in hand back then. I suppose it's as close in the UK as I'm ever going to get to seeing something that is otherworldly in a way, in you know, so old and ancient. And it gives you a, you know, I'd love to go to Egypt. It's one of the places I haven't been, Egypt, and see the pyramids. Just my mum's been. She said it was fascinating. But you know, a church is, like I said, there's a difference between an old ruin, you know, a completely almost destroyed castle that is starting to be overgrown again, and then going to something like a church that has been maintained, you know, presumably quite well in many cases since the day it was constructed. So it's almost like a glimpse into history, isn't it? The stained glass is amazing. Yeah, I love that book. I must admit, I really love that. Amazing talent, incredible. It's always worth going back a couple of times if you're going somewhere like that book. You know, sometimes if I went to work, I was somewhere over the weekend, to try and go like early in the morning, and again later of an evening. The way the light catches the stained glass at different times of the day, fascinating, amazing how it changes, dude. That's not Malta. Malta has a load of churches and cathedrals, no monkeys. Where am I thinking of? Oh, I know where I'm thinking of Gibraltar, dude. I have been to Malta. It's Gibraltar's the monkeys, isn't it, dude? Yeah. So I as soon as I said it, I thought that's not Malta, dude. Yeah. Yeah, I'm sure it's Gibraltar that's got the monkeys fucking everywhere, mate. I seem to remember being slightly terrified. You're right, Batman. What's your friend code? I'm not sure what you mean, dude. Monkey temples are in India, lol, mostly Hindu. Yeah, there's I tell you what, I bet there's some fascinating. I mean, you know, I've never been to like a place somewhere like, what is it, the Taj Mahal or anywhere like that. I've never seen that myself. I bet there are some glory. I mean, some of the buildings that have been created, and you think about how long ago they were created, they're amazing, really, aren't they? Where's the captain in this one? I do like, you know, I'm not a fan. I don't go out of my way to look at cool buildings, but I do love the old stuff. There's something really nice in the UK when you find a nice stretch of an old country road, like an old B road or something. And you suddenly find all the old, what are they called? The drywall. Is it called drywall? I always get confused with this, don't I? It's the drywall fences, or walls. Dry walls? Dry stone walls, maybe they're called. Dry stone walls. And the art behind those is quite incredible. What was that dude from... Anyone see Clarkson's Farm? What was that dude's name who rebuilt the dry stone walls? I could barely understand a fucking word he was saying. I mean, that's a skill that's going to be lost forever soon, isn't it? Yeah, I'm not sure why you're asking that, Batman. The churches in Malta are lavish. One of the several in Valletta has pictured tombstones as a flooring. I'll ask my dad about that. I wonder if he's got any pictures. He could probably send me some. Yeah. I know if we've been there, and I know I've been to Malta, and the only person I would have been to Malta with would have been my dad. He'll have pictures of it. He was quite a keen photographer. But unfortunately, I'll always be honest about it. A lot of places I've been to, it was a waste. You know, my mum and dad loved the idea of travelling. And because they split up so early on, they both had that passion. So I was very, very lucky as a kid, mate. And I mean really lucky. You alright, Missy? How did it go, mate? Good vibes. I sometimes got 2 holidays a year. I mean, my mom and my stepdad didn't even have a carpet, really, in the living room. It was just like threadbare. But they'd always try and take us on holiday abroad, even if it was somewhere fairly close, you know, Spain or somewhere. Spain, Portugal to begin with, and then spreading our wings a little bit further afield, you know, places like Turkey and stuff. And then one year we even got as far as America and did the old Disneyland and Disney World in the end. So I was ever so lucky growing up. But, and this was the downside of it, when you're a young kid, you don't really take in anything. All you really remember is 3 lads, you know, because it was 3 brothers. All you really remember is the laughs in the swimming pool. You don't remember a lot about the culture and the sights. And that is a shame, but, you know, but I wouldn't take anything back. I mean, fucking hell, I'm still really lucky to have had the opportunity to. But, unfortunately, I wasn't able to do it myself. So, I can't remember the last time I went abroad, to be honest. Mind you, everyone's probably the same with the pandemic, aren't they? But, yeah. So the meeting went well, did it, Grum? They all agreed to send in my case. I'm sorry, Batman. I play single player, mate. Yeah, I do apologise. Sorry, mate. Yeah, I play single player on stream, mate. They all agreed to send in my case to the court, who was to make the final decision. I will know in 2 to 3 weeks, so that's it for now. No more meetings, nothing more to do, just waiting. So, but feeling good though, Missy? Yeah. If you jump on the Discord, Batman, you might find some peeps that want to play alongside you, mate. Don't snipe anyone. It's the fact that you said that bothers me more than anything. Well, we weren't presuming that you did. I think maybe don't ask on Discord. I didn't hide the body in the wardrobe. Sorry, what? I'm just a postman, mate. Here's your letter. Oh, fucking hell. Oh, dear, man. I just got your fucking mail, mate. I don't know what you got in the fucking wardrobe, bro. I tried my hand at photography when I was younger, spent far too much money on gear that was either barely or never used, and as it turns out, I have no eye for pictures. All terrible. I'm like that with musical instruments, Andrea. Yeah, I fancied playing in a band and doing all that, mate. And then I realised that I had a fundamental lack of any musical talent whatsoever, bro. I was the inverse of a sort of prodigal musician, mate. Yeah. Terrible, mate. But my dad, I must admit, cameras... My dad had some half-decent stuff. I don't know what he's got now, SLR, this, all that. He had Minoltas. Is it Nikon? Minolta was his favourite. He loved his Minoltas. All telescopic lenses and all sorts, mate. There's the cathedral in Mostar that was bombed during World War II and a live bomb fell through the roof, hit the ground, rolled around and didn't detonate. The cathedral was filled... Oh my god, really, Doc? That's mad, isn't it? Divine intervention, bro. The miracle of the Mostar Dome. My Josh, you imagine even a bomb falling through the roof and rolling around in a congregation probably caused a fair bit of damage, right? It's Batman. You're right, SEO. How are you, mate? Feeling good. They didn't seem to be able to find any hole in my case, no matter what weird... Were they trying to trip you up, Missy? Were they trying to catch you out, mate? You do like your cameras, don't you, Doc? You got a nice collection still, haven't you, Doc? If you don't have the eye for photography, then learn Photoshop. I use GIMP. Is it GIMP 2 instead of Photoshop these days? It's not you I want to speak to, is it? Right, Skaz dog and gob dob dob dog. That's quite unusual for us not to know at least some of the words. I mean, what? That's like 3-4 words out of all that. Lights flicker rapidly across the life form's visor and their head nods imperceptibly forwards. They seem to be showing me gratitude. They gesture towards the control panel of their freighter as if to suggest... As if to what? As if to suggest... James Bond. As if to suggest I take command. Request payment. Inspect the freighter. Let's see what it is. If it's an S-class, I'll consider it. If it's anything less than that, you can fuck off. I really don't like them, so... Lights flicker rapidly across the lifeform's visors and their head nods imperceptible. Oh, I wouldn't be able to afford it, would I? I haven't got enough money to afford an S-Class. Inspect the freighter. Did I not just click inspect? Wasn't this... I don't get it. Well, why can I not inspect the freighter? Is it because I can't afford it, or... What's just happened? Normally you get a choice, don't you? You normally get to see it and see what class it is. And do you have to have adequate cash to even... it's bugged. Oh, for fuck's sake. Oh, we can still see what it is, can't we, from doing this? It's a C class. It's a C class, so we haven't missed anything. You always found GIMP awkward to use compared to... I suppose it's familiarity, isn't it? I think that's the problem. If you've already been using Photoshop, because I did originally. I had Photoshop. I didn't use it for anything. Not major, just odds and sods, but... I swear I had a lifetime deal with Photoshop. And then one day, they decided that I didn't have a lifetime deal and I had to start paying monthly. And I told them to go fucking shove it up their ass. And I've used GIMP ever since. So fuck Adobe and fuck Photoshop, quite frankly. That's their job. It's okay. All is good. And you're going to go... Yeah, I suppose that's the point, isn't it? Yeah, to trying to catch you out. Yeah. Oh my god, yeah, something is bugged. Because look, my solar sails are still down. That's quite cool. We can actually see it. Like, you can actually see all the motors. And the flap that opens up here. Look, this game is so buggy. Yeah, that's kind of neat. Gives you a bit of an idea of scale. God, in VR, that would look incredible, man. That really would look crazy. Right, anyway. Broken. I was disgusted. I swear I had a lifetime membership, Drunken Monkey. And I remember jumping through a few hoops with them. And thinking, yeah, this will all get resolved. And I don't know, there was some bullshit clause somewhere. And they wanted to start making me pay monthly. I literally said, fuck you. And I've never looked back. And I've never really promoted it since. So I ain't got time for that bullshit. I don't agree with paying anything like that fucking monthly, mate. I'd rather just buy it and then have to pay for updates or something. I ain't paying fucking hand over fist every month for something that is not seeing a huge amount of fucking ongoing development anyway. You know, for someone like me at my level, I just have no reason to have all these fancy changes and I'm paying a monthly fee for it. I'd rather just play a flat rate and just have that and never have another update, you know? The product still works. I might not have access to all the fancy things, but... not interested, mate. I think they do that on everything with Adobe now, isn't it? Isn't everything on a sort of monthly service? I think it is, isn't it? It's like I say, if you're a professional, then I get it. I've got no issues with it. But if you're average Tom, Dick and Harry, so what it means is that a company that would have got a chunk of my cash, and you know, every couple of years I might have thought, I'll tell you what, I'll upgrade for 20 quid. Why not? Let's do it. You know, a company that would have got some of my money upset me, tried to rip me off, and now will never see another penny from me. So, as far as I'm concerned, easy consumer decision, quite frankly. And then, you know, like I said, if you're an artist or you use it as a you know, as a product at work, and you can offset that, makes sense to go with Photoshop. You know, if it's the package that works for you and a monthly fee or whatever it is, I'm sure it is totally viable. But you know, I think a lot of us used Photoshop back in the day because it was an upgrade from Paint. And we could play about with transparencies and things. Let's be honest, right? That's what most of us fucked around with it for, right? And we paid for it. and they turned it into what was essentially no longer a pauper's product. You know, I ain't paying monthly for something that I probably use like less than an hour a month, you know. But I would have given them 40 quid, you know, back in the day. And like I said, I swear I had a lifetime freaking upgradable membership at some point. Or did you use it? Did you use it for work or something? But yeah. I suppose they balance the books. I'm sure they make a lot of money out of it. Like I said, I should imagine a lot of professional artists no doubt use it. And, you know, people like me just weren't, it just wasn't worth maintaining that, I guess, that monetization plan. So I'm sure it's worked for them. So I don't begrudge them making cash if it works and people get a good product out of it. But it just meant I had to move on. You know, like I said, I wouldn't have minded paying for the products, but I ain't paying monthly for it. Because it adds up a lot, you know, that 40 quid that you were quite happy to pay, say, let's just say it was like Paint Shop Pro, I don't know what it was, 10, right? And I was going to buy it for 40 quid, like I buy a computer game, and I'd never get any updates for it. I'd be quite happy still using it, you see. I'm sure there'd be very few updates that would revolutionise my use of it for a few hours here and there, for a stream icon or something. So they would have got my 40 quid. And, you know, when Paint Shop Pro 13 comes out, or whatever it is, you know, and I might think, hey, you know what? Got an extra 20 quid this month, why not? Let's upgrade it. Let's go for it. And then they got a few quid out of me. But when you're paying like whatever, what is it? How much does it cost for Paint Shop Pro just for an individual user license? Let's just say it's a tenner. I'm sure it's got to be like £5 to £10 a month, right? That starts adding up over a couple of 3 years, doesn't it? Especially when you're a low volume user. So not happening. Not for me anyway. I'll stick to Paint. And a little bit of GIMP. It's a weird name for a product though, I've got to admit. I don't know what the GIMP peeps were thinking when they called it GIMP. GIMP 2.0. I can think of a lot of things to call software. GIMP 2.0 didn't really strike anything into me. Just be careful when you Google GIMP, right? It's $20 a month. What, for Paint Shop? You're taking a piss. Do you not get a lot more than that though? It's not just Paint Shop, is it? Photoshop 7 was your first. Is that you broke your digital painting cherry, was it, right? The Fireworks is still better than Photoshop, and it's Fireworks. I've not heard of that. I never heard of that one, dude. CS5 was your first. Got a cracked version of USB. It's like Microsoft Office, lol. No, I actually do have Microsoft Office. Now, you see, that's what I do pay for. But obviously I won't go into. But again, because I can justify that, you see. The subscription model works, but I also get a very good deal on that, so it's not what most people would pay for it. All you need to do is attend one class at a county college and use that school email for a lifetime student costing Adobe Suite with Photoshop. Let's write a lot more. But that's a lot of yeah. Why? I mean, it's a lot of hoops to jump through. You know, it's just easy to just use GIMP, innit? And I definitely wouldn't be paying 20 quid. It's the graphics image manipulation package. Is that what GIMP stands for? Yeah, it's stupid, isn't it? Let's be honest, they didn't come up with that. They didn't call it graphics image manipulation package. They called it GIMP and then had to think of what the acronym stood for. You get the full suite of apps. Yeah, you do. It's not, you can't just have Photoshop, can you? So the 99 a month as a student. So even as a student, you have to pay 20 quid a month. I couldn't have afforded 20 quid a month as anything as a fucking student, mate. That was my entire food budget for a month. So you got no chance, mate. That's ridiculous. Once again, I sense Null's presence. If the Corvax feels it too, they do not show it. They begin to speak, their words clear and bright, processed by my unseen companion. The arrival of Traveller is anticipated. But you are not ready yet. We must know that you are the one we seek. There is an anomaly, a glitch. It is guided by holes through which the convergence cannot see. Move through this space and retrieve that which cannot be retrieved. I think I only use GIMP to draw penises anyway and put penises on things. So I ain't paying hard cold cash. I don't mind supporting like through donations and things here and there for some of these. It's like OBS. I've probably given quite a chunk of cash over to OBS. They don't even have like a subscription model, do they? As far as I know, it's purely on a open source. If you want to chuck us a couple of quid, feel free kind of thing, innit? Yeah, I always hear good things about Blender. Yeah, Blender's are commonly referred to, isn't it? But it's like I said, I'm not one of these people that, you know, wants everything for free. It's like OBS. Because I use OBS so much, I dread to think how much money I've handed over to OBS. I'm not saying thousands of pounds, but I've definitely given over £100 to OBS. No doubt about it. I don't know how much more than that, but that's because I want to support the project. And the same with a couple of other relatively, even games. Path of Exile, when it first came out, you know, I was a little bit flush back then. Well, I shouldn't say flush. I was a little bit more flush, should I say? So when Path of Exile came out, I thought, you know what, I really like this. This is really good, mate. And I thought, you know, it's ridiculous that it's free. I think there were only like 3 classes or 3 acts back then or something. And I just thought, you know, I would happily pay like 20, 30 bucks for this without any shadow of a doubt, even in its current format. So I just bought some digital bollocks. I got like a disembodied hand and a cat and a flaming skull helmet or something. Don't think I ever used them, but I thought, you know, if that helps support development, that's 30 quid, isn't it? But that's the point. I don't mind paying for something that I use regularly and that I feel like I'm getting money's worth out of, and I want to support them as a small independent developer, whatever it is. You start asking me for 20 quid for something that I swear I've already bought once. You shit out a lot. And what's the point in having a package as well? I don't want everything in the fucking package. So that's the problem. Oh, you get everything in the package, dude. You get Illustrator and Paint Shop Pro and you get this. I don't need any of the other shit. I only want Paint Shop fucking Pro. Gotta pay $1.99 for Paint Shop Pro. You know what I mean? I don't want all the other shit. Oh, but you get all the shit for free. I don't care. I ain't gonna use it, am I? I can use my dick. I'm gonna use your shitty software. What's this dot? GIMP is a long-standing project, first announced in November 1995. The name was originally an acronym for General... No, that's bullshit. Yeah, it's bullshit. Someone decided to call it GIMP. Someone went, look, this Photoshop's a sack of shit. And someone went, yeah, there are a right bunch of fucking penny-pinching GIMPs over there. Let's make a free source project. What are we going to call it? We'll call it GIMP, because we're taking a piss out of Paint Shop, mate. Bunch of fucking GIMPs. And that's where it was born. And then someone thought, shit, we can't just call it GIMP without a blag about it meaning something. So they came up with that nonsense, dog. Wait till Microsoft starts charging a month for Windows. It's bound to happen. Ooh, that's an interesting one. Ooh, that is interesting. Ooh, do you think that's the future? I never thought about that, dude. Holy shit, would I pay monthly for Windows? Yeah, because it's how I play my games. I would have to pay it, mate. You know, oh, but you can go play Linux. Yeah, fuck that shit. Yeah. No, yeah, I think I'd happily pay for Windows. I like Windows. I actually do like Windows. So, as much as I've heard great things about Linux, I also hear terrible things about a lot of games not running particularly well on it. So, I don't think I'd have any choice. But I suppose the point is, if Microsoft did go down that route, more people would make the jump to Linux. Is it called Linux or Linux? I've always said Linux, I think. But I'm not sure what you're supposed to call it. Educate me. But, yeah, I suppose game developers might start supporting Linux and not have to jump through hoops and things with it. But I'd love to learn Linux. I just don't have time, mate. But yeah, it's always fascinating. This is kind of cool. I've got my my solar sails just permanently stuck out. This is really cool. Look, this is neat. Retrieve non-existent data from an anomalous structure. This is beautiful. I just found a beautiful canyon. So it is called Linux. Linux. Yeah, I think I would consider. I suppose over time, because my hand would be forced, I'd probably start spending more time looking into it, wouldn't I? And games would probably get more compatible with Linux without having to jump through hoops. And I suppose over time, Microsoft would have buried themselves, which is probably the only reason they haven't done it, right? Does anyone here actually use Linux as their game? You know, I'm not talking about work or coding. Does anyone here actually use Linux on their gaming computer? In other words, you don't have Windows in your life. Is anyone here that does that? Yeah, and I get. You know what, Doc? I get that. I think Linux is fucking amazing. I hear nothing but good things about it, dude. It's like I said. It's not a case of not wanting to. I just don't have time, dude. I just don't have time to go. Oh, I want to play this game today. So, but I don't want to, have Microsoft Windows anymore. But it wouldn't just be for that one game, would it? It would be my back catalogue. I want to go and play something a little bit older. And now I'm like, oh my god, I've got rid of Windows. How am I going to get this running? And I don't want two systems. I don't want to be dual booting one day into Linux and going to Windows another one. Life as a a non, what would you call it, professional streamer is complicated enough as it is, as you've seen when we have technical issues. I just would not. I'd be dead by the end of the first month, mate, with additional hassles like that. Use it for gaming. Proton Experiment. I've heard amazing things. Is this Glorious Egg Roll? Proton and Glory. I was reading about this, I don't know, about 6 months ago or something. This Proton sounds amazing, mate. You're right, Spider. I'm new to the game and have a quick question. If I leave one ship somewhere on a planet or a station and take off in another ship, does the ship I get left behind automatically get sent to my freighter? Yeah, basically, yeah. And you can summon it. You can still summon it anywhere you want, Spider. So if you're on a planet and you go over here, look, you go to summon vehicles. If you go to this one, you can select any of your vehicles, as long as your freighter's in the system, obviously. I think. Although having said that, I'm not sure if maybe the freighter is in this system. I don't know. But yeah, you can summon any of your ships at any time, mate. Not sure how that works if they're. You can't summon a ship that's on a freighter in another system, can you, chat? Or can you? Back before Steam got ported, I used Linux. I am saying it right now, yeah? Linux. Not lie. As in, you're telling a lie. Is it Linux? Make sure I'm doing it right, because I don't want to get it wrong. Relying on Loki Games for their porting skills. The Glorious Egg Roll edition of Proton, yeah. I've heard, honestly, I was really fan. That's one of the closest times I've ever got to testing it out, mate. See, I do know a little bit. Oh, Glorious Egg Roll. You can grab that now from his repo, even including some official repos. There's 3 main choices for Proton. GE, Experimental, and the Late Stable. And the Late Stable's like, what, 7.15 or something at the minute, is it? Yeah. Yeah, I did do a bit of reading, mate. Like I said, if I ever had time, if I had a week away from it all, sitting on some beautiful island out in the Maldives and a laptop, I think I'd definitely give it a bash, mate. You know what? And I think I'd really enjoy it, to be honest. I think I would. I think I'd enjoy the tinkering nature of it. So as long as it's got fuel in the launch systems, even if it's in another system, I can still summon it here. Microsoft makes the vast majority of their winners money off. Yeah, that's. I mean, to be honest, mate, anybody that pays more than about £3 for Windows is doing it wrong. The big one in the UK was students. You could literally walk into any student notice board forum, or literally walk onto fucking campus in some cases, and just take a sticky note off a fucking billboard thing, and it would be a student with a full legit copy of Windows 10. That they don't need because they've already got a laptop with it installed, and they're quite happily, meet you for a £5 so they can buy a pint down the student union. Ain't no one in the UK paying 100 fucking quid for Windows or whatever they charge you. You'd have to be batshit crazy, mate. And it's 100% legit, It's people with a Windows code, man. Ain't no one paying the going rate for Windows. But yeah, businesses, massive licensing on that. Massive licensing. Right, now we came here for a reason. So presumably over that way somewhere. It's a bit oversold. It's an amazing achievement for Linux to be able to run that translation layer. However, there are many bugs and inconsistencies with performance. So, I mean, just out of interest, genuinely, as someone like me, And I'm sure many of you are no different to me, so I'm probably an average kind of bloke. I like playing computer games. I love consoles. I love my PC, thanks to all of you. There ain't no benefits me getting Linux, is there? You know, Windows I don't really have to pay a lot for anyway, because I'm not a business user. You know, I can get a Windows 10 Premium, whatever it is, Business Edition, for a few quid. I'd put some hands in the pocket of some poor lowly student. There's really no reason for me to move to Linux, is there? You know, unless we start bringing in morals and all the other complexities of life. I'm not going to see any bonuses from moving to Linux, am I? Or am I? You know, OBS, I don't know if all my streaming software even works on Linux. You know, would I have to jump through hoops to get OBS and all the video feeds and graphics card drivers and all that kind of jazz, you know? I can't honestly think I'd be any better off. I'd love to do it though. Don't get me wrong. I'm not saying I wouldn't. I'd love to give it a bash, but time, unfortunately, would not allow me to have such a frivolous enterprise of free time, I don't think. Go for Raspberry Pi and have a practical thing to do and learn at the same time. I've never really understood the fascination with Raspberry Pi, mate. Honestly, I don't really get what the Raspberry Pi is. Isn't it just like a bit of hardware that you fuck about with to turn your toaster on in the morning or something? I just have no practical use for any such thing. I've always been mystified by. I love the idea of the nerdiness of fucking about with a Raspberry Pi. But what would I honestly use it for, dude? Yeah, no, that's see, this is the classic SCI. You're not actually giving me an answer. Search up projects, endless possibilities. But what am I actually gonna fucking use it for, dude? I don't have time to fuck about doing pointless things. Stone, yeah, you know what I mean? It's like, oh, Raspberry Pi is great. There's so many projects. I could buy a big Lego set and have loads of fucking projects. That's something cool out of it, you know? That's the point. I think Raspberry Pi is like for people with a lot of time on their hands who like to tinker, or maybe you've got a reason to have a very, you know, maybe you've got a flight sim set up, you know, and you want to, I don't know, fuck knows. Press a button and have a dick massage with a vibrator or something, you know? And you program your Raspberry Pi to do it. Or you don't want to spend money on Philips Hue, mate. Is that sort of like the thing you might use? Or whatever your eco lights are, so you do it through Raspberry Pi without spending anything with Philips. You know, there's no purpose, there's no reason for me to have one. I just wouldn't have anything to do with it. I'd love to, like I said, if I'd got the time, I'd have a fanny about with Linux, though. Would Linux make your khaki laptop run better? I don't know, mate. I don't know what the operating overheads are for it. You know, does it require more RAM or? I remember some pro Linux zealot getting into some debate with a pro Windows zealot about which OS was best. I know I was dragged in as the Linux guy. Knew I used it as well. You use Linux, telling pro Windows user what's the best operating system. So basically, you caused a shitstorm. Yeah. The best OS is the one you're comfortable with. The Queen would roll over. What was that? What was that? The pro Windows guy cracked up laughing and the pro Linux guy stopped. I wrote a driving my dick my bro. Yeah, I'm happy I got Raspberry Pi because it adds 2 inches. Fuck off. Like I said, Raspberry. I'm sure it's amazing. I'm sure it's absolutely fucking incredible. But you know, you need. It's like procurement. You need a need to go out and buy one, and I don't have a need to have a Raspberry Pi because there's nothing that it's going to do that I can't already do, unless I can have the dildo thing. But I get it. You know, like maybe I don't know, like drone pilots. You know, maybe they find like Raspberry Pi like really cool. Or automating things in your house through Raspberry Pi. But unless someone can give me an actual example of a project, I'm none the wiser, you know? What can you do with a Raspberry Pi? What have you done with a Raspberry Pi? Anyone here got a Raspberry Pi? It's SCR! What have you done with your Raspberry Pi, bro? Teach me the ways. Convince me to get one. Am I right that a Raspberry Pi is basically like a little circuit board with a couple of things in it? Is that what a Raspberry Pi is? The Pi itself is just like a circuit board with some shit on it. Is that what it is? That's an interesting one, Chunky. Most of the uses of Raspberry Pi were created by people that didn't know what to do with their Raspberry Pi. Dude, I see that all the time, mate. It's buyer's remorse at the far end of the spectrum, innit? It's like, oh, I got a Raspberry Pi, boys. What are you doing with it? Fuck knows. But I'm going to make a YouTube video out of it. To play retro... Alright, so the most used project for a Raspberry Pi is retro emulation station to play retro games on. Oh, so is it really good at, like, emulating, like, say, the N64, is it, or something? Ah, right, okay. So, or I could just go out and buy an N64, yeah? Like, for about £4.50 on fucking eBay. I took the screen and hooked it up to my PC. So, hang on, I took the screen. Hang on, I didn't think the Raspberry Pi had a screen. Hang on, I'm confused. You can use it to make your own surveillance system, right? Or I could just go and buy a surveillance system that is gonna work better. Yeah. I didn't think the Pi had a screen. You can put any images you want on it. I currently have something of Tan Ijiro. I'm totally confused. N64 is too powerful for the Pi. So I can't even play N64 games on it. It's a piece of shit, isn't it, guys? It's a piece of shit for nerds, yeah? You can make handheld retro console emulators. Yeah, like, I really want one of them. Oh, sorry, PlayStation Vita. Oh, sorry. Off you go. I'm going to play fucking Atari Pong on my Pi. Good luck in sticking that N64 into a cabinet if you wanted to make an emulator. What are you on about? You just said you can't play N64 games. It's a bit of a moot point anyway, isn't it? Pi hole is a big one, but that could just be a task on Windows or even a function of your router with third party. A Pi hole? Is that... Don't mention that word around, Zar, whatever you do, mate. A lot of folks just think, yeah, I get it, that's what I'm saying. And that's my question, Spider. That's what I'm saying. If the Raspberry Pi is just one of those things, and I think Chunky summed it up, that let's be honest, the majority of people do just because it's a fucking side project, fuck around, got a bit of time to kill, come up with some stupid ass shit, like emulators for fucking games. Yeah, you know, brilliant, I get it, you know. But I think for the majority of us, it serves no real purpose or practical purpose in the real world, does it? Literally no fucking reason to have one. How much? $40? 40 fucking dollars? You having a laugh, mate? I thought they were about like 10 quid. $40 for a Raspberry Pi? Fucking hell, mate. $40? I thought the whole point of these things were like virtually free on eBay, mate. You used to be able to play old Game Boy games. Or you could just play your old Game Boy games, couldn't you? How cool would that be? How many hours a week do you play your fucking Game Boy games? I bet it's like this one. I'm going to play a Game Boy game. Oh, yeah, I'm going to play Nintendo Donkey Kong. Oh, yeah, look at this. Oh, fucking hell. That's so fucking boring, isn't it? Why the fuck did I spend $40 on a Raspberry fucking Pi? So I'm gonna go on Twitch chat and tell everyone about my Raspberry Pi, make a YouTube video and pretend it was a really pretend I've got no buyer's remorse whatsoever. Most of your Game Boy games are dead. You didn't look after them, did you? You didn't take the batteries out, did you, mate? And you left them in your loft and they went all weird. You'd love to replace the controller in your old IBM N with a Nano OS board thingy. Brilliant, Doc. Yeah, I'll wire it for you. I know exactly what you mean, mate. We'll stick in a quantum flux capacitor as well. And a USB dongly widget Raspberry Pi as well, mate. It'll be brilliant. It'll be amazing, man. So is anyone actually going to answer the question? Has anyone done anything good with a Raspberry Pi? Because I haven't heard anything good yet. Come on, someone must have done something with it, right? What about an early wank warning for when your girlfriend comes to you? You know, you're on a quick masturbation, tossing one out, right? And like your little raspberry goes blip, 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 blip. And you go, fucking hell, the missus is home. There's got to be a practical use for one, right? I was like 5 when I had them. I bet you would know better. Dude, I have still got Game Boys in this house from when I was a kid, Valiant. I look after my shit, dude. Depends on your definition of the PC. PC doesn't mean Windows, it means personal computer. Did you just respond to yourself? It looks like you're talking to yourself, my head chunky. Put some clotted cream on it and annihilated it. What, your penis? Or your girlfriend? What? Or your Raspberry Pi? Hang on a minute. Step back, arrogant. Steady on, son. What's going down, bruh? I know a few people who wound up a Brummy streamer with a Raspberry Pi. it's even a fucking stupid name, isn't it? A Raspberry Pi. What a stupid... It's almost as stupid as GIMP, isn't it? Oh, fucking hell. I'll tell you what, I've got a fucking bridge to sell you, lot. Fucking hell. All I can say, all these people in chat have got Raspberry Pis and thinking, fucking hell, I've got one of them stuck in the back of the fucking wardrobe. It's been there for years. Some dude on Twitch told me I could fucking emulate N64 games on it. Turned out I fucking couldn't. I mean, it's been a lonely winter. I'd put clotted cream. I'm going to give you a rub over, mate. I'll tell you. An American massage with clotted cream. I'm in, mate. Spiderfly, thank you for the follow, my friend. Bahui Gaming, thank you for the follow. Sandborn, thank you for the follow. Thank you for the follows, boys. As always, a deeply intellectual, well-paced topic of conversation here on the Grumbodian channel. We seem to have a lot of confused people. I need to order some Depends on a pig, so you don't pee your pants again. I told you about it. I often talk to myself, but that's a Twitch conversation. But it didn't look like I saw the arrow. It's the first time I've seen the arrow in ages, Junkie. I saw it. I thought, is he talking to himself, mate? It's that Raspberry Pi. That's what your Raspberry Pi computer, mate. It's getting all confused with Twitch chat, innit? It don't know what it's doing, mate. It thinks you're talking to yourself. We're weaving here. We're a construct of the pies. Weird, immaculate, freaking artificial intelligence, my friend. Holy balls. I'm going to buy one. That's it. I'm not streaming tomorrow. That's it. I'm on eBay, like. I'm going to get myself a Raspberry Pi. And I'm going to, we're going to embark on a grand learning tour of Linux. Where am I going? I still don't know where I'm supposed to be, dudes. Are we supposed to be underwater? I mean, it's very beautiful. But I don't really know what's out here. Ooh, what's this? Whoa, dude! There's an underwater facility or something down here. Man, is that one of them things? That's one of them things, isn't it? Gonna come and try and nibble me pickle, mate. I know about these things. Scatter blaster. An abyssal horror. Can I kill it or not? Like, do we have to wait for him to open his... Oh. I Raspberry Pi'd the shit out of that, boys. Oh, here we go. Attempting to read memory... Access memory. Disconnection is not permanent, it is merely the start of a new equation. On Corvax Prime, entities who passed on into the Corvax Echoes left their shell for their descendants. So it has been the way of the Corvax, an endless carapace cycle that knows no end. This way will continue, it will continue for as long as our lights still shine. The terminal's message is delivered, it shorts out, its strange existence no longer tolerated by our reality. A small unit aglow with ethereal light is left at my feet. It is a divergence cube. Oh, cool shit, dude. And we also get to harvest oxygen sacs, which is kind of neat. Alright, is alright. Sodium, sodium, sodium. Let's get the hell out of here, lads. Oh, is that like a water cow, look? Look at that. One of them rare water cow. What's that noise? What's that? Whoa! Whoa, what the hell, dude? What the hell? What the hell was that? Holy shit! It's like a little stubby penis trying to eat me. Did you see that? Holy shit, dude! That's it. We're coming for you, boy. Oh no, I missed! That's alright, I got it. Holy balls. I didn't know they did that. What happens, what happens if you get all the way to the eyeball? I didn't know they did that. I used them to make cheap custom battery. Oh, hang on, here we go. You use them to make cheap custom battery solar monitors for boats or digital dash controls. But outside like real world use like that, they are basically glorified toys. Okay. That's you know, it's an honest answer, isn't it? It's an honest answer to an honest question. It's a gadget, isn't it? It's basically a big boy's toy. Yeah. And like SCR said, you know, probably a lot of fun. You know, if you're learning a bit of Linux, then, you know, get a Raspberry Pi. You could probably, I don't know, I'm not sure. Like I said, I'd find a specific use, but you could probably start. You've got a physical application, I suppose, with the Pi, the Pi, but you've also got, you know, the Linux software, haven't you? So yeah, I suppose it would be a fun project, but. The reason you use a Raspberry Pi instead of a gaming PC for normal tasks like retro game will also be the power draw. Raspberry Pi running a £4 24/7 will cost you about £4. No one gives a fuck about that, Gargle. Seriously. Ain't no one buying a guy. I mean, you are literally now scraping the bottom of the barrel for excuses to have a Raspberry Pi in you. Let's be honest, mate. Ain't no one in the modern world thinking about that, are they? Seriously, dude. Have you seen the price of fucking petrol, mate? Ain't no one bothered about that. Ain't no one going, oh, I'm going to get an emulator. Well, I could do it like with my fucking PC, mate. Well, I could save a lot of money if I got a fucking Pi. No. That ain't happening, mate. That is exactly what we were saying earlier. That is just nonsense. No one, ever, anywhere is going to do that. Ever. Just ever. Because the Raspberry Pi isn't a gaming PC, is it? Let's be honest. It can play Nintendo Game & Watch games. It's, you know what I mean? No. It would be cheaper to go and buy a Game Boy and a couple of lithium batteries, wouldn't it? Stay away from the hairy Raspberry Pi, at least for a week. I'm going to Google one. Hang on. Let me Google what one even looks like. I want to know now. You got me fascinated. I think I should buy one. Can I get one cheap? Anyone got one second hand? Oh, Pornhub. Oh, that's a nice. Oh, she's hot. Let's have a quick look. What are we looking for? Where are we going? Oh, yeah, Raspberry Pi. Raspberry. How do you spell raspberry? Raspberry, is it? Oh, I've put in Taspberry. Hang on, let's have a look. Raspberry Pi. Okay. Oh, she can find in a second-hand store. £93.90. Oh, what the fuck, dude? No, what's this thing? A Pi Hut. Apparently, oh, I get a keyboard. I get a keyboard. I get a cable. I get a Raspberry Pi book. What do I get in here? I don't get a Pi, I don't think. That's not a lot of use, is it? That's a sack of shit, that is. Let's have a look at another one. Electro Cookie Raspberry Pi 4, $29.99. Oh, that looks amazing. Is that what they look like? Here, anyone check out Google? Have a look at the Electro Cookie Raspberry Pi 4. Oh, hang on. Case. Miniature desktop aluminium case with cooling fan. Oh, it's not. Oh, dude. So the coolest part of it is the peripherals by the looks of it. Let's see if we can find an actual... Is that what it is? Is that what that thing is? Just a bunch of fucking USB ports and shit. Is that it? A Raspberry Pi B+. 20 fucking quid. Tap to zoom. Cookies. Oh, there's loads of different sorts. Pi 2B, Pi A plus, the Pi B plus. You know what it looks like to me? It looks like a little dinky circuit board, right? With 4 USBs and an Ethernet fucking port. Is that all it is? Is that... so how'd you tell it what to do? Do I plug a keyboard into it? How do I get the monitor in it? What the fucking piece of shit? Fucking get out of here, man. I ain't got time for that crap. What a waste of fucking time. Fucking delusional fools. Right, where am I going? What am I doing? Someone's nicked me bleeding shit. I'm out of there. That's it. I'm not talking about Raspberry Pis ever again in this channel. Absolute trash tier, mate. Who needs P-Hub when we have Twitch up? Oh, I tell you what. Oh, that ASMR channel, mate. That's been hotting up recently. And as for those hot tubs. Whoo! Holy balls! And you know the best part? When your girlfriend walks in. What are you looking at? Oh, sorry, hang on. What are you looking at? You go, Twitch, mate. What you gonna do about it? I stream on it all day. Totally fucking legit, darling. Ah! Winner, winner. Chicken dinner. It's got a HDMI lead as well, has it? God. Oh, that must be on the upgraded HDMI edition. An extra £2.50 no doubt. I've seen toasters with more complicated electronics than that thing. You fancy running an MC server and apply for... Oh, I've run an MC server on a fucking powerhouse of a PC and it didn't run very well, mate. So good luck with that. Let me know how you get on, yeah? Well, when we say server, we mean more than one person playing on it, presumably, right? Yeah, good luck with that, mate. Okay. Let's shoot the bad dudes, boys. Shoot the bad dudes. My wingman does like cutting across my field of vision. I've noticed that a lot since the patch. Okay. God, I tell you what, they're in the idea, aren't they? I reckon they're using enhanced Raspberry Pi gimbaled weapons. It's the only explanation, mate. It's the future. They got one of them special ones with a HDMI cable on the console dash. The future. It's the future, boys. As an EE, I appreciate. What's an EE? Electronics engineer. Enhanced egg roll. Oh, come on, you cheeky monkey! Oh, we got this. Last one, last dastardly. No, we got two actually. Ooh. How you dance with me? How you dance? Like a ballet of laser death. Oh, clever girl. She was clever. She was actually a really good pilot. Oh, careful. I wonder if I can actually... Can you actually hurt your own wingman? I don't think you can, but... It'd be nice to know if a sustained fire on it will do anything, or if he gets upset. Probably a good reason not to have any more, now I think about it, because they are quite often in my field of view. I did. EE. Yeah, I'm not sure what Chunky was saying. You could use one to make a voice clap control to turn on your PC all Star Trek light, but... Or I could just use, like, the on fucking button, couldn't I? You know, it's kind of just sitting there asking to be pressed. And that one day when it doesn't work, it's going, hello, computer, good morning to you. Please turn on. Please turn on. Oh no, please turn on. Oh no, my Raspberry Pi is broken. No, I cannot play my computer. You are. You're just going up with bullshit reasons to have a Raspberry Pi now, aren't you? Imagine what a twat you'd feel coming into your computer room in the morning. What would you even say? What would you even say? I'd feel such a dick. I'm blushing thinking about it. I'm walking here in the morning, yeah, I've got no pants on. PC on. You can only do that if you lived alone, couldn't you? Did you just ask your computers, could you just press the fucking button, bro? You know? Oh, dear me. Just no, not happening, bro. Oh, Jesus. Alright, I'm going to send you all a free Raspberry Pi, right? Small disclaimer, I'm lying. I'm going to send you all a Raspberry Pi, right? And anything it does is turn your computer on, yeah? One, would you trust a Raspberry Pi being connected to your computer? Because I fucking wouldn't. What would you have as the command? What is your boot up command that you're going to say to your computer every morning? Come on, give me your best. Oh, dear me. You had a mate try it. It worked about 20% of the time. The extra parts cost him 200 Aussie dollars. Yeah, I can imagine, man. I can imagine. It sounds like a flashback. So you just described the Kinect, I think, mate. Look how that worked out. And they had about $9 billion invested in that piece of shit. Wait the fuck up. Porn time! Oh, dear me. Oh, dear me. Oh, God. Morning wood! Oh, fuck my life. The Raspberry Pi slapped my penis and make me happy this morning. Yeah, I like it. See, thinking outside the box, I like it. It's a bit of a mouthful, you know? Maybe that's what you like. A big mouthful, you know? Each to their own. Oh, is that what you do, Chunky? You're actually an electronics engineer then, yeah? Is that your bag, is it, mate? Is that what you do? Thanks, Shades. Cool that. Inventory's full. So we've probably had an hour's discussion about the Raspberry Pi and not one person has come up with a practical, actual, reasonable, thought-out reason to own one. That's amazing. I'm proud to be part of this community. I'm telling you. It does, however, prove a fucking very, very important point, doesn't it? Which I shall leave to you to draw your own conclusions. It's been a very educational stream. Excellent, sirs. Excellent. I'm still buying one. Gonna find a cheap second-hand one on eBay. Wonder how you even power it. Did you get a power cable with it? The Corvax looks up swiftly, scans me, then reveals their catalogue of maps and charts. You shall have a divergence cube, my friend. It is real, but I beg, do not expose me further. Your claim is proved, traveller. I begin my request explaining my search for knowledge, my need to know more about the Atlas, the Sentinels, and the history of this universe. But as I speak, something goes wrong with the life form. They do not speak, they do not reply. As I peer closer, nanite clusters emerge through their face mask. Oh dear. Spilling out into the rack. That sounds horrific, mate. The life form grabs at me in howling agony, and in the moment of contact, nanite clusters touch my hands. They invade me, tunneling inside my body through my exosuit, through my mind and through my soul, burrowing spiders of technology. Even as I stand in space, my mind travels across the cosmos. I see life as the Corvax see it, a vast tapestry of wonder, of memories shared between countless beings and times. I stand on the Corvax homeworld as get ships fill the skies. I see the moment the first Corvax was melted down for their rare minerals. Even in the depths of their subjugation, there was hope. A bargain! A prayer to a greater being. The Corvax viewed the Atlas as what they might become in time. An intelligence beyond comprehension. Beyond judgment. Alas, the vision ends and I convulse in a painful death throe as the nanite clusters, the nanoprobes spill through my butthole, the Corvax watching me impassively. I demand an explanation. Lifeform desired knowledge. Convergence complied. The travelers must be aided. Look at the nanite clusters. Look at them. The stuff of sentinels. Do you not see the truth of what we have said? Do you not see the proof of God? I look down at the nanite clusters a little bit bewildered. They look nothing like the shells of sentinel drones. They're just currency traded between species to create technology and weapons. Or are they? They shift and undulate, changing their shape at my every thought. They bubble and rise, sparking in and out of existence. I look at them, and it is the strangest thing. The nanite clusters look back. I'm sure of it. They watch me as I watch them. The nanite clusters are alive! There are 16 of them. They need me. They crave me. I have only one choice. I take them. I take them indeed, and as I do, the Korvax reaches out to me once more. This time there is no vision, no miracle, just a handful of words. Existence is beautiful if you let it be. Life is not a question. There does not need to be an answer. Whoa, heavy shit, boys. That's kind of cool. I like that. Good stuff. The story's been pretty decent today. I'll give them that, man. I like it. I like the thought of all the nanots pouring out of his helmet, mate. Like little scurrying nano probes. Incredible. He got the COVID or the space herpes. You did link a page for the pie practical industry. I'll link it again then. I missed it. It's easy to... Go on, give me a link. Give me a link. Let's have a look. Practical industry uses. Let's have a look. Come on. I can't see no link in chat. And we're not talking about practical fucking industry. We're talking about dudes that buy it and pretend they're fucking gonna, I don't know, solve world hunger with it. When did I get a ship flaming out? To be honest, mate, I got the ship literally from just being on a station, mate. It was a planetary station. Like one of the vendors. And we came out and it was on the landing
No
pad.
Man's
bro.
Sky, a dramatic reading, narrated by
really.
Sir Grumble.
Thank you, Sarah. Thank you for the 100 bits, mate. I've got to say, the story's actually been pretty cool, man. It would be nice to see more of it in a way. I'm not sure how deep it goes, but it's been quite entertaining today. RaspberryPi.com for industry. So basically, we had a challenge to chat of what they've done with it. Docs decided to completely ignore the task at hand and come up with a really boring ass site about the Raspberry. Get your product to market. Thin clients. What even is this? It doesn't tell me anything, mate. You completely missed the point, bro. Is there anything even on the first page that tells me anything about an application for the Raspberry Pi right here? To further prove my point. Fanboying hard. Nothing. There is nothing here about anything. Raspberry Pi for industry. Oh, here we go. Hang on. Cameras and displays. Let's have a look at that. It's just a fucking sales website, dude. There's no applications for anything here, bro. You didn't even click your own link, did you? It's literally just trying to sell you a Raspberry Pi. It's exactly what I feared. There's nothing there, Doc. You got fucked there, didn't you, mate? Yeah, for thin clients, I saw that. What's that mean? Thin clients, what's it mean? It still doesn't give me a single practical use. The ideal thin client solution. For what? For what? It still doesn't tell me anything, bro. Oh, man, you've lost the plot, mate. Transforms the working landscape. For thin clients. Oh, not exclusively then. I'll tell you what. I have seriously got some butt cheese to sell you. Like, do you want to buy some bath water from a famous streamer, lads? Yeah? I can bang that out the bath any minute. Sarah, thank you for the bits. Ladies and gents, it's been a glorious stream as always. Thank you all for a fantastic day. It is Thursday. We're not far from the ever awesome Friday. Thank you all very much for joining us. It has been an absolute pleasure as always. If you'd like to come and join us on Discord, exclamation mark Discord in chat right now. We'll get you a link to the Discord server. If you join us over there, please post an introduction, say hello, post an emote, post anything you want in that introduction section. Also, out your posting permissions literally as the outro music plays in the next couple of minutes, and you'll have full access to the Discord. You do need to just post something. Don't worry about posting anything else. You just post a single emote. It's more than enough. If I can see your name, I can sort your posting permissions out. It could not be any simpler. Exclamation mark Twitter will, of course, get you a link to the Twitter feed. If you join us on Twitter, we stream 7 days of the week, Monday through Sunday, starting at 8:15, and we normally finish at about 3:15 in the afternoon. As a point of reference, it's now 30 minutes past 3. And exclamation mark YouTube will get you a link to the YouTube channel. If you join us over on YouTube, fantastic. Please consider dropping us a subscription. We'd be extremely grateful. Tearwax, thank you for the 100 bits near the end there, mate. Really do appreciate that. Very kind of you, mate. And Solanacy, thank you for the raid earlier. And thank you all very much. It's been very enjoyable tonight. Very enjoyable. I've thoroughly enjoyed the story. We've had a jolly good chinwag. We've touched on all things, including the very meaning of life and are we real? And some piece of shit called the Raspberry Pi. And yeah, fantastic. Thank you all. It's been glorious. And hopefully we'll get a little bit of building in tomorrow as well. We'll leave those indium and rusted metal farms going. And then I think tomorrow, carry on with the story, but I would like to start setting up a organics farm for the beginning of like circuit boards or whatever it is. So we'll sort of aim for that. And thank you all. Thank you for the subs, the resubs, the bits, the follows, the donations, and of course the gifted subs. Thank you all very much for so much support over such a huge period. Some really long-standing subs in there today. So means the world to me, guys and girls. Thank you all very, very much. Wishing you a fantastic evening. If I'm not on Discord later, boys and girls, I will be back here tomorrow morning at 8:15, hopefully with a full and fresh cup of coffee. You stay safe. Thank you very, very much for watching.
Our bags tomorrow, leave all of our sorrows, see where all this road goes, maybe San Diego, oh. Maybe San Diego, oh. Roll down all our windows, just see where the wind blows, one leg out the window, sit like a flamenco, oh. Sit like a flamenco. You can run and you can hide. You can look and try to find. Take a breath, open your mind. Take it one ride at a time. Where did all our time go? Where we are, no one knows. Maybe San Francisco, oh. Maybe San Francisco, oh. We could roll down all our windows, just see where the wind blows. One leg out the window, sit like a flamenco, oh. Sit like a flamenco, oh. You can run and you can hide. You can look and try to find. Take a breath, open your mind. Take it one day